Hey y'all. Welcome back to another video. I posted a poll asking which story you guys wanted to see. This story is called The Yellow Fang and it won the poll by a landslide. Summary: he was left broken from the death of his parents. The one man who had salvaged the pieces burned to ash in front of his eyes. At times, he questioned the meaning to life. But who knows? Maybe these three little Genin might show him the answer. Team 7AU, Sensei Naruto. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. I really wouldn't be able to make any of these videos without your immense support. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon for you guys along with a couple other stories as well. Anyways, enjoy the video. Chapter 1, Family. October 10th, Konoha Gakure. Why can't I come, Dad? The Yondaime Hokage of Konoha hid his face in his hands, already feeling the incoming migraine resulting from the constant shouting of his 7-year-old son. He just knew that Naruto would react the same way his mother had. They acted so much the same that it was frightening. When he tried to explain that, like his wife's former pregnancy, the location of where she would give birth would have to be in secret, Naruto adamantly expressed his disapproval. Meaning that even though he had promised the boy, the situation was too dire for him to come. When he had explained the situation to his wife, she violently objected in true Kushina fashion. He still had a sore jaw from where her fist had planted itself on his face. When it seemed that the young boy was just about to let loose another head-pounding shout, Minato quickly interjected, holding up a hand. He could understand that Naruto was upset, but the event taking place was to be held in the utmost secrecy. "I'm sorry, Naruto, but my hands are tied in the matter." When she gave birth to Naruto, the location had to be classified. With the seal weakening during childbirth, the delivery has to be in secret, outside of the village. It would be too risky to allow you to come. The young boy gave him a look that made his heart clench. He honestly wanted Naruto to be there, to welcome his new sibling to world with a smile, but he had to stand firm by his convictions. And if that meant the shame of betraying his son's trust, then so be it. Naruto meanwhile couldn't believe what he was hearing. Here he was enjoying the best day of his life. He had woken up to a birthday surprise of hugs and kisses from his parents. His father had given him the first ever kunai used for his Hiraishin no Jutsu. He couldn't stop shaking, from the moment it had been placed into his small hands. His biggest surprise was from his mother. She had given him an all-black chokudo engraved with the symbols of her deceased village Uzushio Gakure. Kenjutsu had been a huge part of her village, and although Kushina wasn't very good at it, she wanted Naruto to become a master. And to top it off, ramen was for breakfast. He couldn't keep the smile off his face as he walked to the academy that day. Adding sweetening to the cake, he and his best friend, Itachi, became the youngest students to graduate the academy since Hatake Kakashi only at the tender age of 7. And the graduates of this year were giving 1 week of holiday for the astounding talent that was present in their generation. How could this day get any worse? Speak of the devil, for as soon as he came sprinting home to brag to his father of his success, his perfect day got worse. A whole lot worse. His father had promised him before that he would be allowed to be there when his mom would be giving birth. He had told him that all three of them would welcome his baby sister. He always wanted a little sister, when she came into the world. So why couldn't he be there? But Dad. Minato felt his heart clench at the unshed tears in his eyes. That's not fair, you promised. You promised. Minato actually flinched at that. If there was one thing he always hoped Naruto stayed truthful to, it was his word. Promises made should be promises kept. And here he was going against his own words. He could only give Naruto a silent shake of his head. "I'm sorry, Naruto. But my word is final." The firm tone of his voice left no room for argument. His broken expression turned to one of fury before the young boy snarled in anger. "Oh, I see. The harsh truth finally reveals itself. This is not about promises. This is about the damn village. It's always been about Konoha. But of course there is no comparison because I'll always be nothing more than second best." The young boy screamed himself hoarse, his breathing harsh from the exertion. Naruto knew he was treading on thin ice, but he ignored his consciousness currently screaming at him to shut his mouth. "It's all the village this or the village that. I hate this fucking vill." Slap. The sound echoed through the suddenly silent apartment. Naruto's blue eyes were wide open in shock, as his hand numbly rested on his face, nursing the area that had turned red from the sudden blow. His father had slapped him. His father had never hit him before. Ever. The only time he ever got a spanking was for painting his mother's favorite blouse orange. Even then, it was just a slap on the wrist. Glancing into his father's icy blue eyes, seeing his face blank of emotion, he realized the man he had come to call father wasn't in front of him anymore. This was the fourth Hokage. The yellow flash who had decimated thousands in the blink of an eye. Shamed, he ducked his head in embarrassment. The Hokage-sama. I am sorry, I didn't mean. Don't you ever let me hear you curse the name of the leaf ever again. The tone was more of command than a statement. Naruto fervently nodded his head. Forgive me, Hoka. Am I clear? There was a flicker of motion and Minato was suddenly in front of him staring him down. Naruto squashed the feeling of trying to gain distance between them and make a run for it. He could never run from his father even if he tried. The seal on his back made sure of that. Naruto's gaze found his feet and he whispered a quick answer. Yes. I said, am I clear? Minato repeated. Naruto stilled before he slowly lifted his tear-filled gaze, straining his neck to meet his father's eyes. Yes, sir. Father and son stared silently at each other. Naruto's shoulders shook as he desperately tried to stem the tears flowing from his eyes. His attempts failed as low sniffles were heard and soon enough his light cries echoed in the silent apartment. Minato stood there watching his son cry in front of him and his icy gaze slowly melted from the boy's heartfelt sorrow. Sometimes he would forget. Forget that Naruto was only 7. A child. A boy desperately trying to please his father. Feeling the need to step out of the overwhelming shadow of his father by becoming a shinobi at such young age. But for now, Naruto was just a child crying for his father. And for now, he wasn't the fourth Hokage. He was Minato Namikaze. His son needed comfort. Minato silently lowered himself to one knee, slowly wrapping his arms around the crying boy and holding him in a tight embrace. I'm sorry, Dad. Naruto's quiet cries began to glow in length as he wrapped his tiny arms around his father and unleashed the full weight of all his bottle emotions. Minato felt it all. Anger. Guilt. Sadness. Sighed painfully as he ran his fingers through the boy's long golden hair. Absently stroking his long ponytail and ushering gentle hushes. It wasn't long before Naruto's cries quieted down and Minato felt him use his shirt as a miniature tissue. Not that he minded. Finished with wiping his eyes on his shirt, Naruto rested his lightly on his father's shoulder, gently squeezing his shirt with his small hands. He closed his eyes and listened to his father's calm heartbeat, enjoying these few precious moments of them actually getting to be father and son. Naruto felt his father's arms tighten around him in response, as if he was savoring this moment as much he was. Minato turned his head and Naruto felt his warm breath lightly tickling his forehead. They stayed like this for a few quiet moments. So, Minato began. Sniff. How was school? Done. We graduated, remember? Itachi and I are at the top of the class. Yes, I remember. I was just referring to how was the last day? Good actually. Minato waited for him to elaborate but didn't receive an answer. That's it? Yep. Nothing new? Nope. Everything was just ordinary. Naruto suddenly scowled. One thing will never change is those girls that keep stalking us at school. Minato had to stuff his face into Naruto's hair to muffle his laugh. Geez, I tell you, Dad, they all act so weird. They just huddle together and point and giggle at us while whispering secrets. Naruto felt the grin in his hair. By us I guess you're referring to yourself and Itachi-kun. Yeah, sometimes it gets so bad we have to hide at recess. This time Minato did laugh. Any girl in particular stand out? Naruto shifted to regard his father strangely. Huh? Minato rolled his eyes before he slowly shook his head and gently placed Naruto's head back against his shoulder. You know, for being a so-called genius, you're pretty dense. His face took on a miserable look. You remind me of your mother every day. Naruto ignored him before slightly perking up. Wait, were you referring to girls who act tough? Because there is this one girl called Hana who tries to bully me. But even though I kick her ass, she still picks on me. Why does she continue when she knows she'll lose? Minato smiled cheekily. Sounds like you have a crush. A crush? Is that a taijutsu technique? Sigh, no. It's what you label when someone has a person they are affectionate for. Oh. So do you have a crush on Mom? Minato couldn't help but laugh. No, what your mother and I share is more than just a crush. It's something special. And that is? That is a secret. So, what you have between you and Mom is a secret. Nice. Minato sighed. You'll understand when you're older. Whatever. His eyes suddenly went wide. Wait, so Hana is affectionate for me. Is that why she bullies me? Minato grinned. Yep. Huh. No wonder Kakashi ni says girls like her, Like it rough. Kakashi said what? Nothing. Naruto added quickly, noticing strong hands tighten around his small body. Minato tisked. That damn boy and his books. Worst mistake I ever made was introducing him to Jiraiya. Pervy sage? What does he have to do with Kakashi ni? Don't worry about it. And it's Jiraiya Kyufu. Mommy calls him that all the time though. Well, mommy has a potty mouth. Naruto lifted his head to give Minato a dull look. Minato stared back, holding his gaze steady, but soon his visage grinned and Naruto mirrored his actions, and soon enough their hearty laughter filled the room. Naruto was the first to recover his humor, slowly smiling to himself, watching fondly as his dad laughed. He looked so carefree, so at ease. Nothing like the cold visage he was used to or the icy stare. He even looked relieved. Almost as if this moment eased the tension of a highly stressful day. Naruto slowly extended his small hand and wrapped his fingers around one of his father's long golden bangs. Minato regarded Naruto fondly. What? Naruto's small smile slowly left his face. Am I more important to you than the village dad? Minato's eyes rose above his hairline at the question, honestly stumped. His mouth opened and closed several times, but no sound came out. He lost his shocked expression and regarded Naruto with a critical look, seeing he was completely serious. He would admit the nature of the question took him by surprise. Their little moment of bonding had been going so well, and out of nowhere Naruto had to ask him something like this. Deep down Minato suspected he already knew the answer. Sighing to himself, he schooled his face of any emotion and began, Naruto, you know that. Minato was interrupted by the sound of a loud crash, and he quickly turned to the front door, just in time to see it crash open to reveal a very pregnant and very angry Kushina. The object of nightmares to any poor soul stupid enough to get on her bad side, Kushina stood in the front of the ruined doorway, her hair swaying like menacing nine tails of fury as she bared her teeth, steam forming from her breath with every pant. Minato! Both father and son screamed at the sight. Their blonde hair sticking out on end, and their eyes wide circles. She slowly moved towards the pair, each step she took rattling the apartment like a mini earthquake. "Kei Kushina-chan," Minato ushered, failing to keep the fear out of his voice. Beside him Naruto was hiding behind his legs, shaking like a leaf. "Why aren't you at the hospital?" "Shut up." Minato did just that, quickly snapping his mouth shut, quivering badly under her intense glare. She took another step forward and the pair quickly took a step back. This continued until their backs hit a wall, effectively blocking them of any exit. She continued ascending on them like a hungry predator, the glow of her eyes growing more and more intense with each passing step. Minato began to sweat bullets, wondering just what the hell had he done to piss his wife off. Beside him he heard Naruto whimper as the angry woman was close enough for them to feel the heat emitting from her mouth. Minato thought quickly, remembering today's events, trying to recall where he could have gone wrong in this day. Let's see. We woke up. Celebrated Naruto's birthday. Sent him to school, had sex after. Pregnant sex was so hot. Stayed in bed for a while, then had more sex. Minato pulled on his bangs in desperation. Fuck, I didn't do anything wrong. I walked her to the hospital, sent her flowers, washed the clothes, did the dishes, practiced the seal, made sure to pick her up. His eyes widened in realization. The whole situation with Naruto had made him forget to go pick her up from the hospital. Trying to calm the situation, he ushered his apology, "Kushina-chan, I'm sorry." He finished just in time as she lunged for the duo. Minato grabbed Naruto and held him close, waiting with a bated breath for the inevitable blow. 10 seconds passed and the only sound he heard was that of his own breathing. Cracking open an eye, daring to take a peek, he saw himself in empty apartment. Opening both eyes now and slowly easing his grip on Naruto, he looked around and saw Kushina was nowhere to be found. Still tense, and keeping an eye on the empty apartment, he lowered himself to whisper in Naruto's ear. "PSS Naruto, you can open your eyes now. I think she disappeared." When he got no response, he whispered again. "No need to be afraid, son, she's." He trailed off, finally glancing at the young boy and seeing the reason why he was unresponsive. He was dangling in his arms, his little mouth hanging open and his eyes closed. The young boy had passed out in fright. Minato would have giggled if he wasn't so afraid right now. Lightly slapping his face, he shook the young boy awake. "Yo Naruto, wake up." It took a few tries before Naruto began to shift and come to in his arms. "Wah what?" Dad. His responses were throaty and it took a few seconds for him to open his eyes and become fully conscious. "What happened?" Minato glanced around the apartment, still seeing no sign of Kushina. "You passed out." The now awake Naruto snapped his attention to his father. "I did?" What the heck, all I remember was Mom charging. He trailed off, his eyes wide as saucers. Oh no. Mom. He grabbed onto the back of his father's sleeve, trembling with fear. Where is she, Dad? Minato mirrored his actions. I don't know, son. I don't know. The pair stood in fearful silence looking around the apartment, with bated breath. Then they heard it. Boo. The sound came from behind. Minato yelped, jumping so high that his head impacted off the ceiling and he collapsed in a heap on the floor, knocked out cold. Young Naruto had been saying quiet prayer, only grabbed his small chest before going stiff as a rock and dropped lifelessly to the floor beside his father. Behind them stood Kushina, her visage of rage replaced by a cool glance as she absently stroked her large stomach. She smirked at the pair before she turned her attention to a window. Did you get all of that? In from the window emerged a figure looked to be dressed in traditional Onbu attire minus the mask. In his hand held a camera that had been recording the entirety of the events that just took place. Stopping the recording, Kakashi wiped away his tears, the results of his silent laughter, as he had permanently sealed what had transpired into his memory with his Sharingan. Kushina-sama, that was beautiful. He tucked the camera under his arm and gave some slow claps for emphasis. Kushina held her green dress and did a little curtsy in appreciation. You're welcome, my dear. Kakashi only smiled in response before he glanced at the unconscious pair. Should we wake them? The redhead walked towards him, taking the camera from him, and aimed the lenses at their downed form. Yeah, after some embarrassing pictures. Kakashi could only chuckle. I can't believe it was all a prank, grumbled Minato as he gently lay ice on the swelling bump on his head. He fixed an icy glare at the smiling pair. You two should be ashamed of yourselves. They all sat around the kitchen table silently dealing with the aftermath of their cruel prank. Kakashi only giggled and Kushina stuck out her tongue at him. In her lap was Naruto, absently stroking her beautiful long red hair. She turned her light blue eyes on him. You're not mad at me, are you, Naruto-kun? Naruto's expression mirrored his father's, but under her beautiful gaze his expression slowly melted and blush stained his face. No. She rewarded him with a brilliant smile, and to his embarrassment, and Minato's secret jealousy, gave him a quick kiss that left his face as red as her hair. She hugged him tight, gently stroking his long blonde locks. Meeting Minato's pouting face, she blew him a kiss over the top of Naruto's head and giggled when his face colored. Minato scowled, though his face stayed red. He schooled his expression before his eyes shifted to Kakashi, then back to her. Did Kakashi pick you up? Kushina nodded in response before turning her attention to the young Onbu in training. Kakashi-kun was such a gentleman. The young Onbu gave her an eye smile before he returned his attention to Icha-Icha's seduction. Speaking of Kakashi, Naruto perked up in his mother's lap. Yo Kakashi-ni, are you forgetting what day it is? Kakashi didn't lift his gaze from his books. Unless I somehow magically jumped through time, it should be October the 10th. Naruto stared for a moment before he shook his head. Yes, and isn't this day special to a certain someone? He supplied. I don't think so. Only special day in October is Halloween, right? Naruto looked between his mom, whose faces were highly amused. He heard his mom try but failed to hold in her giggles. He scowled before his eyes narrowed threateningly. You sure you're not forgetting something? Kakashi finally lifted his gaze from his book and his eye formed a thin line as his hand scratched his chin in thought. After about a minute of him mumbling to himself about what was so special about today, he snapped his fingers in remembrance. Oh yes. I can't believe I almost forgot. He began to rummage through his utility pouch. Silly me. Naruto smiled and let out the breath he didn't know he had been holding. He didn't notice his parents share a look, no doubt knowing what Kakashi was planning. When Kakashi announced the mysterious item with a "found it" Naruto, he began to shake in excitement, absently bouncing up and down on his mother's lap. His excitement all but vanished as Kakashi pulled out a familiar green book. Now I remember what day it is. His eye smile returning. It's the 5th anniversary of Icha-Icha. If the silence wasn't bad enough, it was the way Minato had to bite his hand to keep from laughing and the way Kushina's silent laughter shook Naruto's still form. Naruto would have leapt across the table and pelted the Onbu across the face if it wasn't for the exceptionally strong grip his mother held him in. Despite his struggles, her grip didn't budge. Let me go, Mom. I just want to punch his face in. He tried to channel his already impressive chakra to his muscles, but her arms didn't even move. Damn it, why are moms so strong? So that we can discipline our children, Kushina whispered in his ear. Calm down, Tiger. Naruto continued his futile struggles, his legs frantically flaring for a few more moments before he tired himself out. Kakashi laughed at Naruto's misfortune before he decided to end the teasing. Before young Naruto could blink, a small gift box slid across the table and lightly bumped into his panting form. Anger immediately replaced by excitement. His small hands instantly tore the box apart and he stared starry-eyed at the material in his hands. A sleeveless form-fitting black shirt, with a familiar face covering top at the neck. A face mask. Minato and Kushina both shared a smile as Naruto shed his blue t-shirt and put on his new attire. Finishing, he struck a pose. "How do I look?" "Oh my, so handsome," Kushina gushed. She tugged on his masked cheeks. "You look so cool, Naruto-kun." Minato grinned, offering him a small smile. "You put Kakashi to shame, that's for sure." The man in question didn't reply, only staring silently at Naruto with distant eyes. With their similar hairstyles he almost looked. He shook his head, instantly banishing the thoughts. Offering Naruto a thumbs up, he gave him a lazy eye. Instant chick magnet. Naruto lavished the attention, giving a big grin under his mask, before he put on his previous t-shirt. Content that this day was now perfect, he leaned on his mother, enjoying the way her soft hands ran through his hair. They all enjoyed the quiet silence for a few moments, before Kushina turned to Kakashi. "So tell me, Kakashi, why do you want to join Anbu?" Rolling his lone eye at her mother hen nature, he made a sound at the back of the throat that Kushina took for a groan. "Ma, no need to worry, Kushina-sama. Besides, they came to me." Kushina prodded nonetheless. "But why Anbu? Why can't you stay satisfied as a jounin? Heck, you could even become a sensei." This time, Kakashi scoffed. "Me? A sensei? Not happening. Kids." He hated kids. Except for Naruto, he was cool. "Why?" Kushina demanded, ignoring the way Minato sighed. Kakashi held up 3 fingers. 1. Because I want to. 2. They offered me the position. 3. Lord Hokage approves. He finished ticking off his last digit. Kushina turned her glare to Minato, causing the young Hokage to scratch his head in embarrassment. "You're not joining Anbu," Kushina stated. "And why, can't I, Kushina-sama?" "Be because I said so, that's why." "My, if I listened to every word you said, I would have jumped off the Hokage mountain long ago, screaming all the way down," he sighed. "Sensei, I envy your strength." When Kushina's face turned red, Minato tried to disarm the situation. "Okay, settle down you two. No need to." "Shut up, Minato." "Yes, dear." When Kushina fixed Kakashi with the look, Minato knew she was serious. "Now, you listen here, buddy. I know I may nag a lot and worry. But if I didn't love you, I wouldn't care that a boy no older than 17 is joining a highly dangerous and classified, black ops group." Kakashi loved the woman like a mother. But the choice was his and his alone. "I understand your concern, Kushina-sama. I really do, but I'm an adult and I can make my own choices." He shifted slightly. "Besides, I told you not to worry, Kushina-sama. It's bad for the baby." He winked. Kushina scowled, but she calmed herself down. "Smart ass," she whispered. "Sorry, did you say something?" The redhead narrowed her gaze and held up her fist at him in a threatening manner. "Watch it, copy rat, or else." "It's copycat." Kakashi corrected, his attention fixated on Icha. "Whatever." She huffed. "I used to change your diapers. So don't start that hip attitude with me, scarecrow." Used to her ever-fluctuating personality, Kakashi remained cool as cucumber. "My apologies, Kushina-sama. You don't know how grateful I am to you for cleaning my ass when I was but an innocent toddler." He flipped a page in his book. "I'll turn down the hip as you say it, when I'm around you." Kushina crossed her arms across Naruto. "You better, or else I'll have to put you over my knee like I used to give and that pale backside of yours a good spanking." Minato choked on the water that he had been drinking. Naruto stared at his mother in awe. Kakashi flipped another page. "Wouldn't want that now. Your pinches were bad enough." Kushina smiled triumphantly, absently remembering chasing down a young Kakashi. "Ha, those were the days. You used to be so cute back then." She shook her head at him. "Now look at you. I wouldn't even want to put my hand anywhere near your backside for fear of where it might have been." A lazy eye met her violet ones. "Ouch." She stuck her tongue out at him. His gaze shifted to Minato and the fourth gulped at the twinkle in his eye. But it was already too late to stop the young jounin. "Funny you're making fun of my ass right about now. I bet I know where yours has been, Kushina-sama." He smirked at her blushing scowl before turning his eye to Minato. "Sensei, you should hear your wife talk to Lady Mikoto sometimes, the conversation those women have." He turned his attention to ceiling, absently scratching his chin. Always a hot topic would be whose husband has the best tongue. "Now from what I hear, Fugaku-sama is very good with his but by the situations. As Kushina-sama explains, it would seem that your tongue is very very fast at what it does. And I must say sensei, even Lady Mikado is jealous. He returned his attention back to his book. Wish my wife would boast about my speed. Well, if I ever had one that is. Silence. Naruto, who had sat quietly through the whole conversation, was staring in confusion at the three adults. Wait, I'm confused. Where has mommy's bum been? And what about dad's tongue? He was ignored. Minato's slack-jawed, red face left Kakashi's, and he turned his wide blue eyes to his wife, whose face was as red as her fair. Kushina's mouth opened and closed several times before she stuttered a response. Why you, pervert? Kakashi, I smiled. Takes one to know one, Kushina-sama. He finished exuberantly. Minato sighed painfully, palming his face, as he watched Kushina try to stutter excuses and Kakashi just grinning her and firing back words that made her face flame. Poor Naruto just stared between the two in confusion. His attention was roused as Kushina suddenly froze. Naruto jumped slightly. Hey, I felt her kick. Knowing that his sibling would be a she, but knowing her name, Naruto had been constantly resting against his mother's stomach any chance he could get. Feeling kicks always made his joy soar. Mommy, she's moving. Yes, she is, Naruto. Kushina strained a smile. But I'm afraid you're going to have to allow mommy to stand. Her embarrassment was long since forgotten as felt a contraction. Minato. Rising quickly, Minato realized it was time to go. Come Kushina-chan, I'll teleport us there. Nodding, she gently set Naruto on his feet and rose shakily. She took Minato's offered hand before small sniffs gained her attention and she turned to a teary-eyed Naruto. Aw, don't cry my love. We'll be home shortly, she comforted, wrapping the boy in a hug and holding him tight. When she felt him shake against her, she ran her hands through his locks in a calming manner. There Naruto-kun. I promise we'll all be together soon. Pulling down his face mask, she wiped his tears with her soft palm before she pressed a kiss against each whiskered cheek and then one final one against his small lips. She giggled at his blushing face before tenderly tracing the lines on his face. Wanna know something? When he nodded, she continued, I think Narumi is going to love her big brother. Naruto smiled. Growing beauty? When his mother nodded, he gave a wide grin. Finally, get to know her name. He hugged his mom one final time before she turned to Minato. Meeting his father's gaze, Naruto's excitement vanished and he adopted a stern countenance, crossing his small arms. Minato grinned sheepishly. Naruto didn't so much as blink. Sighing, he dropped his smile, taking a knee before Naruto, staring directly into his face. Listen Naruto, I know we didn't have the best. He froze as Naruto's small form wrapped around his waist. Shocked, he nevertheless smiled gently, accepting the hug and wrapped his arms around his only son. Nestling into his hair, Minato whispered low enough for only his ears. Be good now Naruto. When we get home I'll show you the first step of the Rasengan. Nodding excitingly, Naruto whispered his promises. Smiling, Minato silently regarded him before pressing a kiss against his forehead. Rising to his full height, he nodded to Kakashi, who gave the duo a wave. Take care now. Be home before bedtime. The two adults laughed at his antics, Kushina giving him a mock glare before she eventually smiled. Bye Kakashi-kun. Look after Naruto-kun, okay? Kakashi nodded wordlessly and Minato grinned at him before lightly wrapping his arms around his wife. Okay Kushina-chan, hold on. By Wako-sama must be finished the preparations by now. With a final wave, the couple disappeared in a yellow flash. Left alone, Naruto and Kakashi shared a glance before a silent conversation conveyed the two of them. Kakashi sighed. Ramen? His answer was in the form of Naruto cheering. On their way to the Ichiraku ramen stand, a familiar black head of hair caught Naruto's attention. Turning at the mention of his name, Itachi's face carved into a smile as his best friend sprinted towards him. Naruto-kun. He greeted happy birthday. Naruto only nodded in thanks before he gestured to his face mask. What do you think, pretty cool eh? Itachi nodded slowly. Its black color suited him. Very cool indeed. Hey, who's this? Pointing at the small bundle Itachi was carrying with a sack, Naruto stared at the curious black eyes regarding him. This is my baby brother, Sasuke. Itachi introduced. Say hello Sasuke-kun. Sasuke shyly hid his face into Itachi's black shirt, causing Itachi to give a small smile. Apologies. He's very shy. Naruto just waved him off unperturbed. Aw, he's kinda cute. Looks just like you Itachi. Naruto gently poked the young boy's cheek, grinning when small eyes narrowed at him. Oh, this was an Uchiha alright. Itachi chuckled, before he gave Naruto a small nod. It was pleasure Naruto-kun, but I must be heading home now. Seeing him nod, he addressed the man standing silently behind Naruto. Hatake-san. He bowed gracefully, before he turned on his heel and made his way to the Uchiha district. Naruto watched his best friend disappear through Konoha's busy crowds before a throat clear roused his attention. Didn't you want ramen, Naruto? The question was ignored as the young boy took off down the street in a burst of speed. Sai and Kakashi followed at a more leisurely pace. Minus then Kakashi ni here gave me this awesome face mask Ayame-chan, Kakashi sighed as he listened to the young Genin fill in the events of what he dubbed the best birthday ever to the gushing young girl. She wasn't even paying attention to his words. The young girl was just sitting herself on a stool on the opposite side of Naruto with her elbows on the countertop, cupping her red cheeks with her hands, as she stared at him with painfully obvious affection. Not that Naruto would know. He had pulled his face mask down as he ate the ramen and was currently chatting nonstop. He actually filled Kakashi with hope as he abruptly stopped and stared at the blushing girl. He leaned in close to her, causing the girl to squeak as she backed up, nearly falling out of her stool. You okay, Ayame-chan? Your face is all red. Kakashi deflated, shaking his head, feeling the situation too troublesome to stress over. The boy was considered a genius, but when it came to girls he was denser than a rock. Not that he could blame the young lad, he was only 7. Hey Kakashi ni, how'd you do that? Kakashi blinked at the question before turning his attention to Naruto. Pardon? He inquired, taking his face out of his book. Naruto rudely pointed his chopsticks in his face, then at his empty ramen bowl. Ayame pouted at the shift of attention. How'd you eat with your mask still on? I didn't even see you move. Kakashi only I smiled in response. That's a secret. Naruto scowled at the jounin as he shoved his face back into his book. He stuck his tongue out at the man and turned his attention back to the smiling Ayame. He felt his face flush as she just kept smiling at him, her big brown eyes sparkling. What? She covered her giggle with her hand as she shyly beckoned him closer with a wiggle of her index finger. He turned his ear to her as he leaned his head towards her, expecting her to whisper a secret in his ear, but was shockingly surprised as soft lips met his whiskered cheeks. He blushed, facing her to see her equally red face as she twirled her long brown hair on her finger with a small smile on her face. Happy birthday, Naruto. With that, she quickly hopped off her stool and with surprising speed disappeared into the back of the ramen stand. Naruto could do nothing but stare at the seat she vacated with a blush still on his face and his jaw hung open. He turned to the currently giggling Kakashi, who had quietly witnessed the whole thing. Smooth kid. Real smooth. Hey Kakashi ni. Why did she do that? Seeing the boy's confused face, he guessed he had only received kisses from his mother. Receiving one from another female was alien to him. Here. He handed Naruto his book. This should answer all of your questions. Naruto confusedly took it and read the title. Icha, Seduction. Make out paradise? Recognition came to his features. Hey! These are you perverted books that mom doesn't let you read around me. Kakashi shrugged in reply. Well, you're a Genin now, so have fun. With that he disappeared in a sunshine, leaving with a puff of smoke. Naruto grumbled as he put the book in his utility pouch and prepared to hop off the stool he was seated in when the sound of a throat clearing stopped him. He turned to see the frowning face of Tucci holding out his hand at him. Naruto was confused before realization dawned on him. Angrily pulling out his Gama-chan, he swore he would one day steal and burn all of the books in Kakashi's collection. Paying a thankful Tucci, he pulled up his face mask and began to trek home, cursing under his breath all the way. He couldn't believe that bastard Kakashi had left him the bill. That was a week of allowance down the drain. Seriously, that dash. He stopped as he felt his chakra began to randomly fluctuate. A chill went up his spine as his hair stood on end. The air carried the presence of terrifying chakra. His heartbeat began to race and sweat appeared on his brow. He dropped to his knees as feeling of something terrible was about to happen settled itself in the pit of his stomach. His eyes widened in realization. Tailed beast chakra. Being born from a Jinchuriki, his father had explained to him that his chakra was very special. Very powerful. From childbirth he had already developed a chakra network, resulting from his chakra coming in contact with the Kyubis. This resulted in Naruto's chakra being unnaturally powerful and developing a sense to a tailed beast. And right now it was going haywire. But that would mean minus. Time seemed to slow down and everything froze as the Kyubi suddenly appeared in the center of the village in a blast of smoke. Naruto could only stare in horror at the sight of the mighty demon. People could nothing but stare, frozen with fear as the nine tails shifted, trampling buildings with its sudden movements, as its nine tails swayed menacingly as if almost alive. A few feet in front of him, a seasoned-looking Jounin dropped to his knees, trembling, his face the one of a man staring at death. Kyubi. At the whisper of its name, the beast let out a mighty roar so powerful that every window in village shattered. Naruto and everyone in the nearby vicinity were forced to cover their ears lest eardrums burst. The ground rumbled, and buildings shook as a small earthquake shook the village from the power of its roar. Recovered from their fright, the streets were filled with instant pandemonium as people began to run for their lives. Naruto didn't react as people rushed past him. It was as if he was rooted the spot. His body failed to react to the signals his brain was sending throughout his system to get up and run. It was a miracle he didn't get trampled as the crowd rushing past him seemed to part in an arc around his still form. Black suddenly filled his vision and rough hands grabbed his shoulders. He lifted his gaze, finding a familiar Sharingan peering down at him. His form heaving and shaken, Kakashi shouted frantically in Naruto's ringing ears, "Naruto! What the hell are you doing? You need to get out of here. Now!" Naruto couldn't respond. Maybe it was the way his whole body started to feel like it was on fire, and he let out a scream as he felt like someone poured molten lava inside of his stomach. Kakashi repelled his hands from the boy's shoulders with a hiss, his hands heated red from the intense heat beginning to emit from his form. "What the foo?" Kakashi trailed off, his confused expression turning to one of fright as stomp shook the ground and the Kyubi sniffed the air, its deep pants causing the wind to shift. It then turned its enormous head directly at them. Its glowing red eyes seemed to narrow in recognition before its jaw opened, steam emitting from its mouth, letting out another earth-trembling roar. But this roar was nowhere near as powerful as the first. It came out more as an accusing growl. What came next caused both shinobi's eyes to widen. "Boy!" Immediately its jaw opened wide and sphere of black and white chakra began to gather and condense. Seeing the menacing ball grow in size, Kakashi grabbed Naruto, hauling him over his shoulder, and took off sprinting. Despite the burn, he held him tight and pushed every single ounce of his chakra into his legs. Kakashi had never run so fast in his life. Despite his speed, he felt the intense burn of the gathering chakra, and there was a sudden rush of air before an earth-shattering boom tore through the air. Briefly glancing back, his eyes widened as the giant ball rocketed directly towards them. Boom! His world was spinning in a daze as a ringing sound filled his ear. All sounds were drowned out as the only thing he heard was the sound of his own breathing. He tried to stand to his feet, but that only earned him a stinging pain coming from the left side of his face. Trying to ease the pain, he stayed on the ground, trying to not move as he felt a liquid sensation stream down the side of his face. His gloved hand shakily moved to his face, and felt the liquid. Bringing it to his view, he saw that it was dark red. Blood. A figure suddenly filled his view. It was Kakashi. The man was missing his headband and had a trail of blood falling down his head as tried to shake the boy out of his daze. Bloody hands gripped his masked face and ripped of the broken Anbu mask that was blocking his face. "Wait. Anbu mask?" "Naruto." The sound of Kakashi's voice finally reached his stinging ears and his world started to come into focus. The Kakashi in front of him was not the young teenager he remembered spending time with at the ramen stand moments ago. This Kakashi was noticeably older and taller. The steel armor of his Anbu attire was stained with blood and dents. The ninjato on his back was bloody on the handle, no doubt just wielded by his bloody fingers. Naruto. His eye finally found Kakashi. But why was he only seeing the man with one eye? He could clearly make out the broken face of the man in front of him from his right eye, but his left side was in total darkness. Then he saw it. In the reflection of the man's Sharingan, he made out that his left eye had a piece of shrapnel wedged vertically in his eye socket from his broken Anbu mask. And then it all came crashing back. Anbu Command had tasked Squad Alpha under the command of codenamed Dog Dash to investigate the claims of Ta no Kuni being taken overrun. The Land of Rice had sent an emergency broadcast of an SOS to the neighboring nations before it was cut. It would be a simple routine mission. Scout and reconnaissance. Just another collection to the many missions of Alpha Squad. Young Naruto Namikaze, codenamed Fox Minus, the youngest shinobi in Konoha history alongside Itachi Uchiha Minus, had been a member of Dog Squad ever since he joined Anbu at the age of 12. They traveled in standard Anbu diamond formation. The captain leading at point. The Genjustice specialist and second in command Cat on his right. The long-range specialist and team medic, Lizard on his left, and finally the fastest member on the team. The close combat specialist Fox. They were deep inside the land, having crossed over the border when things went to hell. From the speed they were traveling, they didn't have time to react to the explosive kunai that came directly above of them. Naruto, seeing his captain in the direct line of fire, had utilized a quick shunshine to knock Kakashi out of the way and took a grade A explosion directly in the face. It was his quick reaction and utilization of a shunshine that only the left side of his face had taken the explosion. That side of the mask had shattered and the shrapnel from the mask had taken out his eye. His life flashed before his eyes, and for some reason, the day of his 7th birthday had ran through his mind. The day he had lost his entire family to the QB. It was his birthday. How he hated October 10th. In seconds they were surrounded by unidentified nin wearing musical symbols on their headbands and were mercilessly attacked. Naruto. The shout finally snapped him out of his daze and he focused on Kakashi's tear-filled gaze. His mismatched eyes were bright with unshed tears as Kakashi gazed at the bloody hole where his eye should have been. Why? Why did he take the explosion for him? He had already lived his life and this child had taken an explosion that should have killed him. Kashi ni. He rasped, spitting out blood. My eae. The left side of his face was leaking blood fast. At this rate he would bleed out. Don't speak, Naruto. Wiping the tears from his eyes, he began search through his pack for his first aid equipment and took out a pack of bandages. He took out a small bottle of alcohol, popping the bottle open to drench the bandages with the powerful liquid. He quickly palmed a small pack of salt and ripped it open, sprinkling the wet bandages with it. Brace yourself. That was Naruto's only warning before the shrapnel sticking out of his socket was instantly ripped out and the cloth was put against his face. His screams echoed through the forest as it was wrapped around his head. The cloth quickly became drenched in blood, but it seemed to have halted the rapidly oozing liquid from his eye socket. Naruto thought back on his pain resistance conditioning, but the stinging sensation felt like the entire side of his face was on fire. The pain proved too much for him as he passed out, his brain forcing his body to unconsciousness from his overloaded pain receptors. An explosion shook the ground from behind them and Kakashi turned to see the other members of the team providing cover fire. Lizard unleashed a lightning jutsu that shot from his outstretched hands and stuck a ninja that was about to throw another explosive kunai. It dropped to the ground, exploding on an unlucky group of ninja. Captain, we need to retreat. He barked as he shot out another lightning attack. They're moving to surround us. Kakashi quickly nodded as he hoisted Naruto over his shoulder. Full retreat. Cat, provide a genjutsu. Yugao nodded behind her mask as she blitzed through hand seals, layering a triple-layered genjutsu to cover their escape. Jinjutsu, layered illusion. Lizard picked off another target before he followed Kakashi's lead, tapping her shoulder as a signal for retreat. They sprinted through the forest as the sounds of explosions and jutsu faded in the distance till the only sounds were their desperate pants as they made for the Land of Fire border. Each operative pushed chakra to their burning legs, desperately speeding through the trees, moving as fast as they could. Silently reflecting over this disastrous mission, Kakashi sighed. He should have never pushed Naruto to join Anbu. Thinking back on when he had first received the Naruto that day, all he saw was a 7-year-old full of depression and sorrow. He couldn't help but see the image of a young boy staring at his father's corpse holding the knife that he had killed himself with. He saw himself. And Kami, he didn't want Naruto to turn out like him. That's why he had been stern with his raising. Never showing mercy during training, striving for Naruto to be the best, he had pushed a boy to his limits. Even then, he edged him to go beyond that. He wanted perfection. It was already too late when he realized he had shaped Naruto just like him. He allowed the young boy to emulate him too much. He had shaped Naruto into something he always wanted to be, instead of guiding him into something he was meant to be. While sprinting at full speed, the tears slowly ran down his face, flickering into the wind. Thinking of the man he had come to call sensei, and the woman he had come to call mother, he had failed them. He failed them, turning their only child into something that he should never have been. His life was nothing but full of failures and regrets. This would be his final mission. After this, no more. He would retire and bring Naruto with him. They just couldn't get home fast enough. Only to be stopped by a giant snake appearing a cloud of smoke. Kakashi felt his heart clench as he witnessed the summon appear. How had things gotten so disastrous? A sinister chuckle echoed through the forest, the voice seeming to come from all around them. Kukaku, such a shame. The voice was mockingly sweet. You were so close. Yugao. She never took her eyes off the coiling snake as she heard her name. Captain? I want you to take Naruto and run. Lizard, you go with her. But Captain minus, Kakashi. Yugao. Don't disobey me. Her tears were hidden behind her mask as she came up behind Kakashi and slowly took Naruto from his arms. Reikiri. Kakashi's arm was encased in lighting and the sound of chirping birds filled the forest. Go, he shouted as the snake finally took its chance and lunged for them. Yugao choked back a sob before she took off running towards the border. Lizard gave his captain one last look as he charged the snake, before taking off after her. Naruto awoke to find himself dangling over the shoulder of Team's Alpha-only female member. Trees were quickly passing by them in a blur and the only sounds he could hear was the heavy breathing of female Anbu member. Feeling him finally begin to stir in her arms, Yugao stopped her hop, landing on a tree trunk quickly to lay the boy against a nearby branch. Lizard landed beside them and quickly formed some hand seals, his hands glowing green as he laid his palm against the boy's chest. Fractured ribs. First-degree burns on left side of body. And of course. He gestured to the bloody bandage wrapped around the boy's head. His hands glowed a brighter green as he began to heal what damage he could. Naruto would need emergency medical attention to heal his wounds. Naruto didn't even pay attention to the assessment of his condition. Where's Kakashi? Lizard tensed but continued his jutsu, not wanting to be the one to break the news to the boy. Yugao lowered her head in shame. Naruto felt his heart skip a beat. Even in his injured condition he was still the fastest. Pushing Lizard off of him, he blitzed forward, grabbing Yugao by the strap of her amour. Where's Kakashi? Yugao flinched at the intensity in his voice. Naruto. I'm sorry. It was Orochimaru who attacked and... She couldn't stop the way her voice cracked. Naruto's only reaction was his single eye widening, before he roughly pushed her, causing her to nearly drop off the branch they were on as he took off in a burst of chakra. Naruto, stop. Her shouts were deaf to the boy. Lizard reacted quickly and grabbed Naruto by his shoulder but got violently thrown into a tree as the young Anbu utilized a shunshine and disappeared in flicker of movement. Redu felt the wind get knocked out of him from the impact as he silently cursed the boy's speed. Naruto's shunshine was said to be even better than Shisui's. Damn it, Redu, after him. Yugao quickly took off in pursuit. He wheezed before he stood shakily and followed in a burst of speed. Cuckoo, not bad, Kakashi. Orochimaru mocked as he twirled his kusanagi lazily. The young man had fought well. Even going as far as destroying his snake with that jutsu of his. If he had a few more years, Kakashi might have been a challenge to him, but he wouldn't get the chance. Orochimaru's tongue darted out of his mouth as he wickedly licked his lips, witnessing the many cuts that lacerated the Anbu. The snake poison he had layered his sword with was sure to kill him quickly. A grin etched its way to his face as he walked around the dying man, enjoying the way he withered on the ground. He mockingly used the flat end of the sword to flip the man over on his back as he pointed the steel tip at his neck. His right eye was missing, cut clean by a swing of his sword. It's a shame that your team was unfortunate enough to trespass in my country. He ran a hand through his hair. Can't have you leave shinobi finding about my special plans for the village. Kakashi gave no reply. He had his single eye closed and was reaching deep into his reserves, gathering what little chakra he had left. Orochimaru clicked his tongue, no longer finding fun in mocking the poor man. Might as well be merciful and send him to the death god. Any last words? He poised his sword for a quick beheading. He wanted that eye in his head. 1. Kakashi wheezed. His left eye snapped open, revealing his Sharingan eye. Orochimaru was confused to see that it wasn't the normal 3 Tomoe eye. The pattern was that of a 3-sided star with each of the edges warped in a circular formation. Kamui. A swirling void formed itself around his body, and before he even could react he was brutally wrapped into another dimension with a sickening squelch. The only thing that remained of his presence was his arm still attached to the kusanagi as it dropped uselessly to the ground. Kakashi wheezed as he felt his chakra levels diminish as a trail of blood flowed from his Sharingan eye. He felt himself slipping as darkness surrounded his vision. This was it. This was the end of the mighty copy ninja. Obito. Rin. Sensei. I'm coming. Kakashi. The sound was distant, faint as a whisper. Who is that? Kakashi. It was growing stronger, piercing his agonizing silence. Naruto? Kakashi. The voice was louder this time, so close. Naruto. He snapped his eyes open, taking in the familiar lone blue eye above him. His form seemingly filled with last-minute vitality as he felt some strength come back to his dying body. Naruto. He wheezed, coughing up blood on his clothed face. I'm here, Kakashi, Naruto sobbed as he dropped to his knees before him. He took his hand in his own, gazing on the man that had taken him in when his parents had died. He gently eased the bloody mask of his face, for the first time seeing Kakashi's face with his eye. Kakashi gave him a weak smile. Naruto. It's your birthday, isn't it? He only received a quiet sob in affirmation. Some brother I am. He gave a bloody cough before he settled. D didn't even give you a present. He ignored the arrival of his two squad mates as they quietly landed behind him. I'm going to give you a gift. Kakashi was giving him as I smile. This, Sharingan eye of mine. His hand reached up to rip the bandages away from Naruto's face, exposing his empty eye socket. Kakashi. I can't, Naruto couldn't even finish as he choked up with a cry. Naruto. He waited till he had the attention of the young boy again. I'm already going to die. But, I can become your eye, and from now on I will see the future. But I can become your eye, and from now on I minus a vicious cough erupted from his throat. He felt his vision dimming as the last of his life force was draining. Redo. He wheezed. Perform the surgery, I don't have much time. This would be it. His atonement for all his failures and sins. The irony of the situation caused tears to pour down his eyes. Seeing Naruto in the same condition, he weakly lifted a hand to touch his face. The lizard-masked Anbu came before them, hesitating before he removed his mask, exposing his scarred face. He knelt beside the two and performed a quick succession of hand seals, making his hand glow green. Kakashi's smile never faltered as his eye was removed from its socket and placed inside of Naruto's. The whole time the boy never let go of their intertwined hands. Even blind, he managed to give his tradition eye smile. Good. Now Naruto, one more task must be performed. The fundamental law of all Anbu directives. Faced with death. Operators initiate Protocol 1. Illuminate the will of fire. The boy hesitated, breaking down. Seeming to notice his tears, Kakashi weakly lifted a hand to wipe away the tears. If I ever had a son, he would be just like you, Naruto. He silently conveyed the message, lightly resting a hand on Naruto's cheek. In his final moments he finally realized what he should have been to Naruto. A father to a son. With a final whisper his soft words echoed through the trees. Do it, Naruto. He couldn't see the mismatched eyes widen momentarily before they closed in agony. Focusing chakra to his finger till a blue flame appeared around it. Naruto hesitated, staring at Kakashi's face for what would be the final time, before he reached down and touched the exposed Anbu tattoo on Kakashi's shoulder. It sizzled on the flame before it gave a pulse. You almost look like him. Naruto, his voice never wavered as blue flames appeared from his feet and began to turn his body to ash. My father. His voice faded as the rest of his body was consumed by flames. The smile never left his face. Naruto had witnessed it all through his Sharingan, never knowing that the image would forever be burned inside his memory. The god of shinobi had his hands interlocked above his eyes as he gazed at the remaining members of Alpha Squad. To think that a simple reconnaissance mission would turn so disastrous. His old pupil would pay dearly for what he had done. Orochimaru's days were numbered. That he would promise. If that's all, you're dismissed. Take off as much time as you need. When the youngest member of the team turned to leave, he called out his name softly. He felt a pang of guilt as the young boy regarded him with his mixed gaze of red and blue. He had remembered the small child who had been devastated by his parents' deaths and was racked with guilt, believing himself to be the cause. Minato had sent himself to the Shinigami. Kushina had passed away from sheer chakra exhaustion and blood loss. The baby was a miscarriage. Young Naruto was left utterly broken. Devastated to the point that the boy tried to end his own life from sheer depression. Till this day the only memory he had of his father was the day of his 7th birthday. Kakashi was the one who carefully put back the pieces. He had given the boy a reason to live, a reason to continue this existence of life. He took the boy in. Trained him in his techniques. Fed him. Cared for. Naruto had flourished. Becoming a Chunin at 10 was an outstanding feat, and finally after a push from Kakashi he joined Anbu at 11. He and Itachi Uchiha were the youngest ninja in history to have such sheer skill that even Anbu couldn't ignore their talent. Kakashi had known he would make it hands down. He was the sibling he never had. And now Kakashi was gone. Killed by the mistake he should have ended years ago. Gazing at the boy who looked at him blankly, he felt all of his years weigh down on his tired bones. How's that eye? He started. Fine, sir. He had scar in the form of a line going down his face from his eye, almost exactly like Kakashi's. Curious, his healing should have healed any scar. But Hiruzen would guess that the boy wanted it as a reminder. Does it hurt? I'm trained to take pain, Hokage-sama. How is the chakra drain? Minimal. The Hokage's sharp eyes caught the handle of the sword attached to the boy's back. Where did you get that? From Orochimaru's dismembered hand. Do you know of the power that sword possesses? I'll learn. It's a dangerous weapon. When he got no reply from the boy, he tried again. What do you plan to do with it? Chop the head of a certain snake, Hokage-sama. The Hokage stared into the boy's eyes long and hard. Naruto stared back unblinking. Naruto. He started softly. I can't imagine what you're going through right now. But minus. With your permission, Hokage-sama, he interrupted softly. I'll like to be excused. Hiruzen gazed at the boy with a pained expression before he sighed softly, nodding in acceptance. I need to speak with Itachi. Hiruzen winced as that name was mentioned. Fuck. Things just couldn't get any worse for the boy. Naruto. He paused, weighing how he should break the news. There's something you should know about Itachi and the Uchiha clan. He loved his village but at times absolutely loathed his job. Itachi has murdered the entire Uchiha clan. Orochimaru gasped in pain as he landed harshly on a solid surface. His body was badly mangled and disfigured. He groaned as he tried to push himself up, but realized his arm had been ripped off from whatever jutsu that Brad had used against him. He should have ended him when he had the chance. Using his other arm to leverage himself, he glanced around in astonishment, finding himself in an alternate dimension. He noticed there was an innumerable amount of randomly arranged and differently sized rectangular prisms. They stretched out amongst a dark and seemingly endless void. They went as far as the eye could see. His observance was halted as he felt himself being warped again, and he screamed as his body was sucked from the void. He again landed harshly on a cold surface. Curses from his mouth froze at the tip of his tongue as he felt sinister chakra sources in front of him. If not for the pain he was in, his mouth would have been trembling in fright as he found himself surrounded by 9 cloaked figures. The red clouds on their cloaks already confirmed their identity. Well. The voice of one member was cheerful. The snake came slithering home. Kisame. Hey, sorry, Toby. Chapter 2, Naruto Namikaze. The full moon was high in the night sky, illuminating the cliffside in an eerie white glow. 3 figures stood at the edge of the cliff in total silence, as the only sounds heard was that of a rushing waterfall, flowing down into the running currents of the Naka River below. A chilling breeze blew in the air, making the silence all the more menacing. 2 of the figures had their attention focused on the man in front of them. The light of the moon reflected on his form, highlighting his Uchiha attire. He gazed on in silence as he stared up into the night sky. There was not one star. Only the bright light of the moon. The Sharingan in his single eye spun slowly, taking in what would be his final moments. He closed his left eye, absently tracing the empty socket of his right. That Danzo. He should have never underestimated him. Despite the situation, he smiled grimly, as if finally understanding a cruel joke. He had been after his eyes the whole time. He sighed in resignation as he opened his eye to gaze back up at the moon. Oh, how beautiful it looked! Lighting up the darkness of the night with its majesty. Its grace. Shisui. The soft yet broken whisper of his name caused his heart to clench. He tightened his jaw as he felt the sting of tears. He knew that his fate was already set, but the 2 figures behind him made the final moments all the more painful. His hands tightened into fist as tears began to leak despite his efforts. With his missing eye socket, the right side of his face began to drip with tears of blood. Using his hand, he quickly wiped the left side of his face, drying his tears. As he looked over his shoulder, the single Sharingan taking in the tearful faces of the 2 people he saw as brothers. One his cousin by blood and the other a friend that saw past the hatred of the clan. The 3 of them had formed an inseparable bond in the few years that they had known each other. Brothers to the end. Itachi Uchiha gazed into the single eye of Shisui and just knew now that any hope of sparing the clan was all but lost. It was unavoidable, no. He had prayed and hoped that the Shisui would succeed. He was a better ninja than he was. But seeing him now, the clan had to die. He couldn't stop the sob that escaped his throat as his body shuddered. He would have to kill them. The men. The woman, even the children. A hand settled on his shoulder and he glanced behind him to see the masked face of Naruto Namikaze. His best friend that stood beside him through all of this. Their eyes met, and even though no words were spoken, a silent message exchanged between the 2. Be strong. Endure for the good of the village. That is the way of the shinobi. Itachi nodded to him as the arm slipped of his shoulder. He steeled his resolve and hardened his face. If he cried here, showed weakness, then he was unfit to wear the headband around his forehead. Shisui took this all in with his eye, and a small smile broke across his face as he turned to face the 2 of them. You 2 already know, but I won't die without saying that I didn't try. There is no way to stop the coup d'état. A civil war is the inevitable outcome, and the leaf will be weakened. Our enemies won't just stand by and watch. Ultimately, the leaf will be destroyed. His Sharingan turned from one set of eyes to the other. Their faces stared resolutely back into his. A gentle breeze blew through the air, making his shaggy black locks gently sway in the wind. It was time. I tried to use Koto Umatsukami to stop the coup, but Dansu ambushed me and ripped my eye out. As he said this, his left hand slowly came up to his face to grip his remaining eye. Knowing him, he wants my other one as well. He beckoned the two boys closer with a wave of his hand. With a vicious yank, he ripped his eye out of his socket. Blind, he missed the two boys' flinch. Even though he ripped out his eye out of its socket, he never showed any signs of pain. Just the wide grin that he always wore during their times together. Itachi, please hold out your hand. Itachi held out his shaking hand as Shisui clasped it with his bloody hands and put his eye into it. I entrust you with my eye. Don't let its ocular powers fall into the wrong hands. Itachi nodded, releasing his hand from Shisui's. He quickly took out a piece of a cloth and wrapped up the eye. He finished placing it inside of his pouch. He turned his face toward the blonde. Naruto, keep working on that body flicker. You know its secrets. He gave him one of his wide grins, as if knowing exactly where his face was. He held out his bloodied hands to his. Naruto nodded as he clasped it, wiping away his stubborn tears. Because of Shisui, his speed had increased to the point that he was now the fastest shinobi in Konoha. Such mastery of the body flicker that he could essentially teleport. Shisui put his hands on both of their shoulders, holding them close. They ignored the blood running down on their clothes as their tearful faces gazed onto his bloodied, yet smiling face. Self-sacrifice. A nameless shinobi who protects peace from within its shadow. That is the true mark of the shinobi. Itachi and Naruto both finished the words in sync. With that, he gave them a small smile, and dropped his hands from their shoulders. He turned around and slowly began to walk towards the edge of the cliff. The rushing waters of the waterfall fell down to the Naka River below. Both boys gazed with tearful eyes at the back of Shisui for what be the final time. Shinobi rule number 25. A shinobi must never show emotion. It is a vulnerability. A weakness. An emotional shinobi is a dangerous shinobi. Protect Konoha. With that, his body tipped over the edge and fell down into the rushing waters of the Naka. Naruto and Itachi stood in silence, quietly reflecting that they had just witnessed suicide. Itachi breathed deeply as if suppressing the emotion that wanted to show, before he settled himself. He regarded his blonde friend with a look, seeing him in no better condition than himself. You should get going, Naruto. You wouldn't want to keep Kakashi waiting for your mission. The blonde blankly looked up at him from gazing down to the depths of the river, before he nodded to himself and attached the Anbu mask to his face that had been on his belt. He turned to leave before he hesitated and looked over his shoulder. When will it happen? Itachi had turned his gaze back to the Naka, watching an unmoving body slam against rocks before it succumbed to power of the water and got carried downstream. He was silent for a few moments before he answered. Tomorrow night. His voice was thick with emotion as his body began to shake. Naruto nodded, regarding him one last time. He would lose his two best friends in the span of 24 hours. By the time he returned, Itachi would already be considered a criminal, taking the fall for a village that never even loved him. Such was the way of the shinobi. Goodbye, Itachi. With that, Naruto disappeared in a flicker of movement, leaving Itachi alone on the cliffside. When Itachi felt Naruto's chakra rapidly begin moving away, he finally let loose the emotion that he suppressed for so long. With a cry of agony, he dropped to his knees as tears fell in endless drops from his eyes. Sometimes he wished that he had never been an Uchiha. That some other shinobi could be sent to murder an entire clan. Oh, how he wished. Itachi slammed his head against the ground, feeling the unbearable weight of it all. He clawed wildly, pulling at his hair and slamming his fist against the ground. It just wasn't fair. His chakra spiked as a deep swell of pain emitted from his eyes. Tears of blood began to leak from his eyes as they snapped open. The three tomoe began to rapidly spin before they formed together, settling into a pinwheel. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi's screams went unheard throughout the night. 5 years later. Naruto snapped awake. A kunai was held tightly in his hand. The Sharingan in his eye was spinning widely, frantically searching for an unseen threat. Narrowing his eyes in realization, he dropped the kunai from his hands off to the side of the bed. He put his face into his hands, breathing deeply as he calmed his racing heartbeat from what was another nightmare. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and grimaced. This was the second one in a row, a seasoned Jonin, a feared S rank in every bingo book of the great nations. The Naruto Namikaze, Yellow Fang, suffered from nightmares. Pathetic. He groaned as he dropped back in bed, holding a hand to his forehead. When were these damn nightmares going to end? He pounded his fist against the bed in frustration, unknowingly stirring the other occupant in his bed. He turned his head to the side, gazing at the blonde who began mumbling in her sleep. She stirred slightly but didn't wake. Soon her quiet snores filled the silent room. Naruto scratched his head in confusion as his mind tried to process how this blonde had ended up in his room. It was all a drunken haze. He'd been at the bar quietly drinking to himself after a very difficult mission. He had failed a Genin team the previous day. Wanting to rid himself of the image of 3 crying children, he had to remind himself he didn't care. He chose an A-class from the mission assignment desk to get away for a bit. Mission was simple: guard the VIP and his entourage and escort from point A to point B. They had reached their destination with no interruptions, and Naruto momentarily congratulated himself at the easiest A rank he ever had. It was the exceptional amount of pay that had blinded him to the fact that he should always look underneath the underneath. Turns out the VIP was really a drug lord, and his seemingly harmless entourage were Yakuza. Their destination was a geisha house filled with young and innocent girls in training. The mother of the house was late on her payments and he had come to collect his debt. Before realization struck him, they had already stormed the house and mercilessly cut down anything in sight. It was massacre. Unleashing his kusanagi, he had come down on them faster than a bolt of lightning, Sharingan blazing and chakra rapidly spiking. The Yakuza had suffered the same fate as their hierarchy and had all of their heads separated from their shoulders, one by one. But with all of his speed, the damage had already been done. The small girl, cleaved in half, staring lifelessly up at his face, made sure he understood the depth of his failure. Money had blinded him. Never again would he fail to heed his sensei's teachings. When he had returned to Konoha, he marched straight to the Hokage's office and deposited 2 scrolls on his desk and promptly walked out. One contained his mission pay, and the other 32 severed heads. It was later that night he found himself in a quiet bar, nearly poisoning his liver with the amount of alcohol he had consumed. If there was one thing he learned during his career, you could drink as much as you like, but it wouldn't make the faces disappear. Little girls mutilated. Women screaming as swords slit their throats. Innocents slaughtered. The burn of the alcohol wasn't enough. All of a sudden, the hottest Yamanaka he had ever seen sauntered up to him. She was a jounin. How old did she say she was? 20-something. Gorgeous body. They had began to quietly chat. Being the gentleman that he was, he offered to buy her drink, but she refused, merely wanting to talk. He didn't know what it was. Maybe it was the way her pretty baby blue eyes never wavered from his face, and paid rapt attention every time he spoke, or maybe it was the way her angelic face showed genuine emotion when he discussed his problems. Either way, his defenses broke and for the first time in life, told someone his life story. And she listened with all the intent of someone with seemingly endless understanding and kindness. He would blame his drunken state, being at an emotional high from his mission, but all he could remember was crying on her shoulder one moment, and the next thrusting into her like a man separated from his love for an eternity, and finally being able to unleash his long-since suppressed emotions. Desires, needs. Lust. He needed that release finally, he needed it badly. His hungover mind could remember bits and pieces of that, but for the life of him, he couldn't remember her name. Oh well. He shrugged as he threw the covers off of him and climbed out of bed. He hissed quietly as his feet met the cold floor. He hated cold floors. Where were his damn slippers? His feet searched in vain around the floor for his soft and fluffy doggy-faced slippers. Blinking, he gazed back at the sleeping beauty and realized something. She was sleeping on his side of the bed. No wonder he couldn't find his slippers. He could have easily walked around the bed and acquired the fluffy and warm slippers, but that would count as time and effort, and so, dismissed the idea. So enduring the cold floor, he slowly began the difficult trek to the bathroom. His Sharingan eye easily saw through the darkness. It was a cold night, he deduced as he felt a draft against his buttocks, but realized he wasn't wearing anything. His house. Closing the bathroom door, he quickly turned on the shower and let it run to begin warming up, and turned towards the sink to engage in his daily hygiene ritual. A good ninja always kept up personal hygiene. Or is that what they told the Genin these days? Finishing brushing his teeth, he rinsed out his mouth. Placing his pink and silly-looking toothbrush back into its cup holder, he reached for his mouthwash next. He hesitated at his choices. Bubblegum, mint and lemon. Tough. Deciding on the second option, he chose the cooling sensation of mint and rinsed his mouth out thoroughly. Turning to the shower, he stepped into the hot waters, feeling them ease away the tension from his stiff limbs. Holding up the Ram sign, he focused his chakra pathways inside of his body. The water from the shower parted in a slight arc around his form from the sudden fluctuation of chakra, but returned to normal as he focused his chakra inwardly to his joints. The morning stiffness of joints eased themselves in one smooth motion. It was heavenly. Added with the sensation of the waters from the shower, this was euphoria for the lazy Genin who absolutely loathed mornings. Why stretch when you could use your chakra? He let out a satisfied sigh as he tilted his head back, letting the water soak his long hair. Soaping up his sponge, he began to clean his body, absently whistling a small tune to himself, gently rocking his head back and forth. Reaching down and tending to little Naruto, he whispered words of fondness. "We did good last night, eh, buddy?" Of course they did. He hadn't forgot her crying out his name and riding him like there was no tomorrow. Let it be said that Naruto Namikaze always satisfied. Always. He giggled, remembering a certain situation where she had begged to lick the bottle, wanting the cream. Kakashi would be proud. But of course, he wasn't a virgin since the tender age of 14. Well, by that age he was already killing people every day of the week and performing feats that most seasoned veterans could never hope to do, but besides that, he was still a little young. But he wasn't complaining. He would never forget his time in Snow Country, or more specifically Princess Yuki. The Sharingan in his left eye made sure of that. Another giggle echoed in the shower. Good times. Reaching out for his shampoo. He hesitated. He frowned, trying to decide at his offered choices. Vanilla or cherry. Finally finished his daily morning routine, Naruto sat at the kitchen table in his luxury apartment waiting for the tea to boil. He was dressed in the normal jounin attire. Instead of the standard blue shirt, pants and sandals, his were all black in color. He wanted them all to match the color of his face mask that was currently obscuring his face. His sleeves were rolled up and his plated fingerless gloves adorned his hands. Finishing his attire, he had the Kusanagi sword strapped vertically on the right side of his back in short sword form. It was securely held in a short black sheath engraved with the Uzumaki symbol. His headband was on the table, allowing his blonde locks to fall over his face. He slowly traced the vertical scar over his left eye as he flipped through another page in the book he was reading. Like Kakashi, he too was a lover of the Makeout Tactics series. He would admit, he was a pervert. But that was because he had a healthy respect and admiration for the members of the opposite sex. Oh, the wonders of the female body. He traced his lips through his mask as he read a particular graphic love scene. He had to hand it to Jiraiya, he knew how to write a book. A frown crossed his face thinking about the self-proclaimed super pervert. He hadn't been there for him. He was in pieces during the time of his parents' death, and Kakashi was the only one there to piece him back together. When he was younger he didn't really think about it. But now, being at the age of 18, all the memories of his younger days kept coming back to him. He decided he didn't hate the man, but he wasn't a particular fan of him either. He shrugged to himself, dashing the thought and sticking his head back inside of his book. "Please, Master Jiraiya." She moaned his name as he continued trailing kisses up the side of her neck. His hands groped her breast through the fabric, deciding that she had the biggest chest in all of the lands. "Please what, Sunala?" He echoed, planting kisses at the valley of her breast. His hand reached under her skirt to feel for her panties, smirking when he felt that they were moist. His teasing was interrupted when two soft hands roughly pulled his face up to her desperate eyes. "Please make love to me." He gently eased her fingers from his face, planting kisses on her palms. He smiled as he took in her pleading honey eyes, desperate with such love and admiration. Her golden tresses fell around her face, making it seem all the more angelic. He eased himself up and planted a gentle kiss against the purple star on her forehead. "Your wish is my command." With that he pushed her down onto the bed and began to ravish her clothed body with his mouth. His actions were encouraged by her moans and whispers of passion as she ran her fingers through his white hair. Fed up by the clothes on her body, he gripped the front of her green dress and ripped it open, exposing her bountiful breast to his hungry eyes. Oh, how he longed to see them. She truly had the most magnificent bosom in all of the lands. His mouth watered at the twin pink peaks erect at the tip of her chest, awaiting his hungry mouth. With a moan he cupped both her breast and forced his mouth down onto Dash. Naruto snapped up his attention from his book as the ringing sound of the kettle announced that the water had finally boiled. Darn! It was getting good too. Easing himself out of his chair, he made his way to the counter, as he gripped the kettle, and poured the boiling water into his awaiting cup. Technology, he mused. Water could essentially boil itself. What will they do next? Probably invent vehicles that would allow man to fly. He snorted at the thought. Sitting back at the table he sipped his coffee through his mask, an elaborate trick that had baffled many, he might add, and returned to where he had left off in his book. Only to be interrupted yet again. Although, the twin mounds pressing into his head was an acceptable distraction. A warm tongue ran sensually along his ear and he closed his eyes, momentarily loosing himself to the gentle ministrations. "Morning." Her voice was soothingly sweet. His sharp ears mused it was a nice sound. Not one of those high-pitched ones that many of those broads had. Her cheek pressed against his clothed one and her golden tresses fell over his face. His nose picked up the scent of himself and flowers. He breathed deeply. Sunflowers specifically. Gentle hands played with his ponytail. She had yet to take a shower but he didn't mind. Her presence was oddly soothing to him. Morning. He echoed back, sipping his coffee. She eased herself off him and sauntered over to the other side of the kitchen for some coffee. He closed his right eye and allowed the Sharingan to trace her backside. The only thing she had on was one of his old blue shirts, that was way too big for her but still clung snugly to her form. The tomoe spun slowly, taking in her long legs, shapely backside, and when she turned around, full breast. Kami have mercy, 38D. Mouthwatering. Every day he honored Kakashi for giving him his Sharingan. His eye lifted to her face, taking in the roundness and slight puffy cheeks. She had a straight nose and pouty lips. Realizing she was staring, his other eye opened up and met her eyes with a curious gaze. Pale blue eyes stared into a dual gaze of red and blue. Riha Yamanaka decided that even with his mask on, Naruto Namikaze was one of the sexiest men she had ever seen. High cheekbones could be seen cupping the mask, giving him a slightly aristocratic look. His normal eye was an endless sea of intense dark blue that any girl would lose herself in. The Sharingan spinning in his left eye was only more intense with the scar that ran vertically down it. Softly sipping from the mug in her hand, she smiled at him. So Naruto-kun, how are you feeling this morning? He flipped a page, oddly wondering why she was so cheerful. All right. He answered honestly. And yourself, if I may ask? She gave a dazzling smile, forcing him to hide his blush under each's white pages. Like I just won the lottery. Catching his act, she decided to tease him further. You know, you were amazing last night? She played with the ends of the shirt. I'm still a little sore actually. She purred. Naruto shifted uncomfortably, hiding his gaze behind his book. Really? He questioned, trying to mask the discomfort in his voice. Must have slipped my mind. She giggled, but didn't seem to notice as she turned her back to him and began to rinse out her cup. It would seem the rumors of your legendary stamina are true. You are really fast. She grinned over her shoulder, but pouted, realizing his face was still deep inside his book. I aim to please. Naruto quipped. Inwardly he was mess. You fucking asshole piece of shit, no good dog. The book was promptly snatched from his grasp. Gulping, he glanced down at long-toned legs, his gaze traveling upwards, drinking in her wide thighs and toned stomach. Her large bust captured his gaze, as his shirt did absolutely nothing to mask their roundness. I know my breasts are nice, but my face is up here. Blushing at being caught staring, he glanced up to meet her smug blue eyes. Not to say she wasn't staring herself. Up this close she could really look at him. You know, it's rude when you don't pay attention when someone is talking. He slumped, oddly feeling scolded. Sorry? He offered awkwardly. With his headband off, his long blonde tresses fell freely over his face, giving him an exotic look. She sensually licked her lips, no doubt remembering last night. But for some reason couldn't remember the face under the mask. When trying to remember his face, she only saw the red of the Sharingan. Frowning, she put the book on the table and approached him, meeting curious face with a shy smile. She eased herself in his lap and put her fingers at the top of his mask. She slowly began to ease the material down his face, but was stopped by his gentle, yet firm hands. Fuck. He knew this was going to happen. She was growing attached. Probably had feelings for him after only one night. She was nice girl, a really nice girl. But he didn't want attachments. She deserved better. His mismatched gaze met her confused one. Shouldn't you be leaving? He questioned softly. Her face bore a mask of confusion and hurt. Leaving? Naruto nodded slowly, letting the Sharingan meet her gaze. We agreed it would be a one-night stand, remember, no strings attached. Those pretty blue eyes, seeming to glow just moments ago, lost their shine. Her face bore a look of betrayal before it was masked by hurt. What? He swallowed the lump in his throat, inwardly knowing she would just be another one to add to the seemingly endless list. It was a one-night stand, remember? He drawled, ignoring his pause. He spoke slowly, allowing the Sharingan to spin rapidly before slowing down to a hypnotizing twirl. Her gaze was blank before she blinked and emotion returned to her face. She laughed as she slid off of him. Right. One-night stand. How could I forget? She laughed again as she made her way back towards the bedroom. Naruto didn't miss the pain in such a fake sound. He just sat there, quietly stroking his head thinking of how much a bastard he was. Dropping his head back he let out wheeze. I'm going to hell. He mused. First class. He was certain that the day he died, the Shinigami would personally come to collect his soul. Abusing its jutsu made sure of that. He glanced at the overhead clock at the wall. 8:15. He had a Genin team to meet today at 9. Sliding out of his chair he made his way to the sink and tossed the now cold coffee into the sink. Making his way to the table he retrieved his book, easing it into his pouch and picked up his headband. He tied it around his head with the ease of someone doing it essentially for years, letting the cloth cover his left eye. He was about to make his way out the door when a mop of yellow hair caught his attention. Riha was standing in the hallway watching him with a tearful gaze. She was fully dressed in her Jounin uniform and biting her lip. Feeling remorseful that he had to break yet another heart, Naruto just turned on his heel and made his way to the door. Slipping on his sandals he gripped the handle of the door before he momentarily paused. It was better this way. Better to just walk away. Sighing he twisted the handle too. Wait. He paused his movements but didn't turn around. Why? It's rude, when you don't pay attention when someone is talking to you. Breathing deeply he turned fully towards her. You have my undivided attention. What do you want? He questioned tiredly. His form was slumped, betraying his tall height and his lone eye dull. I want to see your face, she stated gently. His eye went wide before he schooled his features. He felt that at least she deserved to remember the face of the man who broke her kind heart. Easing the cloth down his face he felt a bit naked as her wide eyes took in the face that No had seen since he was 7. He stood awkwardly, shuffling lightly before he shoved his hands into his pockets. Again his eye widened, as she took tentative steps toward him before she reached up and gently started to stroke his whiskered cheeks. Did you put me under a genjutsu to make me forget your face? He wasn't surprised. He had suspected she was already aware by her movements at the table. She was a Yamanaka after all. He only nodded as she continued her gentle ministrations. Do you even remember my name? Deciding to be truthful he just shook his head. Despite finding out the man that she had just slept with placed under a genjutsu and didn't even remember her own name, she smiled up at him. You don't have to push people away, Naruto-kun. He lost his confused gaze, and was staring at her blankly. All the while she continued to gently run her fingers down the lines across his face. He kept up his stare before he sighed painfully and reached up a hand to halt her gentle strokes. Listen, you're a nice girl. A really nice girl. Someone like you deserves better. Whatever I said last night, it was a mistake. I was drunk, depressed and probably going to run to nearest whorehouse. Forget about someone like me and, a finger on his lips silenced him. Her eyes looked annoyed. What do you take me for, jerk? You think I would sleep with any guy just because they're cute and tell me their tragedies in life? The question was rhetorical as she continued, please. You're hot and all and your face is pretty, but you ain't all that. She finished, giving him a dismissive eye roll. His face flamed. Why the nerve of this woman? He hadn't felt so insulted in his life. She placed one hand on his chest, and the other came up, to lift his headband. Nodding, her hand came to rest on his shoulder. Look at that. Now, here's a man with the most beautiful eyes I've ever seen. That night in the bar, these same eyes reflected so much sorrow, so much pain, that my heart couldn't bear the sight any longer. I had to talk to you, no, I needed to talk to you, because I've seen that look before. I used to see it every day when I would look in the mirror. His throat had gone dry, and he tensed as her fingers softly played with the material of his mask. You wear that mask to hide it all, don't you? To hide the pain. It gives you comfort, to know that you can hide it all behind that slim material, and no one would ever get to see the face that wants to hide itself from the world. Shame, what a handsome face it is. He was struck speechless. This woman. Ask yourself this, Naruto. Do you wear the mask, or does the mask wear you? She lightly shook her head when he made a move to speak. Don't answer that. It's a question for yourself alone. What I really care about is that look. She tapped his nose. I never want to see that look again. Both of his eyes creased and his face set itself into a frown. How could this woman, after one night, read him so well? It was as if she saw past the carefully guarded expressions, the lazy attitude and the mask. The mask that was the wall that held the world at bay yet at the same time, held the deep anguish and despair that plagued his heart for years. His mouth opened and closed, yet no words came out of his mouth. How? Stepping on her tiptoes she wordlessly answered his question by wrapping her arms around his neck, placing a sweet kiss against his lips, and then another to his whiskered cheek. Lowering herself back on her feet, she found the confused expression on his face strangely cute. Don't worry, You big oaf. All is forgiven. You're forgiving the guy who can't even remember the name of the women he slept with? Yes, I am. Her smile turned into a frown before she poked him in his chest. But don't ever do that again, to any girl for that matter. Because if I find out, I'll find you and mind fuck you. She glared for emphasis. Got it? He just nodded dumbly as she smiled sweetly up at him. This woman, he almost resisted the urge to pulse out his chakra and cancel the genjutsu that he had somehow been trapped in. He smiled lightly, exposing two impressive-looking canines. He didn't even notice as his hand wrapped around her waist, and like a magnet, she was attracting his form. He leaned forward, his attention solely focused on pouty lips. A slim finger pressed against his mouth, stopping him. Eyes shining with humor, Riha lightly flicked his nose. If you're ever in need of a friend, or a lover, she eased a calling card into his pockets. Call me. She gave his arm a warm squeeze and tapped his lips before she eased herself around him and placed on her sandals. She unlocked the door and was about to exit before she briefly glanced back at him and gave him a wink. Smiling, she closed the door and the sound of her footsteps faded down the hallway. Naruto was left in his apartment staring at the place she had just been. He scratched the back of his head, ruffling his ponytail. That was unexpected. Still, what a sweet girl she was. He palmed his face, realizing he still didn't remember her name. She could have at least been generous and told him. Although he was the bastard that had forgotten it. Reaching down into his pocket, he took out her card, lips turning into a grin at the message. Riha. 216-444-4194. There was a cute heart sign drawn at the end. Wow. That was better than any soap opera I have ever seen. The familiar deep voice caused him to wordlessly turn to the source and gaze down at a small pug glancing up at him with lazy indifference. Akun. The pug ignored the ominous greeting. How long have you been here? Naruto questioned dangerously. The ninja hound scoffed. Ha, long enough. I tell you, you're worse than Kakashi, boss. At least he had the decency to remember their names. Feeling killing intent, he grinned widely. Ooh, scary. He reverse summoned in time to miss the blade that had pierced the spot he had been. It was at the memorial stone that Naruto's feet had involuntarily taken him. He was going to go to the academy to pick up his supposed team, but he couldn't go a day without paying his respects. Make them wait anyway. His lone eye easily picked up the names amidst the thousands. Kakashi Hatake. Kushina Namikaze. Minato Namikaze. He breathed deeply, taking calming breaths as his body was racked with emotion. That faithful night flashed before his eyes. The ominous feeling of the Kyuubi's chakra. The screams of terror. The numbness of being told of his parents' death. His unborn sibling. The dread as he watched Kakashi's body burn to ash before his eyes. Inhale. Exhale. Breathe. His eye snapped open as he sensed a presence behind him. He sniffed, picking up the scent of earth, alcohol and a watery stench. Toad. Come out, Jiraiya. He heard a set of curses and shouts of how before the Sannin appeared beside him, a body flicker. The large man clasped a hand to his shoulder. How's my favorite Gaki? When Naruto slowly turned his face to regard him, the toad sage smiled sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head in a nervous gesture. A certain red head flashed in his mind, doing the same action whenever his father got particularly displeased with her. Focusing back on the present, Naruto regarded him with a dull look. What do you want? Jiraiya held his hand out in indignation. What? I can't visit my only godchild? Damn, the brat had gotten tall. Quickly glancing him up and down, he could see he was a great deal taller than Minato had been. A strong 6 feet. He shot up like a weed. Naruto stared blankly at him, considering the ramifications if the Hokage found the head of his last and loyal student separated from his body. Dark thoughts were interrupted as Jiraiya clasped his hand again on his shoulder. Don't tell me you forgot that today is your birthday, Naruto? The answer he received was a sound from the back of his throat as he returned his attention back to the memorial stone. He had forgotten. Or as the therapist would say, his brain would trash that certain memory to save his body from the emotional damage of remembering the day he had lost his entire family in a single night. But he only visited the man once before he was cleared. The Hokage had left a 12-year-old Naruto with the man for 10 minutes and checked up on them, finding the peculiar sight of the man on the ground with his clipboard lodged up into his rectum. Young Naruto defended himself, saying he had warned the man to stop talking about his mom or suffer the consequences of finding himself with his clipboard shoved up his ass. He thought he was joking. The third had decided it was best that he should be put in Anbu. Grinning at that particular memory, Naruto focused on the present. Today was October the 10th. The anniversary of the Kyuubi attack. I don't celebrate my birthday, in case you forgot, Jiraiya. Well, no matter, I got you a present. Really? Yep. You're honestly serious? Never been more. 10 years of birthdays and not one present. He did show up and wish him happy birthday once in a while, and then would be off as quick as he came. Some years he didn't even show. I don't believe you. What reason do I have to lie? You're cheap. Yes, I am. And rich. Yes, I am. Show me, he sighed, seeing that man didn't understand. The man reached into his belt and pulled out a blue book highlighted in gold, grinning like an idiot. He held it out to Naruto, who had gone deathly still, staring at the object in awe. Is that, he swallowed the lump in his throat. Is that the limited edition Icha submission set to be released for next year? If possible, Jiraiya's grin got wider as he placed the book into Naruto's shaking hands. Guess what? It's the extended edition set only. Jiraiya's voice went unheard to Naruto, who was gazing at the book as if it was an object that fell from the heavens. This was the epic continuation to the best-selling saga. Pre-orders across the nations had been completely sold out. Advance tickets had all but disappeared. He held what so many desired in the palm of his hands. He admired it for a few moments before he smoothly slipped it into his utility pouch. Thanks, Jiraiya. With that, he turned on his heel and walked away. Jiraiya's mouth dropped open at the quick dismissal. Hey! Wait, Naruto. When the young Genin stopped at the call of his name, the Toad Sage walked up to stand beside him, looking like a sad puppy. That's it? I go through all the trouble getting you that, and all I receive is a thanks, Jiraiya, he murmured, failing to copy Naruto's voice. Naruto thought for a second. Yep. I at least expected you to be more thankful. What did you expect? I give you a hug and say all is forgiven. Well, yeah. You do realize a book, even though it's make-out, is not going to solve 10 years of child neglect? The Sannin winced before his face finally lost its grin and turned serious. Listen, Naruto, he made to place his hand on his shoulder but dropped it. I understand if you hate me. I really do. I mean, knowing your parents, they're probably waiting on the other side just to kick my ass for eternity. But I'm man enough to fess up to my actions and say it was wrong of me to abandon you. I just want you to know that I'm sorry. With that, he gave him a nod before he turned and began to walk away. Naruto sighed as he watched Jiraiya go, no doubt knowing his conscience would bitch at him if he allowed the Sannin to walk away. Jiraiya. Pervy Sage, wait. Jiraiya stopped mid-stride, not believing what his ears had undoubtedly just heard. He glanced over his shoulder to see Naruto staring off to the side, his lone eye twitching as if what he just said had been the most embarrassing thing ever. Naruto didn't know what compelled him to say that. Maybe because it was what he had called him the first time they had met when he was 5? Or that puppy dog look that Jiraiya had on his face? Maybe he was becoming soft? Him? Soft? Never. All thoughts halted as he was wrapped up into a bear hug by the Toad Sage, who was uttering the lines of knowing that Naruto still loved his pervy sage. Fuck. He was growing soft. Remind me why I'm here. Naruto glanced around, taking in the rich and beautiful land of Mount Myaboku. Mountain ranges span the horizon, filled with lush green valleys and running waters. The air was crisp and clean, clear of any of the pollution found in villages. He took in the quiet sounds of nature. He had missed this place. It was soothing just to sit and listen to the sounds of nature. The frogs were always quiet residents, so that didn't hamper his reading time like it did in the noisy village. The sun was high in the sky, bathing the lush green with a golden glow. This place was truly beautiful. The great Toad Sage wants to speak with you. Jiraiya answered. Naruto raised his lone eyebrow at that. That old fossil wants to speak with me? Fuck does he want? Betcha he doesn't even remember my name. How ironic. Today he had forgotten the name of a girl that he had slept with. Show some respect, Naruto. This is serious. Jiraiya didn't have a smile on his face. Oh? Accustomed to Jiraiya's personality, knowing that whenever he wasn't smiling it was time to take the man seriously. Nodding at him, the two began to walk down a path that led to a mountainous structure that housed the great sage. Naruto turned his gaze to the horizon, enjoying the beauty of the land. In the distance he could see the inhabitants of the land idly go about their way. He even saw the Toad Boss himself leaping off some mountains. His sightseeing came to a halt as they found themselves before the mountain entrance. Standing as even more magnificent than Konohagakure's own Hokage Mountain, the mountain of the Great Sage was quite the natural wonder. Standing at sentry on both sides of the entrance were two giant toad statues even larger than Gamabunta himself. Plated in armor much like samurai, They held stone swords in their deceptively looking human hands, that were aimed downwards blocking the entrance. Not in the least intimidated, Naruto and Jiraiya continued forward, not pausing in their stride. The marble eyes of the two stone toads snapped towards the pair as they came close. Their stone limbs groaned, shaking the earth as they lifted their massive swords, exposing two large steel doors as imposing as their weapons that groaned before opening silently. Entering through the doors, the pair continued their brisk pace through a narrow hallway, ignoring the way the large doors closed silently behind them with an unseen force, and the way the ground shook as the giant statues lowered their swords. They walked in silence before Naruto's single eye drifted back to the entrance. "Say, pervy sage, I always wondered, are those two statues?" "Yes," Jiraiya answered cryptically. Naruto's glanced at him before he hummed to himself, idly glancing up at the priceless stones that adorned the ceiling of the hallway. Soon enough the two S-class shinobi found themselves in the presence of the great sage. The room they were in was enormous. The sage sat in a shallow pool of water with the kanji for sage hung over a red banner in front of him. The wall behind him was layered with stone scrolls covered in seals. The reasons unknown to him. On his right stood the two great elders, Fukasaku and Shima. The old green frog was smirking down at him as he walked into the room. Why? He had no idea. Shima meanwhile was waving at him, no doubt happy to see him after so many years. Being polite, he waved at her with less enthusiasm before he turned his attention to the great sage and waited. And waited. And waited. He glanced at Jiraiya, who shrugged before his sharp ears picked up the snores emitting from the sage. Eye twitching and chakra flaring, Naruto bellowed at him, feeling this whole thing was becoming a waste of time. "Oi, you old motherfucker. Wake up." The great sage jumped awake before those eyes of his squinted and confusing before they focused on Naruto. "Ah yes." His voice was a croak. Who are you?" Naruto held his head, feeling the incoming headache of having to deal with a senile toad. The sound of Jiraiya face palming echoed in the giant room. Fukasaku was tolerant with the great sage's memory, no doubt being accustomed to it for centuries. He honestly wasn't surprised. "Honorable geezer, this is young Naruto Namikaze. The legacy of the fourth Hokage." The eyes of the great sage squinted, finally remembering why he had asked this young man to be summoned. "Ah yes, young Naruto. I have summoned you. Give me a moment." Naruto titled his head back, gazing at the ceiling, thinking he could have been at home lost in his books. But no, here he was dealing with a senile toad. "Oh yes. The prophecy has changed. You are no longer the child of prophecy." Naruto blinked. Now this was surprising. Meeting the stone face of Jiraiya, he deduced the man had already known. Naruto titled his head back, scratching his chin in thought. Leveling his haze back at the sage, he posed the first question that had popped into his mind. "So, I'm not the savior of the world anymore?" He received a nod. "That's wonderful news." Judging by the shocked faces, his reaction was less than expected. "Naruto," Jiraiya started slowly, "do you know what this means?" "Yep. It means if this world ends, all the blame is on that poor son of a bitch." With that he turned on his heel and walked away, whistling a happy tune. What a relief. I can finally read Icha Doomsday without feeling scared. Dead silence engulfed the room as the occupants couldn't quite believe what they had just witnessed. "Ha ha. He's right." The great sage laughed, the sound of his croaky laughter filling the room. Jiraiya, feeling the incoming headache, posed the question that was on everyone's mind. "So, great sage." He trailed off as the sage still hadn't stopped laughing. When it died down, he began again. "So, great sage, is there a new child of prophecy?" "Oh yes, yes." Who are you again?" "Never mind who I am, who is the child of prophecy?" "Ah yes, the child. I have seen that you will meet a monkey." The sage nodded. With that his head dropped to his side and his snores began to echo in the silent room. "This world is doomed," Fukasaku croaked. Judging by the position of the sun in the sky, Naruto deduced it was probably around noon. Shit. He was supposed to pick up his Genin team by 9. Over 3 hours late. That was a new record. Oh well, since he was already late, no point in rushing. His feet carried him to the academy entrance and made his way toward classroom 1B. Irika's class. He hadn't seen the fellow in years. Finally arriving at the class, he opened up the door and stuck his head in to see 3 annoyed faces. The 2 of the Genin lost their annoyed looks as they recognized the person standing in front of them. He took in the wide eyes of a green-eyed girl with ridiculous pink hair. She blushed as his eye met hers and tried to straighten out the stains of her pink dress. Next up was the dark-haired boy sitting at the desk regarding him with a critical gaze. So that's Itachi's younger brother, eh? And finally the other one who had continued his glare since he came into the room. Hey, why the hell are you so late? A finger was rudely pointed in his direction. Decked in gray pants and a green jacket, finishing off his attire with a blue scarf, the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi glared up at him. Konohamaru Sarutobi. Naruto walked into the room taking in all of their faces. His lone eye moved from face to other before it settled on the pink-haired girl who blushed and ducked her head in embarrassment. She glanced up in confusion as she realized he was pointing at her. Or more specifically, her forehead. Geez. You have one big-ass forehead. Chapter 3, Jounin Sensei. The Almost Team 7 found themselves seated on the academy rooftop. The Genin were seated around a set of stairs currently pondering the enigma that was Naruto Namikaze. He was tall, lanky, and had a lazy expression on his clothed face. He was currently seated on top of a railing resting his face in his open palm, his lone eye regarding them with a disinterested gaze. He couldn't seriously be a Jounin. Or that was what Konohamaru had kept muttering as they had climbed their way up the stairs to the rooftop after the Jounin had instructed them to, disappearing in a flicker of movement. Cole's eyes narrowed as dark blue regarded him. Sasuke knew better than to underestimate him. This guy was an S-rank shinobi. The Yellow Fang. Translation: one badass motherfucker. The aloof expression was probably an act. His sharp eyes took in broad shoulders, and large arms hidden under his black shirt showcasing powerful strength. When he had left them he moved so fast, that Sasuke imagined for a second that he wasn't there at all. And by the way his eye was sizing them up he was no doubt, devious. And dangerous. From his tragic experience since that day when the traitor had slaughtered the entire clan, he had developed a sort of sixth sense to certain individuals. He knew the difference between a seasoned veteran and rookie Chunin. He could tell from their chakra. And right now his senses were screaming danger. Even though the Jounin was relaxed and looking like he would rather nap than be here, Sasuke could sense the tightly controlled power within him. Raw, powerful chakra was hidden under that aloof gaze. He wondered how many of his adversaries had underestimated him only to be killed before they could blink. His gaze locked onto the slanted headband covering his left eye. A Sharingan eye rested in his socket. The birthright of his clan. Yes. Naruto Namikaze was dangerous indeed. Sakura Haruno couldn't believe how much of a jerk this Jounin was. First he had showed up 3 hours late waltzing into the classroom without a care in the world, highlighting punctuality wasn't his forte. Then he made fun of her forehead. She had instantly disliked him. And then he had the audacity to tell them to meet him on the roof and had then left as quickly as he had came. She decided that the so-called Yellow Fang was nothing but overrated. Humph. Who the hell did he think he is making fun of my forehead? Cha. Though the rumors of his good looks were kind of true. It was hard to tell from his mask, but his face seemed handsome. And his eye, she had never seen such a deep color of blue. She frowned at his headband covering the left side of his face. Did he lose his eye? Oh well, all she really cared about was that Sasuke-kun didn't think her forehead was too big. Meanwhile Konohamaru couldn't believe this guy. He had not even cast him a glance during their brief acquaintance. He dismissed him immediately like he was just another one of these losers. Did he not know he was? He was Konohamaru Sarutobi. Honorable godson of the third Hokage and Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. He was a hero. Core. Everywhere he went people treated him with respect. His chest would puff with pride knowing that the entire village adored him. He was loved by the civilians for becoming a jailer to the terrible beast. The ninja population of the village gave him nods of respect knowing the weight of his sacrifice. And this blonde-haired pretty boy didn't even show him any gratitude. His brown eyes bored into the one lone eye that stared back with a dull gaze. Naruto had flickered up to the roof awaiting what would hopefully be his next team. He had routinely in the past told teams to meet him up on the roof and would quietly observe them, taken in their body language and attitudes. He was never impressed. It seemed the next generation would always have less talent and mannerisms than the previous one. Genin would graduate from the academy feeling that they were the next elite Jounin or top kunoichi. PFF. Those were the ones that were sent back to the academy the next day. The so-called geniuses of the class were likely to pass, but so arrogant and prideful that they became the first causalities. This generation honestly had it good. They got to experience a childhood, having no idea of the horrors of war like his had experienced. Kids these days. Naruto lightly shook his head. He had yet to meet a team that was worthy of his standards. Eyeing the 3 kids in front of him, he reasoned that they would be another failure. Starting with the first one to arrive. The only sibling that Itachi ever had. Sasuke Uchiha. The class genius. By his critical observation of him and the way his eyes narrowed, he deduced his reputation preceded him. Maybe he had inherited some genius from his brother? Next up was the Jinchuriki. Naruto could smell the arrogance emitting from the boy. His body language portrayed him as thinking he was the top dog. Someone that lavished in attention, and judging by his glare, he had expected him to be one of those fools that worshipped the ground he walked on. He didn't have any hate against him from the beast residing in him. But he honestly didn't like the way he acted. His father and mother had died sealing that beast inside of him, and the kid acted like he was a hero. Well, he would just have to show him that he was the villain. Next up was the last person to arrive. From the way her breath had been panting from walking up those set of stairs, he deduced she was the type that was more interested in boys than in her shinobi skills. He sniffed, picking up the scent of her cherry perfume, and had to wrinkle his nose. She was shyly glancing at Sasuke, trying to get his attention, but the Uchiha hadn't even spared her a glance. Girls these days. Clearing his throat, he caught the attention of the Genin. Well, one of them, as Sakura was the only one not paying him attention. He scratched his chin as he thought of an introduction. Yo. I'm Naruto Namikaze. As you may know, I'm the Jonin Sensei of Team 7. Now introduce yourselves. He gestured at the black-haired boy. Sasuke interlocked his hands between his face before he spoke. I'm Sasuke Uchiha. The boy had apparently finished staring defiantly back at him. Rubbing his chin, he thought he should have been more thorough in introductions. What are your likes and dislikes, your goals, if you will be so kind to share? His eyes narrowed before he spoke. I like very few things and dislike a lot of things. What I have is an ambition, not a goal. His eyes lost focus as if imagining his dream. I will kill a certain man, and avenge my clan. That is my ambition. The two Genin beside him were silent in shock before a chuckle snapped their attention to the blonde Jounin. His single eye was curled upward as if he was smiling before it fixed Sasuke with a pitiful look. What? The Avenger snarled at him. Nothing. Just thinking that the only way you would possibly be able to kill Itachi if he was blind and on the brink of death. Maybe then you would have a chance. He turned his gaze upward. Actually, you would most likely die before he did. Sasuke seethed in silent rage hearing the words from the Jounin. Who the hell was the guy to tell him he couldn't beat Itachi? He was an Avenger. Itachi would die at his feet. Feeling his rage reach its limits, he exploded from the steps, aiming a fist at the blonde. But before he could even lift himself up off the stone steps, he found a blade pricking at edge of his jugular. Looking from the tip of the sword, his wide eyes trailed down to the handle held in the hand of a not-so-lazy-looking Jounin. The lone eye was narrowed at him, and he had lost his aloof manner. You seriously don't want to do that? His voice was calm, but the threatening tone was audible. Sasuke couldn't stop his legs from shaking. Such speed. His eyes widened even more at the cold steel pricking his throat. He had thought the Jounin carried around a tanto judging by its shortness, but it wasn't so. The railing Naruto seated himself on was about 2 meters in front of them. No short sword could possibly reach that long. He blanched, realizing he hadn't moved. He just had drawn his sword. What kind of sword could extend like that? His fear was momentarily forgotten as he watched in fascination as the blade slowly receded from his neck, shortening till it held its previous appearance. The Jounin smoothly sheathed his sword back into its ostler, eye still narrowed at the quivering Genin in front of him. Don't try that shit again, tough guy. I have no qualms about sending you to the hospital. Capiche? His chakra spiked briefly, putting an enormous pressure down on Sasuke that caused him to fall back on the stone stairs, shaking like a leaf. He could only nod dumbly, feeling as if he just narrowly avoided death. And like a switch, Naruto was back to his lazy style as he regarded the other two Genin with an eye smile. That goes the same for you too. The shaking Genin nodded slowly, feeling that they had wholly underestimated the lazy Jounin. He had moved so fast that they hadn't even seen what happened. 1 second Sasuke was about to charge him, and the next he was frozen from an extended sword pointed at his neck. And his chakra? He had only spiked it, but had caused the stones around them to crack. They didn't allow that curved eye smile to fool them. Sakura nearly shrieked, finding his eye open and fixed on her. Gathering up what little courage she had, she tried to keep the fear out of her voice. What? Your introduction, please, Pinky. He drawled slowly. Blushing and feeling like an idiot for thinking he was going to poke her throat next, she began her introduction. I am Sakura Haruno. I like. Glancing at the still shaking Sasuke, she rearranged her likes. I like boys. I dislike annoying people. She regarded the wide-eyed Konohamaru, who yet to turn his attention from the blonde. And your dreams? Naruto asked, face in his book, not even paying attention to the trio anymore. They had gotten on his last nerves. Sakura bit her lip at that. Her dream right now was a quivering mess. Thinking quickly, she blurted the first thing that came to mind. I want to be a great medical ninja. Naruto nodded, flipping a page in his book before his eye flickered to the last member, then back to his book. Last and least. Konohamaru blinked as if snapping out of a trance before his eyes narrowed at him, regaining his lost confidence from that brief show of power. He rudely pointed at him, raising his voice to volumes that hurt Naruto's ears. What the hell do you mean, least bastard? Konohamaru Sarutobi is not least, core. Finding his pattern of speech extremely annoying, Naruto glared at him from over the top of his book. Introduce yourself or get the fuck out of here. The Genin recoiled at the tone of his voice before he lost his confident look and gazed at the floor. I'm Konohamaru Sarutobi. I like ramen and chocolate-covered bananas. I dislike onion. My dream is to become Hokage. He spoke fast and finished in a whisper, wrapping his long scarf around his face, seeking warmth from the Jounin's cold gaze. None of them were paying attention to him now. They were too afraid to. Snapping his book shut, he ignored how the sound had caused them to jump as he raised himself to his full height. 3 necks craned up to meet his gaze. He was tall. That slouched position really disguised his height. Naruto meanwhile let his eye roam from one face to another. A boy on a suicide revenge quest. A Jinchuriki with so much arrogance that it was palpable. And a girl that was more into boys than her already poor skills. Not to mention the confidence issues. This was honestly the worst team he had ever come across. Why the academy put them together he would never know. Already seeing the disastrous teammate skills and sure as hell problems, he came to his conclusion. You know, I was going to tell you 3 to meet me for survival training tomorrow at 9 for your real Genin test. But I decided you're not even worth the time nor the effort. You 3 are going back to the academy. He continued, ignoring their shocked expressions. I don't know what the hell the people running administration were smoking when they put you 3 together. I can already tell you'd be the worst team. With that he turned on his heel and began to walk away. Konohamaru was the only one that overcame his shock and shouted at him to stop. Wait. What the hell are you saying? What do you mean we're going back to the academy? Naruto shook his head at the Genin, his visible eye growing cold. Are you deaf? You 3 fail. He paused at thought that this was the first team he had failed before even testing them. Well, there was a first time for everything. With a shrug he disappeared, leaving behind 3 unbelieving Genin. So you failed them? Yep. Naruto was currently seated at a table in the local Dengo restaurant. His form was slouched and his face stuck in his book, missing the way the person seated in front of him frowned. Tapping her fingers in irritation, Riha reached over and pulled the book down from his face to see his annoyed eye. You know it's rude when you don't pay attention when someone is talking to you. That never got old. His gaze softened before he muttered an apology, slipping his book back into his pouch. He crossed his arms over his chest, looking down at the table in frustration. Sorry, it's just those stupid kids. They annoyed me to no end. He clicked his tongue, sighing as he turned his gaze towards the window, watching as people walked by. Riha smiled at him, gaining his attention before she held out her hand towards him. His eyebrow raised, but he untangled his arm from its position and allowed his gloved hand to rest into her much smaller one. She slowly removed his plated glove, exposing his palm. She rested the material on the table and intertwined her other hand with his. She soothingly rubbed small circles in his hand, smiling knowingly when she saw his shoulders relax. Naruto closed his eye as he enjoyed the ministrations, silently cursing how she knew how to make him drop his defenses around her. He opened his eye, finding her beautiful baby blues twinkling and mouth giving him a small grin. Don't you think you were being too judgmental on them, Naruto-kun? I mean, they are just kids. Naruto stubbornly ignored the swelling pit in his chest, knowing that he didn't feel any shred of remorse for the teams he failed. But he was losing his inside battle as pink lips formed into a pout and forced himself to look away or fall to the charms of the sexy blonde. The soft hands massaging his palm weren't helping. Steeling his resolve, he stared defiantly at her, issuing a challenging look with his gaze. She smirked before she reached over and tugged his other gloved hand into hers before repeating her previous actions. Having both his palms massaged by soft hands, Naruto felt his resolve crumbling. Smirking at him, she delivered her secret weapon in the form of bringing up his hands to her face and pressing slow kisses on his knuckles. If they weren't out in public, he would be fucking her into the ground right now. From the triumphant look on her face, she would absolutely love it. Naruto mumbled under his breath, causing Riha to lean in closer to his face. What was that, Naruto-kun? He mumbled again, causing her to giggle before she leaned closer till their noses were almost touching. I'm sorry, but you're going to have to talk louder. She purred. You're right. I was being too judgmental. He repeated, sounding as if someone had stolen his book. His man pride had been knocked down a few pegs. It was always him being the seducer in his many relationships, but this girl just made him melt with her gaze. Deciding she had teased him enough, she reached up and grabbed the edges of his mask. She sensually licked her lips. Glancing around and seeing that no one was watching, she was about to give him a nice sweet kiss before knocks on the window outside turned their attention to an Anbu. The masked Black Ops member pointed a thumb towards the direction of the Hokage Tower, nodding in Naruto's direction. With the message delivered, he disappeared in a flicker of movement. Naruto cursed under his breath at the bad timing. Seeing Riha's curious glance, he elaborated. Old man wants to see me. She pouted but nodded nonetheless, leaning back in her seat. Naruto stood up from his seat, walking around to her side of the table before he discreetly glanced around and quickly pulled down his mask, placing a quick kiss against her lips. Mask back in place, he smiled down at her. My place tonight? She gave him one of her sexy grins before he winked and disappeared in lightning body flicker. Riha giggled like a schoolgirl thinking about the fun that they would be having tonight and smiled fondly to herself. Naruto was honestly the best thing ever happened to her in all her 23 years of existence. She cupped her cheeks with her hands, smiling as she thought back to the moment when he had taken her up on her offer and called. She had never been more excited. Looking down, she frowned, realizing he hadn't even touched his dengo. PFF. Him and his damn ramen. She was about to pack up before a throat clear caused her to look up at the fat dengo store owner. He held out the bill towards her. A tick mark appeared on her head as she uttered curses, startling the owner. That no good. Naruto had left her with the bill. Again. Naruto appeared outside the Hokage Tower, thinking of what would the old man think was so important that he had to drag him away from his lovely fellow blonde. He frowned, thinking of all the times the old bastard had cock-blocked him. Bet he uses that crystal ball of his to spy on me. Walking towards the entrance, the two Chunin guards at the door immediately moved to allow him entrance, saluting at him as he walked past them. Naruto gave them a nod as he entered the building, appearing before the Hokage's secretary. A professional-looking brunette. Her attention was glued to the monitor in front of her as her nimble fingers typed away. The eyes behind her glasses snapped up to him before they went back to the monitor. The Hokage is awaiting for you in the conference room, Namikaze-san. Her monotone voice was respectful but dismissing. She was one of those secretaries. Someone needs to get laid. Naruto chuckled to himself as he turned to his right and began walking up the stairs to the conference room. He smirked, feeling a set of eyes trailing his form, but ignored it as he continued up the stairs, greeting and nodding to fellow Jounin and Anbu. Arriving at the guarded door to the conference room, the two Anbu stations saluted at him before they stepped aside, allowing him entrance. Opening the door, Naruto walked into the dark room, coming to a stop before four seated figures. He frowned at the faces. He thought only the Hokage had wanted to speak with him. Why were these three here? Naruto Namikaze, we have news we wish to discuss with you. Hearing the voice of the village elder Koharu, he cursed silently, knowing that the situation was serious. He should have known from the mention of the conference room that whatever it was, he had either pissed off the higher-ups or was going to be handed a top-secret mission. Judging from the faces, he deduced the higher-ups were unhappy. The conference room wasn't true to its name. Sure, sensitive meetings and talks were held in it, but its true purposes served as top-secret mission assignments from the higher-ups to the select few. Itachi had received his orders to wipe out the Uchiha clan from these four. Naruto had been tasked to assassinate a daimyo at the age of 12 that had almost started a war. It was the super-secret S-class missions with fallout so severe that Konoha had to have no part in. Mission failure was either death or, in Itachi's case, issued missing nin. But in his situation it was lose-lose. He didn't hate the old man for sending Itachi to kill his family, he understood the circumstances. But his respect for him had greatly diminished. Plus he let his arrogant godson run around thinking being made into a human sacrifice made him a hero. The bandaged war hawk, on the other hand, was a different story. He would savor the day when he lodged his sword into his heart. It was Homura who spoke up this time. You were assigned to the Genin squad, Team 7 consisting of Uchiha Sasuke, Sakura Haruno and Konohamaru Sarutobi, correct? Naruto nodded, shoving his hands into his pockets, already knowing where this was leading to. The official Genin test for all rookie squads is supposed to be held at 9 am tomorrow. Koharu spoke, flipping through papers. Jounin teachers are to reserve judgment only after the Genin have been tested. She leveled him with her squinted eyes. So why, Naruto, do we have young Konohamaru complaining to us that you have failed their Genin team? The Hokage had yet to speak. He sat in his seat quietly, smoking his pipe. The hat on his head obscured his eyes. Honored elder, I felt it necessary to fail them because I deemed that their teamwork skills would be wholly unsatisfied. How were you able to deem their teamwork unsatisfactory only after speaking to them for, as young Konohamaru supplied, 5 minutes? She rudely interrupted. Naruto continued on unaffected. As I was saying, I deemed their teamwork unsatisfactory after watching their interactions and body languages. Sasuke suffers from the feeling that his only goal in his life is to kill Itachi. A road that would lead him to an early death. Pin Sakura is a delusional fangirl unfit for shinobi life. Her body lacks muscle mass for someone her age, most likely due to dieting. I would guess her whole point of becoming a shinobi was to impress Sasuke. Girls like her are best being sent back to the academy. Finally, young Konohamaru is an arrogant child under the delusion that because of his status as Jinchuriki, and being the grandson of the Hokage, that those around him should automatically respect him and essentially, and forgive my language, suck up to him. Which I don't do. Period. With having said his piece, Naruto patiently waited. He itched to pull his book, but right now wasn't a good time to be disrespectful. The two elders quietly mumbled to themselves before Koharu turned to the still quiet third. Hiruzen? The man didn't answer. He just continued smoking his pipe, remaining quiet. They both frowned before turning to the last occupant, who had been just as silent as the Hokage. His face looking like it was carved from stone. Dansu sat quietly in his seat with his one visible eye closed. Seeing that the two didn't seem to be wanting to speak, they deliberated one more time before Koharu cleared her throat, the corners of her eye leveling him with a narrowed gaze. It was no secret that she wasn't the biggest fan of Naruto's, but he would tell it to her face that he hated her guts too. You will reconsider your brief evaluation on the Team 7. Tomorrow at 9 am you will issue the Jounin test them. You will pass them, is that clear? Konoha needed its last loyal Uchiha and Jinchuriki. Naruto fixed her with a cool glance. And if I refuse? He watched her face turn from red to purple before the lid on her temper was broken. Listen here, boy. You will do as you're told, and it was the brief spike of chakra that cut of her speech, and her frightened frame glanced to her right to see hard brown eyes glaring at her. She ducked her head in shame and remained quiet in her seat. Hiruzen finally lifted his gaze to the quiet Jounin. Removing the pipe from his mouth, he finally spoke for the first time since the Jounin arrived. Naruto, I'm afraid I have to agree with Koharu. Team 7 must become Genin. His unreadable eyes met his. You do understand why you were chosen specifically for this team, do you not? So that was their game. Naruto narrowed his eyes in realization. The Uchiha and the Jinchuriki. He was the only one capable of teaching Sasuke about the Sharingan and suppress the chakra of a tailed beast. He remembered the moment he had discovered his powers. It was during his run-in with the Gobi Jinka Urki-han. 16-year-old Naruto laid panting on the ground. His Anbu armor was melted in some places from the steam-based ninjutsu attacks that battered his form. The Sharingan in his eye glared an angry red up at the large man, whose eyes curled in contempt down at him. Is this all from the son of the fourth Hokage? I must say I'm disappointed. The steam-based red samurai armor on his form seemed all the more menacing with his chakra shroud. He had been on a solo mission, deep in the enemy territory of Earth Country's mountain ranges. The mission was simple: investigate the last known location of Anbu team that had disappeared at this apparent location. The moment he arrived, his chakra went haywire to the feeling of tailed beast chakra and was greeted to the sight of the Jinchuriki of the Gobi. The battle had been one-sided. His chakra shroud protected him from his attacks, and that furnace on his back emitted steam that would melt him if he got too close. Han's four tails of chakra shifted in the wind, and he inwardly smiled seeing the hateful look the boy was sending him. The furnace on his back began to heat up and more steam began to pour out of it. He had toyed with the boy enough and was time to end this little game. He imagined the reward he would get, bringing home the melted head of Iwa's most hated enemy. Oh, the riches! Wanting to savor the moment, he slowly walked to the Anbu, leaving melted footsteps in the earth behind him. Yes, he would take his time. Naruto meanwhile was struggling to stand. His chakra levels were low, his body armor melting off his frame, and the bleeding wound in his side wasn't helping one bit. His Sharingan took in with detail as the man approached him slowly, no doubt taking his time. His heartbeat was loud in his ear and sweat mixed with blood ran down his forehead. He was going to die here. This man was about to kill him. He could feel the heat from the man coming closer. A deep swelling pit of emotion settled in his stomach. He couldn't die here. Not after everything he had been through. He wouldn't. His chakra spiked and feeling of calm overcame him. The tailed beast chakra that had been bearing down at him since the beginning of the fight seemed to not affect him anymore, as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. This power. With a roar he let loose the power that had been building up inside of him, and 4 sets of golden chains seeming to come from his body, shot out of his form and wrapped around the surprised Gobi container. The chakra chains wrapped around his form, interlocking with each other, going so far as holding down his chakra tails. Han was left completely bounded by the chains, desperately struggling to break free. Naruto gasped in shock. He could feel the chains as if they were an extension of himself. He felt the way they wrapped around red chakra from the Jinchuriki. He titled his head and was surprised when Han let out a pained gasp as the chains apparently tightened around him, squeezing painfully. He couldn't explain why, but for some reason the word submit ran through his mind, and he watched in fascination as the chains pulsed a brilliant glow before they began to absorb the Gobi's chakra. Naruto felt a swell of power inside of him and realized that his chakra levels were returning. Han dropped to his knees as the last of the Gobi's chakra left him. He tried in vain to call upon the chakra of the beast, to no avail. He shuddered in pain, hearing the cracks of his body as the chains tightened even more. His armor cracked under the pressure and began to fall off his constricting form. Orange eyes widened despite the pain as they heard the sound of chirping birds fill the air. Naruto was now standing on his feet, his left hand holding his wrist as he focused the Reikiri in his hand. His Sharingan twirled a menacing red as they met his orange eyes. Feeling vindictive, he slowly walked towards the struggling man, the chains all the while keeping the Jinchuriki constricted. Now standing directly in front of him, Han could only stare up at him in awe before he decided he had to pose the question that plagued his mind. How? Naruto shrugged. I honestly don't know. I guess this is the power of an Uzumaki. Han nodded despite the pain and closed his eyes in resignation. The last thing he heard was the sound of the Gobi screaming descendant before a lightning-covered hand pierced his head. Ruto? Naruto? Blinking, Naruto's mind returned to the present, looking at the Hokage's curious face. Sorry? He posed. I said, do you understand? Hiruzen repeated, wondering why the Jounin had zoned out. Naruto nodded slowly. Is that all? No. There is something else we wish to discuss with you. It was Dansu who finally spoke, shifting in his seat to sit up straighter. His one eye opened and regarded him with a gaze he couldn't read. What do you know about the organization Akatsuki? This was unexpected. Naruto's mouth formed into a thin line under his mask. I know that it is composed of 10 S-ranked criminals, Itachi being one of them. They're a mercenary group. Itachi had supplied him everything he knew on Akatsuki. The genocide of his clan was just a ruse to gain their attention. His real mission was to infiltrate the organization as a double agent and supply information on their motives back to Konoha. The sacrifices he made. Yes. Dansu spoke. That's what we all were led to believe. He paused before continuing. Their real motives are gathering the tailed beast. Naruto couldn't stop his mouth from opening. The tailed beast. What would a group of 10 criminals want with the tailed beast? Dansu elaborated, seeing his expression. It is unknown what they want with the tailed beast. But we were supplied with some interesting, if uncomfortable, news. The faces of the elders and the Hokage were grim. Orochimaru is a member. The Sharingan in his socket burned at the mention of the name, but he controlled his anger. It was led to believe that he had defected from the group before in the past. But as our informant has supplied, he was accepted back into their ranks for unknown reasons. The room was silent before the voice of the third rang out. What do you think of this news, Naruto? What was he supposed to think? The snake that had killed the man who had molded him into a shinobi was running around with powerful friends. And those same friends wanted the tailed beast. I think that you should have killed him when you had the chance, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen didn't react to the jab, but his eyes narrowed before he let out a pained sigh. He took the hat off his head and ran his hand through his dull hair. His gaze shifted back to Naruto, looking more like he was finally feeling the weight of his old age. I know I have made many mistakes in the past, Naruto. Many mistakes. But you have to understand. Save me the lecture, Hokage-sama. You should have corrected your... The wood of the desk broke under the power of Hiruzen's fist, effectively silencing Naruto. So correct my mistakes, boy. Become Hokage and fix the many imperfections that I have caused. The wood groaned under the force of powerful chakra, reminding Naruto that even though the man was old, he was still the god of shinobi. The third breathed deeply, exhaling out his anger before he regarded Naruto with a sad look. Hiruzen held up his hat to him, his face pleading. Please, Naruto. Your power already outshines us all. Even your father's. I'm an old man in need of successor. Become the Hokage Konoha needs. The third had pestered him countless times in the past to become the Hokage. The Fire Lord had already held him in high favor, and the shinobi population had the utmost respect for him. But as many times the Hokage had offered, he had refused. He just couldn't accept it. As Hiruzen gazed at the young man before him, he saw a shinobi that led with the wisdom of a cage. A true individual that had mastered the way of the shinobi. Genin at 7. Chunin at 10. Anbu captain at 13. Elite Jounin at 16. Naruto was the Hokage Konoha needed. The Hokage Konoha deserved. You already know what I'm going to say, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen stared into his face for a moment before he closed his eyes, placing the hat back on his head. Jounin Naruto no mistake, you are dismissed. His voice was unreadable. Naruto bowed stiffly before turning on his heel and walking out the door. He didn't react as his sharp ears caught the whisper the Hokage mumbled before he closed the door. He tried to keep his expression blank as we walked down the stairs, but the frown hidden behind his mask wouldn't budge. Your father would be disappointed. Sasuke walked down the empty streets of the Uchiha compound thinking back on the previous events that took place. Or more specifically, his mind was still trying to decipher the enigma that was the blonde Jounin. He absently traced his neck where the point of his sword had pricked him. He still couldn't get over how fast the Jounin had moved. And the feel of his chakra. He had never seen someone with chakra powerful enough to cause such effects to the environment. He shuddered remembering the overbearing weight of it, as it felt as if he would choke to death. He was powerful. The rumors of strength throughout the village were not misplaced. He was entirely worthy of his S-rank status. At the sight of a light in the Uchiha main house and the smell of fresh cooking filled the air, Sasuke dismissed his mental turmoil. His lips curled upward at the sound of humming and he stepped up to the porch and opened the sliding doors. Stepping into his house he slid off his sandals and announced his arrival. I'm home. Oh, good evening sweetheart. A thrill voice rang back. He walked into the kitchen to see a familiar female working around the kitchen. On the table was freshly cooked fish layered with tomatoes and side dishes. A black head of hair swayed as a beautiful face turned to regard him. A giant bowl of rice was held in her hands. Hi sweetie. Sasuke smiled, feeling the tension in his muscles easing at the sight of beautiful dark eyes. Hi mom. He quietly seated himself at the table, smiling up at her as she set the bowl on the table and leaned across it to place a gentle kiss on his forehead. Easing into her seat she smoothed the ripples on her black dress. She smiled brilliantly at him. She began to fill her plate with food. Muttering a quiet itadakimasu, she dug into her food, chewing softly, before fixing him with another smile. So how was your day? Sasuke had muttered his quiet itadakimasu before he began to eat a slice of tomato. I don't want to talk about it, he said in between bites. Mikoto pouted at him being so moody. Aw Sasuke-chan, can you at least tell me who your Jounin sensei is? At the mention of Jounin, Sasuke's mood darkened before he averted his gaze. Frowning, she began to probe. What's wrong Sasuke? Swallowing thickly he decided to answer. He failed us. Mikoto frowned even more at this. Wasn't the Jounin issued to test them the next day for survival training? Her mouth opened to ask further questions before a knock was heard at the front door. Sasuke's eyes snapped to the door. They weren't expecting any visitors today. He heard a panicked gasp and cursed. Mikoto had her eyes wide, holding her head, and was shaking in a fear. She stood up abruptly from the table, knocking it over and spilling the food. Her quivering form slid against the sink before she dropped to the floor. They're coming for me. They're coming for me. She shrieked as her eyes began to claw at her hair. They're going to kill me. Sasuke quickly leapt over the mess to reach his mother, and he fell to his knees to grip her hands that were clawing at her hair. His Sharingan spun to life, taking in her crazed eyes and badly twitching form. She had not been taking her medication. His hands guided her face to his as he focused chakra into his eyes, ignoring her audible mumbles. Relax mother. You're safe. Her wide eyes lost their crazy glint and her mumbles became whispers. Her eyes lowered in a trance and he held her until her shaking stopped. Seeing that she was safely lobotomized and couldn't hurt herself, he palmed a kunai and slowly made his way to the door. He deactivated his Sharingan as he reached to slide it open. Cracking it open, he saw the curious gaze of a lone blue eye staring at him. What do you want? He sneered. Naruto ignored his tone as he took in Sasuke's guarded look and tense form. His sharp ears had heard shrieks and the scent of fresh food was strong. Mikoto, he mused. He didn't understand why Itachi had spared her. He had thought the only one he was going to leave alive was Sasuke. But it seemed that Itachi just couldn't bring himself to kill his mother. He personally knew the woman from a young age as his mother, and she had been friends. Other than knowing her, there was little interaction between them. I'm just here to tell you that you are to meet me at Training Ground 7 at 9 sharp. Sasuke was surprised, but he nodded nonetheless. I have already told the other two the same thing. Naruto scratched his cheek looking uncomfortable. I want to say I'm sorry for what happened on the rooftop. I mean, if you want to go ahead and dash, well, if you want to kill Itachi, it's whatever floats your boat. He smiled at the boy just standing there. Sasuke waited before he frowned at him. You can go now. Naruto scratched the back of his looking even more uncomfortable. How's Mikado doing? Sasuke's eyes narrowed at him and the Sharingan spun to life in his eyes. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the sight. When did he unlock his Sharingan? How do you know my mother? Sasuke knew that this man could kill him in a flash, but he would rather die than let one of these bastards come for his mom. Our mothers, used to be BFFs. He titled his head at him. Met her a couple of times in the past. Sweet lady. And a hot one. Sasuke's eyes widened in realization. You were that blonde Anbu that always used to come with Shisui for Itachi. He remembered his brother leaving every day with the two for missions. Itachi had said that they formed the best Anbu squad that Konoha ever had. He had never known his identity as the blonde, had never spoken or interacted with him. She's fine, he added stiffly, no doubt not wanting to tell the Jounin that his mom suffered from a mental disorder. A phobia from the books he had read. She couldn't even leave the house from her severe fear. Sasuke had taken the responsibility of shopping for food and clothes at the same time keeping up his ninja training. Seeing his mom in her condition every day only added fuel to his fire of revenge. He will avenge his clan. All right. Naruto nodded at him before he held his hands up into a peace sign and disappeared as if he hadn't been standing on his porch at all. Sliding the door shut, Sasuke cut the chakra from his eyes and sighed as he walked back into the kitchen. Eyeing the mess distastefully, he walked over to his mother, seeing her still under the genjutsu. With a grunt, he helped her to stand and began to direct her out of the kitchen, into the hallway and up the stairs to her room. Slipping her gently into bed, he let his Sharingan spin into her eye that forced her into a genjutsu-induced sleep. Gently covering her with blankets, he let his eyes wander over her. Her sleeping face was angelic, no longer the frightened mess that haunted him in his sleep. His hands formed into fist before the sounds of his knuckles cracking filled the quiet room. Itachi would pay. He quietly listened to her soft snores before he walked out the room, gently closing her door behind him. Checking the time, he saw that it was well after 10. Arriving into the kitchen, he soundlessly cleaned up the mess and dumped the wasted food into the garbage. He had lost his appetite anyways. Exiting the back of his house, he walked to the private training grounds and continued on to the forest behind the house. Entering into a clearing, his Sharingan stared hatefully at 8 individual targets lined up into the trees surrounding him. He had accompanied Itachi in his younger years to this place, witnessing his impossible skill of hitting each target. And even the one lined up behind the rock his blind spot. Palming kunai and pushing chakra to his legs, he leapt into the air, twirling gracefully as he let the kunai fly from his fingers. His movements mimicked his brother's as he threw them, making them clash together to change trajectory and hit the targets. Landing soundless, he surveyed his work. He sneered at seeing he only hit 5 of the 8 targets. Walking around the rock, he saw that he had completely missed the blind spot. He slammed his hand against the rock in frustration, the crushing feeling of failure swelling in his chest. He still wasn't good enough. His eyes stung with unshed tears as he began to retrieve his kunai. Itachi was always ahead of him. Always. Even at his age, he had been an Anbu captain long since, mastering the Sharingan at the age of 8. The measuring ladder never seemed longer between them. Your movements are too stiff. Sasuke instantly threw his kunai to the sound of the voice and saw the blonde Jounin seated on a branch high in a tree reading his book. The kunai he threw had been plucked out the air, twirling in between his fingers. He hadn't even looked up from his book. Finally leveling Sasuke with a curious eye, he repeated. Your movements are too stiff. Too tense. You need to relax as you throw. Sasuke didn't let up his glare. Why are you here? Have you been spying on me? Naruto placed his book into his pouch before he soundlessly dropped before the paranoid Genin, inwardly smiling when he saw him tense. I was in the neighborhood. He supplied in a rather unconvincing manner. Sasuke just stared. Naruto shrugged before he glanced around at the target, smiling under his mask at the fond memories he remembered here. His gaze found the annoyed Uchihas before he poked the boy in the center of his forehead. You need to relax when you throw. Tension will hamper your movements. Sasuke glared up at him as he rubbed his forehead, sneering at him. And I suppose you're an expert at this? Naruto, I smiled. Why, yes I am. Who do you think showed Itachi how to hit multiple moments at the same time? That wasn't true. It had been the other way around, but Sasuke didn't need to know that. His eyes lost their harsh look before he gazed curiously up at him. You taught Itachi how to do this? Yep. Looking like he was having an internal battle, Sasuke grimaced, his cheeks turning red, and he averted his gaze. Holding up to kunai in his hands, he looked extremely uncomfortable. Can you show me, please? Naruto reached up and exposed his Sharingan to the surprised Genin. Sure. Chapter 4, Team 7. A moan echoed in the quiet apartment as the wet sound of flesh meeting flesh began to steadily grow louder. Two bodies sleeked with sweat kept up the breakneck rhythm as their hips met together in tandem, causing a woman to let out another moan of pleasure. Author's note: there is a lemon here if you want to read it. Link to the story is in the description. Naruto let his body heavily collapse on hers, and for a few moments the only sounds in the room were the pants of the two occupants. After finally catching his breath, Naruto slowly eased himself out of her and collapsed on the bed, holding a hand to his forehead. He couldn't keep the smirk off his face as he wiped back his slick blonde locks from his face and lay there contently, inwardly congratulating himself on yet another job well done. He opened his eyes to see Riha finally ease herself out of her position on her knees and stretched her body upwards, receiving satisfying cracks before she heavily collapsed on him, pushing her face into the crook of his neck. Her tired breaths tickled his skin and Naruto felt her rapidly beating heartbeat. Someone needs to work on their stamina. He drawled as he eased the covers over them and wrapped his arms around her, enjoying the feeling of her cool skin against his. He gave a soft kiss to her neck and contently rubbed his cheek against hers. Riha's response came out as a tired mumble. Sorry? A grin was on his face from the feeling of her lips whispering against his skin. Sri, not, stem eine Freak. Her voice trailed off as her quiet snores filled the silent room and her slow heartbeat began to drum against his chest. His silent laughter made her face bounce up and down against his chest, but it did nothing to disturb her unresponsive form. Yep. She was out like a light bulb. Peeking a glance at the clock hanging on his wall reading 9:15, Naruto remembered that he had assigned the Genin to meet him at Training Ground 7 at 9 sharp. He was already 15 minutes late. Glancing from the clock to the sleeping beauty on his chest, then back to the clock, and finally to the softly snoring blonde, Naruto reluctantly decided he should show some professionalism and started to slowly ease Riha off of him. Best to not waste any more time. Only to have her sleeping form wrap her arms around his head and push him face first into her soft chest. It would be another 2 hours before Naruto decided to get up. Konohamaru grit his teeth in frustration as he marched back and forth around the training field as he felt his already short temper at its limits from the ridiculous lateness of the team sensei. It was well past noon. The source of his current anger was the pink-haired member of the team who was currently sitting close to Sasuke, averting her eyes from his narrowed gaze. Konohamaru huffed before he continued his pace around the training field. With his back finally turned to her, Sakura lifted her gaze to rest on his aggravated form. She had been the first to arrive at the training ground exactly at 8:30, hoping to make a strong impression of being the first to arrive. The second to arrive was Konohamaru, who came 15 minutes after her and had immediately ran up to her and bid a loud greeting, much to her ire. Still trying to be polite, she bid him a good morning in return, which the boy took immediately as a sign to pester her for a date that resulted in him being smacked in response. He dejectedly got the message and seated himself on the ground, drawing patterns in the dirt. The final member of the team came exactly at 9, strolling into the training ground with his hands in his pockets. He silently greeted the other members with a head nod, ignoring the shout of his name by Sakura, and had seated himself on the ground like Konohamaru, but crossed his legs, closed his eyes, and promptly kept silent. Sakura had immediately seated herself beside Sasuke and began to pester him for dates, and when he didn't respond, she tried to just talk to him. When he still didn't respond, she gave up and just sat there quietly, utterly mesmerized by his cool attitude. The trio sat in quiet silence, with one member grumbling, the other fawning, and the other meditating as the time went by. 10 minutes. 30 minutes. 1 hour. 2. Okay, where the hell is this guy? It was the voice of Konohamaru who broke the silence. Not one for patience, he felt his hackles rise. His day started when he regrettably woke up extra early this morning, as he was not a morning person. He did his daily hygiene ritual, of showering and brushing his teeth. Ate breakfast and scampered here, hoping to show seriousness in being early, as the last meeting between him and the lazy Jounin had not gone so well. He was utterly surprised when the Jounin had showed up at the Sarutobi compound last night asking for him. When they had met, he had first apologized, which shocked him, for failing them, and told him to meet at Training Ground 7 at 9 sharp. But this kind of tardiness was downright ridiculous. He was a whole 2 hours late. Did this guy not know what it meant to be on time? I mean, who the hell tells someone to meet someplace at 9, and then show up at noon? Sakura had to agree with the loud Sarutobi, as she was feeling the effects of coming here early. She had to blink back sleep and routinely keep staring at the still silent Sasuke to occupy her thoughts. "I bet this bastard forgot about us," he shouted. Sakura winced at his loud voice and she growled at him, brandishing her fist threateningly. Konohamaru shuddered. "You're too loud, you idiot." The boy in return grinned sheepishly at her, scratching his nose in that nervous gesture of his. "Ha, sorry Sakura-chan. But you have to agree this is ridiculous," he finished nervously. The pink-haired Kunoichi rolled her eyes before she nodded in agreement. "Yeah, what was the point of telling us to come early if he wasn't even going to show up on time?" She turned to the meditating Sasuke. "Right, Sasuke-kun?" Both members were surprised when Uchiha finally spoke since arriving. "You shouldn't be surprised. He was 3 hours late yesterday. He didn't even open his eyes." Sakura pouted at him before her eyes brightened and she tried her luck again. "Say Sasuke-kun, after the test you want to get something to dash?" "No." Sakura dropped her head in frustration. "Why does he always reject me? I know I'm not ugly, so why is it he never notices me?" Konohamaru tried to muffle his humor by holding his hand over his mouth, but the sound of his laughter rang out in the training field. It was hilarious to see her still try after so many years of the same answer. Some people just couldn't take rejection. It was in his final year of the academy that he began to have a slight crush for Sakura. He had tried once in a while to ask her out, but it would seem that she was dead set on having tall, dark and brooding. He never saw the fist coming that put his face into the dirt. Sputtering and coughing out dirt, he pulled his face out of the ground before he glared up at her. "What the hell was that for?" Sakura dusted her hands off before she glared down at him. "That's for laughing, you jerk." Konohamaru was affronted. "So? Why the hell did you have to hit me for?" Sakura sputtered in response, not wanting to lose an argument to Konohamaru, especially in front of Sasuke, before she racked her brain for the best answer. "Because it's rude to laugh at a woman trying to win love." She promptly turned her nose up at him and crossed her arms. He stared dumbly at her for a few seconds. "What? So that gives you an excuse to hit me?" She stood on her feet, hands on her hips as she glared down at him. "You were being an idiot." Maybe it was frustration of their late sensei or the annoyance of Sasuke not even sparing her glance, but feeling the need to vent her frustrations, she targeted the young Sarutobi. "I'm tired of your arrogant attitude and letting all that hero worship go to your head. All throughout the academy you were nothing but loud and rude because of your heritage. I don't know why the whole village treats you as one, but being the grandson of the Hokage doesn't make you a hero." Even the normal blank Sasuke stared at her wide-eyed. Sure, Konohamaru was arrogant and loud most of the time, but didn't she know why the village idolized him? Konohamaru held his mouth open in disbelief as the girl started, but slowly began to lower his head as she went on. "Why can't you be like Sasuke-kun?" "Shut up," his whispered words fell on deaf ears as she continued. "You don't see him acting like you." "Shut up, Sakura. Why can't you be modest like him and shut the fuck up?" The sound of his voice echoed throughout the silent training ground. Birds nesting in the trees took to the sky in fright. Konohamaru held his head down not to expose his face as he felt a familiar burning sensation start to rise from his core. His hands formed into fists so tight that the now clawed fingernails cut into his skin. Sakura stood silent mouth in shock. Did Konohamaru just yell at her? Finally realizing the gravity of her words, she tried to usher an apology. "Listen Konohamaru, I didn't mean," her words in her throat as she realized the angry Genin wasn't sitting. He had moved. But her eyes didn't even realize it. It took her mind a few seconds to process that he was standing directly in front of her. His breathing was ragged and his body was trembling all over as he fought the urge to wrap his clawed hands around her throat. His head was still bowed and his form still tense. Sasuke quickly stood from his seated position quickly and moved to the duo in case the angry Jinchuriki made a move to harm Sakura. His Sharingan analyzed the young Genin as he began to speak. "Don't speak to me like you know me, Sakura." With that he moved away from the frozen Genin and marched himself into the forest at the other side of the training field. Waiting till he was deep into the forest, he went to a nearby tree and punched it, snarling all the while. Snap! The towering oak split in half and with a groan tumbled to the forest floor. Konohamaru stood there watching the tree as he closed his red glowing eyes and tried to calm his erratic breathing. Inhale. Exhale. He let out a calming breath as he finally felt the burning chakra in him recede. Feeling the strain of such an eternal battle, he dropped his back against the stump that remained of the great oak and mumbled under his breath. There was nothing but the sound of his own breathing before he felt the feeling of being watched. He sighed in frustration, no doubt expecting them to come running to investigate. Of course he would send them. He tiredly rubbed his temples as he waited for them to make their presence known. When no one appeared, he growled in annoyance. "You can come out now. I know you're there." As soon as the words left his mouth, he found himself surrounded by a trio of white masks. He growled as they stood in silence, their features indistinguishable as they just stared at him, his face reflected in all three of their white masks. It was just a misunderstanding. A slip of control. Nothing to worry about. There was silence before the one in the middle spoke, the sound of his voice masked by the voice-altering software issued in all of their masks. Konohamaru couldn't hide the way the sound caused his hairs to raise. Recommendation: in control of emotion would be advised, young Sarutobi. The sound was sinister. "We will be watching." With the warning delivered, the masked individuals disappeared right before his eyes. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he ignored the feeling of dread that welled up in him. He punched the ground in frustration. Control. That was he needed. He knocked his hat in frustration of having lost control of his temper yet again. That was the second warning from them already. The first had been during his academy years when he almost spoke his secret in anger from being picked on by some older kids. He wasn't really liked because of his arrogant attitude, but he couldn't outright tell them that this was just a persona ordered for him to take up. Sometimes he cursed being what he was. The message was clear: control yourself or suffer the consequences. He already had 2 warnings. There wouldn't be a third. Sasuke glanced to the female member of the team to see her tentatively sit beside him. From the corner of his eye he saw her gaze at him, then down at her hands before she nervously bit her lip. SS Ajuk, I just want to say T the dash. That mouth of yours will get you in trouble." Her green eyes widened at the remark. His face wasn't looking at her, but staring at the forest that the container had run into. What? I don't understand. Sasuke cut off again. Why would you say that? He pointed to the forest in question before his coal eyes bore into hers. When you know what he is. He finished. Sakura was confused. What? I know he's the Hokage-sama's grandson. Everyone knows his heritage, I'm talking about what he contains. When he saw her confused eyes, he looked at her in disbelief. Thinking her to be joking, he came out and said it. Don't you know that he's a Jinchuriki? A Jin, what? Sasuke was utterly at loss for words. Everyone in the village knew he was the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, so why was it that the supposed smartest girl in the class didn't have a clue what he was saying? Don't you know about the Kyuubi attack? Why Konohamaru is called a hero? Do you know anything? I know about attack, Sasuke-kun, but what does that have to do with Konohamaru? Isn't he a hero because he's the Hokage's grandson? Sasuke honestly face-palmed before he gave her a dull look. His eyes narrowed at her generally confused face. She honestly didn't know? Cole's eyes momentarily widened before he quickly questioned her. Does any of our age group know what happened to the Kyuubi? Sakura gave him a strange look before she nervously bit her lip, gazing down at her conjoined hands. Not to be rude, Sasuke, but everyone knows that the Kyuubi was destroyed by the 4th Hokage? Sasuke stared dumbly at her for a few seconds, wondering just what the fuck was going on before realization came to him. Konohamaru's status was known to the adult population of the village, but none of the younger generation knew that Konohamaru was a Jinchuriki. What the hell? Now he remembered the strangeness of hearing history lessons of how the 4th defeated the Kyuubi by sacrificing his life and killing it. He had immediately known that was genuine BS, but never questioned why. He had figured it out for himself one day by making connections and having theories. Posing his question one day, he asked what Konohamaru was to his family, and it was all but confirmed when he saw them stay silent. After then he thought it was common knowledge that everyone knew, never questioning why the village idolized him. But racking his brain in thought, he realized that everyone was always careful with their words. If there was one thing that Sasuke learned from Itachi that he took to heart, was how to read people. The way they talked, looked, the clothes they wore, every characteristic about them. On his walks around the village he always heard people just call him hero. And nothing else. They would praise. Tell him he was brave and the same old. But their smiles would never reach their eyes. The sincerity in their voices would be forced. Sometimes they would glance around in search of, what? Being watched? Being monitored? It didn't make any sense. Even Konohamaru, for someone with such a big mouth, never mentioned anything of his status to anyone. Realization hit him. It was kept a secret to the younger generation. The older generation, the adults who knew, were not to mention anything of his real status. Under what penalty though? Usually most secrets in the village were kept under the penalty of death. So were the civilians being threatened into idolizing him, but one whisper of the Kyuubi would have them executed? It doesn't make any sense. Saying his thoughts out loud finally caused Sakura to utter her confusion. What doesn't make any sense, Sasuke-kun? And what's a Jinriki, or whatever you had just said? And what does that have to do with Kono? Shut up. Sakura promptly closed her mouth as Sasuke made his face impassive and resumed his meditation. For now he pushed his thoughts on Konohamaru to the back of his mind. He would try to solve this mystery at a later time. Sakura dejectedly kept her questions to herself before her gaze found the eyes of Konohamaru coming out of the forest. His eyes met hers and she quickly averted her gaze. She heard him scoff before he continued his pacing across the training ground, his heavy footsteps vibrating the ground. The only sound for a while was that of his feet stomping around the training field. And that was how Naruto found them when he appeared in a flicker of movement. Good morning, idiot Genins. All eyes snapped to the sound of the voice, finding the sensei of Team 7 standing in front of them with his hands in his pockets, giving them that weird eye smile of his. Morning? It's fucking noon, you idiot? Konohamaru's voice was just shy from a growl as he sneered at the still smiling Naruto. And why the hell are you 3 hours late? Naruto tilted his head back, staring up at the clouds as he absently scratched his chin. It's noon already? Time sure does fly. His lone blue eye opened to regard the Genin in question with a dull look. I would call you an idiot, but that would be an insult to idiots everywhere. He ignored the way the Genin bared his teeth. As for me being late, well, I was going to leave home early, but you see, I have this little kitty cat at home and boy was she hungry. She wouldn't let me leave if I didn't feed her. So I had to satisfy her with my bottle. The three Genin just stared. But she wasn't satisfied with the one feeding I gave her. So I had to feed her again and again. His voice trailed off as a perverted giggle came from his masked mouth. An uncomfortable silence filled the training ground as Team 7 stared at their sensei in wonder. Sakura was confused as hell, not understanding his words. Was he trying to make a joke? Konohamaru slapped his hand to his face, finding a pervert bigger than the old man, and the last member was blushing up a storm, having understood the innuendo in his words. He knew for certain this man certainly did not own a cat. Naruto found it hilarious at the same time the reactions of the two boys, but from the reaction of the only female member of the team it would seem that she was a little slow. Give or take a few years before she understood his naughty jokes. Dismissing his thoughts, it was time for business. Right. Here I have with me a timer. He pulled out a small brown clock and walked towards the 3 stumps in the training ground, placing the timer on the stump to the right. He turned back to the Genin and held up 2 bells to their vision for them to see. Your job is to get these bells from me any way you can before the timer runs out. I strongly advise you to come at me with the intent to kill. Before we start, any questions? Sakura shyly raised her hand. Sensei, what kind of a test is this? And why are there only 2 bells? This, my dear pink-headed friend, is what I call the bell test. I can't tell you what kind of test it is, but I can tell you the rules in a moment. As for the bells, well, that's a secret. He finished with an eye smile. When no one looked like they wanted to ask any more questions, he nodded. He saw Sasuke finally stand to his feet and smirked as he saw him allow his Sharingan to activate. Turning to Konohamaru, he raised an eyebrow at his intents. He shifted his eye to Sakura, who looked nervously at him, then to her hands before she steeled her resolve and stared up at him defiantly. Good, at least she had some determination. He closed his eye inwardly, laughing before he made a seal. Everyone tensed as he brought his hands together, and in a flash of smoke a perfect replica of himself appeared. Shadow clone. They couldn't keep their mouths from opening as the original hopped onto the stump in the middle, making himself comfortable, and pulled out an orange book. As I said before, you have to get those bells. If one of you manages to get the bells, you would be able to give a bell to one teammate, meaning both of you would pass and the other fails. If you manage to destroy the shadow clone, well, the person who destroys it passes, while the others immediately fail. He grinned at their shocked expressions. If you fail to get the bells or destroy the shadow clone before time runs out, you all fail. He handed the bells to the clone as he waited for his information to sink in. The clone nodded at the original as it beckoned the Genin, getting them to follow him. They walked for a while before they stood in the training ground clearing. 100 meters in each direction from standing directly in the center. On the edge of the clearing was forest all around. The minds of the Genin were racing at the rules of the test as they moved into position to the shadow clone and watched with tense breaths for any moves. All the while their brains recounted the rules. Get the bells from him and 2 of them would be able to pass, the other would fail. If one of them managed to destroy the shadow clone, then only one of them would pass and the others would automatically fail. Manage to not get the bells or destroy the shadow clone, then they would all fail. For bonus, they had to do this within a certain time limit. You have 1 hour. The voice of Naruto's clone announced to them. On the other side of the training ground, the real Naruto started the clock. You may begin. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Fire style, Burning Ash Jutsu. Sasuke and Konohamaru immediately blitzed through hand seals, releasing their respective attacks at the same time, causing the giant fireball to ignite the burning ash cloud into a giant explosion that rocked the training field. The shockwave of the explosion was so powerful that the two Genin were thrown across the training field. Sakura, in her haste to make it to cover, was also thrown back by the force of the explosion and landed in some bushes. The real Naruto remained in his seated position on the stump, pulled his face out of his book as he saw in the distance a large black cloud of smoke rise in the air. He whistled in appreciation before he shoved his face back into his book. When the smoke of the explosion finally began to clear, a 10-meter crater was all that remained of the spot the shadow clone inhibited. The earth was blackened and charred around the crater from the intense heat of the attack. "Oh shit, that hurt." Konohamaru groaned as he pushed himself face first out of the dirt. A wheeze of pain escaped his mouth as he stood shakily to his feet. Beside him he heard a groan and saw Sasuke do the same. He bit back a laugh at seeing the entire front side of Sasuke covered in dirt and mud sticking to his hair. Eyeing his form, he saw that his condition was no different. Other than that, they were both relatively unharmed. Until a fist hit Konohamaru on the top of his head. Why the hell was everyone hitting him today? Idiot, didn't you see I was attacking first? A headbutt was his answer. Didn't you see I was trying to provide cover, moron? They both stood bumping heads, glaring at each other before a shrill whistle came from directly behind them. My, can't say that I'm not impressed by such an accidental collaboration attack. The arguing boys turned to see the shadow clone standing behind them, hands in his pockets, unharmed. Not even a speck of dirt on his form. Then he moved. The feeling of awe was replaced by pain as two fists planted in their stomachs launched them across the field. They impacted the ground harshly, stumbling before they came to a stop. Both boys wheezed, coughing and holding their stomachs, feeling like they were hit by a train. Oh shit. That hurt. This time Sasuke had to agree. Despite the pain, he pushed himself to his feet, seeing the Jounin still in the same position as before. At least he was giving them a chance to recover. He quickly turned behind him to see Konohamaru standing on his feet. There was no way a group of Genin could take on a S-ranked Jounin. They needed to work together. He glanced back at the Jounin, making sure he hadn't moved before he returned his eyes teammate. Konohamaru, we need. He stopped dead as the Jounin was standing behind a confused Konohamaru. His speed was unreal. Seeing where his eyes were looking, Konohamaru palmed a kunai and spun on his heel, swiping at the Jounin, but found his arm held in an iron grip. Naruto increased his grip, causing the boy to wince and drop the kunai into his awaiting free hand. He twirled it in his finger as his lone eye turned to Sasuke. The Uchiha narrowed his eyes at the silent message. What will you do, Sasuke? Retreat would be what a normal ninja would do. But he was an Uchiha. Leaving a teammate behind would make him unworthy of wearing the fan on his back. His eyes met Konohamaru's and two nodded. Blitzing through hand seals, he inhaled as he built up chakra to the chakra points in his throat and endured the burn as he held it. Konohamaru ruthlessly pulled himself from the Jounin's grip, causing a sickening pop from his arm as he hit the dirt. The Jounin was utterly shocked at what the Genin had just done before they narrowed at him. He threw the kunai that he held in his hand to force Sasuke to stop his jutsu and hopped backwards for cover. Despite the burn of his throat, he inwardly grinned. Forcing every ounce of chakra control he had, he utilized Kawarimi with the aerial kunai and appeared in between the two. It was truly satisfying to see the eye of the lazy Jounin widen in alarm. The tomos in the young Uchiha's eyes slowed down time as he watched the flames spew out of his mouth. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. Naruto swung his body upside down midair, unsheathing his short sword, with his body pointed downwards. He could feel the heat of the flames as he stabbed his sword downwards. The only thing Sasuke could do was widen his eyes as the blade rapidly extended, hitting the dirt, propelling Naruto upwards out of the path of the flames. Sasuke's mouth dropped open as he stopped his jutsu. Landing on his feet, ignoring the burning of his chakra points, he grabbed the downed Konohamaru and the duo disappeared in a sunshine. Up in the canopy of the trees, Naruto let out the breath he had been holding. That was way too close. Showing great dexterity, he was perfectly balanced vertically, holding the handle of his sword, his feet sticking up in the air as he wiped his face with his free hand. Lowering himself on a nearby tree branch and still holding the blade's handle, he cut off the flow of chakra he had sent through the sword. The blade slowly began to retract before it held its short sword length. Naruto flipped the sword, holding it upwards, staring at the Kusanagi blade with affection. I fucking love this sword. Meanwhile, on the other side of the training ground, high up on a large branch, both boys let out pained breaths. One from popping his arm out of its socket, the other from the intense burn of his chakra points. Konohamaru pushed himself up on his good arm and grasped his dangling left. With a snarl and crack, he pushed the arm back into its socket, biting back the scream wanting to leave his throat. Sasuke coughed roughly, spitting out smoke, holding his throat in pain. The feeling of his throat being on fire was unbearable. Thankfully the gambled worked and he had freed his teammate, but he was hoping to have caught the shadow clone with that move. He knew from their first meeting that the blade could extend, but who would have thought that the Jounin would use it to propel himself like that? Ingenious. Konohamaru rolled his arms a few times, hearing satisfying cracks before he rummaged through his utility pouch, finding a small bottle of water. He moved closer to Sasuke, offering the bottle that was taken from him in a flash. Sasuke downed the bottle like a person dehydrated and felt the cool liquid ease away the burning in his throat. Ushering his thanks to his teammate with a nod, he punched a hole into the tree they were residing in and stuffed the bottle inside. Littering in a training ground was rewarded with a steep fine. That guy is a beast. How are we supposed to get the bells? Sasuke nodded in frustration. He knew without a doubt there was no way the both of them would get the bells by themselves. Destroying the clone? He would have a better chance of asking Itachi to kill himself. They needed the whole team. They needed Sakura. At least she would be good enough to provide a distraction. But right now he had to analyze of what he knew of the Jounin. He was strong. One punch sent the both of them flying. He was extremely fast. Even to his Sharingan his reaction speed was unreal. And he was smart, no doubt, having carefully crafted this test. How many teams has he tested? How many of them had passed? Remembering his words on the academy roof, he guessed many had failed trying. Konohamaru mirrored his thoughts. It's designed to split us apart, he continued, ignoring how Sasuke widened his eyes at him. As he mentioned, if one of us destroyed the clone, that person would be able to pass, the other two would automatically fail. Predictably, you and I were aiming to destroy the clone. He crossed his arms, closing his eyes. If we wouldn't be able to destroy the clone, he would expect us to go after the bells next. He opened his eyes to see Sasuke openly gaping at him. What? Sasuke stared for a few more moments before he shook his head with smirk on his face. So then, seeing that we weren't able to destroy the clone, we did immediately as he expected. Sasuke frowned in thought. But the first time he attacked was only after we attacked him. We didn't even get a second chance before. His voice trailed off as both he and Konohamaru came to the same conclusion. Only after we tried to work together. They both finished in sync. Konohamaru smashed his fist into his open palm. He would wait for us to make a move before he acted. But when he saw you to turn to me, he tried to stop us. Even then he tested you to see if you would abandon me or try to save me. Sasuke nodded with Konohamaru. So it was a test to see if Genin could work together under pressure or dismiss a major principle in Konoha's teachings and try to be selfish. Sasuke was utterly impressed with the mind of the blonde Jounin. His previous thoughts of needing Sakura were correct. To pass this test they need to work as a team. But right now there was one major problem. The eyes of the two Genin met and a silent question passed between them. Where was Sakura? A shrill scream echoing in the forest was their answer. At the start of the test, Sakura had made a dead sprint for the forest. She was thoroughly surprised when she heard two jutsu come from the boys that she slowed down and turned to look at. If she had continued at her pace, she could have avoided the impact of the explosion that knocked her into some nearby bushes. Dazed and disoriented, her vision focused to see the smoke of the explosion clearing to reveal a giant crater and training field. From her position, she was under some bushes, providing her perfect cover and wide enough to allow her to witness the battle. She let out a breath she didn't know she had been holding when she saw both boys were unharmed but covered in dirt. She had to bite back, shouting out their names as she saw the Jounin appear behind them in a flash of movement, looking untouched by the explosion. Both of them were currently arguing and had no idea the Jounin was watching them. She saw Duo finally turn to him before, in another flash of movement, he just appeared in front of them, and then two Genin went flying. She hadn't even seen him move. And then he just stood there watching them get up at a distance away. From their distance she could barely make out Sasuke standing to his feet, glancing from the Jounin to Konohamaru. She witnessed the terrifying speed of his again when he suddenly appeared behind Konohamaru. She saw the surprised boy swing at him with a kunai, but the attack was easily intercepted. He then continued his hold on him and turned to Sasuke. She had expected Sasuke to retreat and leave Konohamaru. That's what she would have done. But she ignored the voice in her head saying that if it was Sasuke she would have acted. She couldn't tell because his back was towards her and she was squinting to try and see in the distance, but it looked like Sasuke was about to perform a jutsu before Konohamaru tore himself from his grip. A black object flew from the Jounin's hand towards Sasuke and he jumped backwards. Sasuke disappeared in a burst of smoke and reappeared directly in front of the Jounin. A fireball spewed out of his mouth and she couldn't hold back her squeal of joy. Sasuke-kun is the best. Cha! The fire blocked her view of the Jounin, but she saw Sasuke grab Konohamaru and disappear. She frowned at that. Didn't Sasuke get him? Feeling curious, she decided to move to a closer location before a familiar mop of golden hair walked out of the forest. She ducked back into cover, hoping she wasn't spotted, watching him with bated breath. She saw he was untouched by the fire and was twirling in his hand that weird sword of his. He twirled it graciously for a few moments before he smoothly sheathed it. He looked off to the side, glancing in the direction the two boys went before he nodded. He then turned and began walking directly towards her. Sakura cursed and went prone on the forest floor, moving backwards as quickly as she could, all the while keeping her attention him. He was a good 80 meters away, giving more than enough time for her to run. Rip. Glancing at her sleeve, she cursed, seeing it had ripped from catching on a nearby thorn. She cursed as she realized she took her eyes off of him and glanced back in his direction, only to scream as he was stooping down, watching her with his traditional eye smile. "Hello, Pinky." Dismissing stealth, Sakura charged out of her cover, not caring that her clothes got ripped by thorns or leaves got tangled in her hair as she ran deep into the forest from the blonde. She chanced to glance behind her to see him not following, and seeing enough movies to know that if the bad guy wasn't following. She faced forward and green eyes widened as Naruto stood in front of her. From her momentum she couldn't stop herself. Thump. Her wide forehead impacted off Naruto's Jounin vest. Running full sprint and hitting hard abs protected by 2 inches of thick Kevlar face first knocked her flat on her back. Her world went black for a few moments and she nearly drifted into unconsciousness, saved only by her forehead protector taking the brunt force. World spinning and disoriented, Sakura frantically grabbed her head, groaning in pain. Ouch! That looked like it hurt. Her world came into focus, seeing the Jounin towering over her, hands in his pockets, watching her with disinterest. Sakura, still a little disoriented, used her hands to bring herself up to sitting position. Her eyes widened as the Jounin copied her and plopped himself on the ground beside her. "Sakura, let me ask you a question." Seeing her shaky nod, he propped an elbow on his raised knee. "And I want you to answer honestly." He watched her take off her headband, rubbing a nasty purple bruise on her forehead. "Why did you want to become a shinobi?" His other hand palmed his face, held up by his elbow, looking relaxed as if he was watching a harmless insect. "Don't forget the test is still on," he added quickly. Sakura thought about her answer. Why did she want to become a shinobi? She would always tell herself the main reason she first wanted to enroll in the ninja academy was when she first laid eyes on Sasuke. But thinking back on her younger years, it was Ino had told her to join the academy with her. She had been teased and bullied over her forehead, and because of that she was highly insecure and timid during her younger days. Ino had been a childhood friend that had stood up for her to the many bullies that picked on her. She was everything she was not: smart, beautiful, and highly popular. When she had told her she was attending the academy, Sakura was quick to follow. She blinked back the memory, seeing the Jounin still hadn't moved, watching her quietly. She pressed her fingers together before she mumbled her answer. Well, I wanted to become a ninja, because I was picked on a lot. My friend Ino was joining the academy, and I wanted to be just like her. So I followed her and joined as well." An eyebrow rose. "So you chose this dangerous profession because of your insecurities?" When she nodded timidly as he sighed, closing his eye. He was silent for a few moments before his lone eye opened, taking on a hard glint. "Sakura. I'm going to say this only once. This profession is not a game. Insecurities or worries of how you look, or even boys, don't matter. I understand your low self-esteem from being picked on, but I can tell you right now, that girls like you don't make it past their first C-ranked mission." He held up his fingers, listing reasons one by one. "Be it either mental, physical or psychological reasons, or maybe even death, shinobi life will break girls like you one way or another." With having said his piece, he stood up, dusting off his pants. He saw the girl looking wide-eyed at him, tears forming in her eyes. Never one to be heartless, he reached down and gently patted her head. "I'm not trying to scare you, Sakura. And don't for a second ever think I'm telling you to quit. I'm just trying to warn you of the danger." He reached under her chin, tilting her head to look up at him. "I hate to see a girl like you that shows such promise wasted all on boys and looks. The least you can do is show me the reason why you were ranked the #1 kunoichi." With that he backed up and beckoned her with 2 fingers. Now let's see what you've got. Sakura wiped her unshed tears on her sleeves before her face morphed into determination and she jumped to her feet firing off kunai at him. She wasn't surprised as he dodged all of them, going so far as to pluck one out of the air and return it back to her. It hit Sakura right in her forehead, making Naruto narrow his eyes before she disappeared in flash of smoke, a piece of wood in her place. He turned to his right to see her beside a tree grinning victoriously as she swiped a kunai on a piece of wire. Naruto had to hit the dirt, nearly avoiding the kunai that would have lodged into his back. He didn't have time to wonder when she set a trap before he heard a whistle and glanced up only to quickly roll to avoid shuriken that dropped from the treetops. Using his momentum, he rolled to his feet, staring wide-eyed at the girl who pouted as her traps failed to work. Still not giving up, Sakura charged at him with a kunai in hand, engaging in textbook perfect taijutsu taught at the academy. Naruto danced around her, watching her teeth grind in frustration as she desperately tried to swipe at him. He backpedaled from her, gaining more distance before his eyes narrowed as she smirked again and threw a kunai behind him. With the sound of tripwire, a hail of kunai came from behind him. At the same time, Sakura threw more kunai at him from his front, hoping to trap him. Cursing as he was instructed not to perform any jutsu, he had to make use of his taijutsu and kenjutsu and drew his sword in quick motion, forming it to a long sword as he spun, slashing at the kunai. Sakura's mouth dropped open at the sheer skill he showcased, spinning rapidly as the sounds of metal on metal rang out and kunai fell all around him. Coming to stop his breathing was hard and visible sweat was on his face. Sakura inwardly pitched herself, remembering that this was just a shadow clone. There had to be a limit to the amount of chakra provided in the clone, and it looked Sasuke and Konohamaru had managed to wear him down. Making one last-ditch effort, she threw smoke bombs on the ground. Naruto had zero visibility and had to rely on his keen sense of hearing. He couldn't use his nose from the smoke. Smart Sakura. Robbing your opponent of visibility and smell was always a plus. When he heard a rustle, he stuck fast with a jab, resulting in the sound of Sakura's scream echoing through forest. When the smoke cleared, Sakura was on the ground holding her chest, looking at him in horror. Naruto's face immediately paled and his lone eye went wide. From the shape of his mask, it looked like his mouth had dropped wide open as he gawked at the sight. Sensei. How could you? Her voice was broken. Naruto dropped to his knees, looking at the accused hand as if it was diseased. He stuttered in response, words failing to come out of his mouth. Sakura grinned victoriously. Hearing a roar of female fury, he turned to see Sakura, a red mark on her face from his previous blow, charging at him, her fist cocked back ready to strike. Shanaro. Thwack. The force of the blow caused Naruto to comically spin his vision, seeing stars. Before he disappeared, he saw Sakura fade into nothing. Oh shit, she got me. The real Naruto was still seated on the stump reading his book when the memories of his clone returned to him. His book dropped from his hand and his eye went wide before he groaned and slapped a hand to his face. He shook his head in shame. No good, piece of shit shadow clone. An S-ranked ninja foiled by an E-rank clone jutsu and barely developing breast. He glanced at the timer, reaching to stop it, and cried comical tears as he saw that there was only 1 minute left. It was the moment that she destroyed the clone that Sasuke and Konohamaru appeared, looking ready for engagement. They stared at Sakura, who had her mouth open in shock, and glanced around for the powerful Jounin. Seeing he wasn't around, the young Sarutobi popped the question. Sakura. He scratched his head. Have you seen Sensei? Sakura could only nod dumbly, her mouth and eyes still wide open in shock. Sasuke glanced around the area with his Sharingan, seeing kunai and shuriken littered around the place. There were clear signs of a battle, but where was blonde shinobi? Konohamaru walked up to the unresponsive Sakura and waved a hand in her face. When she still didn't move, he walked around her and looked into her wide eyes. Following her line of sight and seeing nothing but forest, he stared confusedly at her. You okay, Sakura? As he mentioned the words, realization returned to Sakura and she jumped, hugging Konohamaru, shouting at the top of her lungs. I did it. I can't believe it worked. Sakura wrapped her arms around Konohamaru, grabbing his face as she stared into his frightened eyes. She shook him back and forth, frantically screaming, all the while repeating her previous words. Konohamaru shook like a ragdoll from her impressive strength before pink lips pressed against his cheeks and he was dropped like a sack of potatoes. Seeing crazed green eyes turn to him, Sasuke tried to run but was tackled from behind from the seemingly mad Kunoichi as she repeated her previous actions. In that moment, the real Naruto appeared at the scene, seeing a badly twitching Konohamaru on the ground and Sakura, shaking Sasuke back and forth like a leaf, screaming at her victory. The Uchiha's mouth was wide open and his eyes unfocused from being violently shaken. Catching blonde in her vision, her green eyes found Naruto and he had to take a nervous step back from the look in her eye. Now Sakura, there's no need to, act. He was tackled by the girl and hugged as she started crying tears of joy, thankfully not shaking him as she did with the boys. He awkwardly patted her on the back in return. Finally, having vented her joy, she sat up staring at Naruto, wiping her eyes. You can get up now, Sakura. Realizing her position, she blushed and leapt off him, sputtering her apologies. Naruto stood to his feet, rubbing his chest, and looked over to male members of the team, having finally recovered from her intense shaking. Both were blushing up a storm, having pink lipstick on their cheeks. When Naruto's raised eye glanced at her, she ducked her head in embarrassment, her face mimicking her hair. Naruto shook his head before he cleared his throat, gaining their attention. Well, children, it would seem that we have our winner to the test. He gestured to Sakura. Congratulations. The only sound in the forest was Naruto's slow clapping. Konohamaru and Sasuke stared dumbly at Sakura before they looked at Jounin, then back again, and repeated the action. They then turned to each other, blinking, before they frowned and glanced around. Were they in a genjutsu? Naruto rolled his single eye at their behavior and patted Sakura on her back, gaining their attention once more. Pinky here destroyed my shadow clone all by herself. Something the two of you failed to do. Knowing the rules of the test, Sakura passes, you two fail. Both boys were both shocked and angered at same time. First, because Sakura of all people managed to take down the shadow clone, and second, because that was something they both failed to do. The two top students of the academy both failed. Sasuke was thinking of the disappointment of coming home to tell his mother of his failure. She would be devastated. Konohamaru was a different story. He paled considerably, thinking of those goons reporting to him. They were always watching. Both boys were saved from their thoughts when Naruto walked over to where his clone was destroyed and picked up the bells that had clattered to the ground after it dispelled. He tossed them to Sakura, who caught them staring at him in confusion. Tell you what, Sakura, you can give the bells to one of your teammates. The person you give the bell to will pass, the other one will be sent back to the academy. Your choice. All eyes were now on Sakura as she stood there staring at Naruto in horror. She glanced at the bells before she looked at two boys searching their faces. Both of them were blank, giving nothing away. She glanced at the bells one more time before she nodded in resolution. Walking towards the surprised Genin, she grabbed both of their hands and placed both of the bells in their open palms. She stared into the eye of the Jounin. If anyone should be sent back to the academy, it should be me. She reached up and put her hands on their shoulders. Both Konohamaru and Sasuke are way better than I am. If anyone deserves to become Genin, it should be them. Naruto searched her face, seeing nothing but grim resolution in her eyes before he nodded in resignation. Well, when you put it like that, I guess I'm just going to have to pass all of you. It was a comical sight to see their mouths drop open at the same time. He waited a few moments for it to sink in and was rewarded to see Sakura wrap her arms around both boys, pushing their faces together, cheering at the top of her lungs. A genuine smile formed under Naruto's mask and he stared fondly at the scene. He waited for them to finish celebrating as both boys bumped knuckles and a happy Sakura kissed both boys on the cheek, again making them blush. He cleared his throat, gaining their attention once more, now pushing celebrations aside. There's still one more lesson to learn here. Walking towards them, he placed his hands on each the boys' shoulders, and told them to hold on to Sakura. Waiting for her to adjust, they disappeared in a sunshine. Sensei and students appeared in Training Ground 3. The same training ground that the third Hokage taught the Sannin, and where the third himself was taught by the second Hokage in his Genin days. It was said that this training ground was created by the god of shinobi himself, Hashirama Senju, and the trees surrounding it still growing since the founding of the Leaf Village. It was made into a large clearing, with forest all around. The sound of a running river could be heard inside the forest. At the far end of the training field sat three similar stumps, and behind them, the memorial stone. Beckoning the trio to follow him, he stood silently in front of the stone, staring at the many names forever carved into it. Despite the thousands, his eyes always automatically found the specific names that he was looking for. Minato Namikaze. Kushina Uzumaki. Kakashi Hatake. He closed his eyes as he felt them stand silently behind. After a few moments of silence, he spoke. The memorial stone. The names of Kia are forever carved into it. He reached out and placed his hand on. I come here every day to pay my respects. The Genin stared in stony silence as he turned to face them, searching their faces. The names of my parents, my sensei, and some dear friends are on this stone. He stared up at the sky, watching the clouds. By the time I was your age, I was in Anbu. I was on a mission with my sensei, who was my team captain at the time. Long story short, the mission went to hell and I took an explosion to the face, losing my eye. As you may know, Hatake Kakashi, the copy ninja, had the Sharingan. He gazed at their faces before his hand rose and lifted his headband. He died on that mission, but before he died he gave me a gift. It was my birthday and he didn't have a present. No more words needed to be said as the team gazed into the red orb that mirrored so many emotions. Sakura was wiping back her tears, and both Sasuke and Konohamaru watched on in stony silence. You're shinobi of Konoha now. You'll take missions ranging from a variety of classes consisting of either D, C, B, A, and if you're lucky, S. You'll murder, you'll steal, rape, bribe, intimidate, seduce, torture and do many more, all in the name of Konoha. And the end of the day you walk to the mission assignment desk and accept a check. His voice was blank. When you find the need to improve your skills you'll reserve one of the many training grounds provided by Konoha. At the end of the day you go home and try to sleep only for the face of your victims to haunt you. If you manage to gain a few hours of rest you'll wake up and cycle starts all over again. Their faces were grim and understanding. I've learned a lot as my time as a shinobi. Some lessons are learned the hard way and some you learn for yourself. He sighed deeply, fighting down the building emotions before he regarded them. Your teammates now. A bond formed between fellow comrades. If there is one thing that will stay with me for the rest of my life is this. Those who break the rules are trash. Those who break the rules are trash. But those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. But those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. I'll never abandon my comrades, Kakashi. That's a promise, believe it. He smiled fondly at the memory, his gaze lowered in thought. I'll hold you to it, Naruto. Maybe you'll teach this to your own kids one day. You? Kids? Why would I want a bunch of brats? Hey, don't ignore me, Kakashi. He chuckled to himself, wiping his misty eye on his sleeve, and gazed at the now puffy-eyed Genin. It was Sakura who broke first as a stream of tears ran down her face. She was consoled quietly by both boys, with Konohamaru wrapping an arm around her and Sasuke awkwardly patting her back. Naruto waited till her tears stopped before he pulled out a small envelope stamped with each of their names. These are all the rewards that come with being a shinobi. Bank accounts, library access, store information and more. He walked near the group, handing each of them a letter with their respective names before he smiled fondly, patting each of their heads. You're the first group I've ever passed, so congratulations are in order. Go and celebrate. With that he waved them away in a shooing motion. Let's celebrate at Ichiraku Ramen, Konohamaru shouted, pumping his fist in the air. Sasuke had a small smile on his face and nodded in agreement, following the happy Genin. Sakura was about to follow before she paused and stared back at the moving Naruto. Won't you be coming, sensei? Naruto laughed, shaking his head. I'm afraid I have to decline. I have to make a report, but you three should go on by yourselves and get a chance to know your teammates. The girl nodded before she ran to catch up to the waiting boys. Naruto watched them go for a while before smiling to himself before disappeared in sunshine. Walking beside the two boys, Sakura stopped mid-step, gaining their attention. She bit her lip nervously, glancing down at her feet before she locked gazes with Konohamaru. Listen, Konohamaru. About what I said earlier I want. She was interrupted by Konohamaru's laughter as he waved off her apology. It's all right, Sakura-chan. No hard feelings. His eyebrows wiggled suggestively. But if you're really sorry, how about another kiss? He tapped his cheek. Sakura rolled her eyes before she reluctantly agreed, pressing a quick peck to his awaiting cheek. She couldn't help but laugh as he blushed brightly with a wide grin on his face. A flash of black caught her attention and she saw Sasuke walking ahead with his hands in his pockets. Sakura rolled her eyes again before she skipped up to Sasuke and pecked his cheek. She giggled at his reaction as he slowed his steps and waited for Konohamaru to join them, who glared at Sasuke as the Uchiha smirked at him in return. Boys. Rolling her eyes again, she followed them, not knowing she would be the soon-to-be victim of raging male hormones. All Jounin sensei of the Academy's graduates were in the conference room of the Hokage Tower awaiting the Hokage. Among the Jounin were small portion of the military police and clan heads in the back. This year was ripe with potential for the hopeful batch of Genin. Of course, all the children of the major shinobi clans of Konoha were Genin this year, so there was a lot of high expectation. The chatter that filled the room immediately quieted to silence as the doors opened and the Hokage walked into room, followed by his advisors. The group of shinobi parted in his way as the entourage moved to the table at the end of the hall, and the Hokage eased himself into a chair flanked on both sides by his advisors. With a snap of his finger, an Anbu appeared with an envelope holding the names of all teams and their respective Jounin sensei. Pulling the paper out of the envelope and setting it before him, Homura presented a pen in his awaiting hand. From his robes he pulled out his familiar pipe and plopped into his mouth. His eyes turned to Koharu, who grumbled before she pulled out a match, and dipped into his pipe, lighting it. The assembled group of shinobi dared not show their humor or face severe consequences. Now happily puffing on his pipe, he began the roll call, pen ready to either check or cross out teams off the list. Team 1. Fail. Team 2. Fail. Team 3. Fail. Team 4. Fail. Team 5. Fail. Team 6. Fail. Team 7. The Hokage glanced up from the sheet looking for the Jounin of Team 7. Seeing not a blonde amongst the colors, he frowned. He glanced to the Jounin in front of him, posing the question on everyone's mind. Where is Naruto? A fairly tall and light-skinned woman of slender build rolled her eyes before answering. Knowing him, he probably saw a black cat and took the long way here. Her long black hair bounced from side to side as she shook her head, closing her eccentric red eyes. Fiddling with her bandage battle dress, she crossed her arms under bountiful breast, turning to a familiar Jounin beside her. Your boyfriend needs to learn punctuality. Riha ducked her head in embarrassment, grasping her Jounin vest as all eyes fell on her. Of course Naruto would choose now off all times to be late. She would make sure he received good punishment when he came home. A rough hand landed on her shoulder and she glanced up at the wide smiling face of a familiar green spandex wearing Jounin. Pay no heeds to her words, youthful Riha-chan. I'm sure my eternal rival is late for a reason. Everyone winced at the volume of Mito Guy. Riha smiled nervously at the eccentric Jounin, who grinned down at her, giving a thumbs up. PFF, yeah right. My guess would be he had to help an old lady cross the street. It wasn't hard to miss the sarcasm in his voice as Asuma Sarutobi itched for a smoke. He rubbed his beard and idly scratched the back of his short black hair. Because of his tall height, he had a clear view of the Hokage as he smirked at him. Don't forget he gets lost on the road of life. A voice shouted from the back. Or he forgot his sandals at home. Another spoke. How about the one where someone stole his book? The orange one or the red one? The entire group of shinobi shared a laugh that even brought a smile to face of the Hokage. But clearing his throat, he instantly quieted the chatter. Let's leave the laughter for another time. There are still teams to list. Moving on. Everyone's eyes swept to door as it creaked open and a familiar head of blonde hair stepped inside. Hand in his pockets, looking like he just woke up, Naruto stared at the group. Ma, sorry I'm late. I got lost on the road of life? Lost your wallet? Saw a black cat? Walked under a ladder? Naruto blinked at the questions before his single eye narrowed at the crowd. Have you people been stalking me? This time even the Hokage had to join the group and laugh at the remark of the Jounin. Naruto I smiled at them, people parting as he made his way to front, all the while shaking hands and ushering greetings from fellow ninja. Finally reaching the front, he bumped knuckles with Asuma, accepted a bear hug from Guy and a wave of the hand from Kurenai. Turning to a familiar blonde, he saw her scowl at him before her lips twitched in a smile. Winking at her, he turned his attention to the front. Yo! The Hokage smirked at him before he shook his head at the Jounin. He turned his attention back to the sheet and continued. Team 7. Everyone straightened up at this. Did Naruto pass the Jinchuriki and Uchiha? Naruto could feel the tension and teasingly paused for emphasis before he spoke in slow whisper. Fail. The only sound in the room was Hokage's pipe hitting the desk. Everyone else stared wide at him in shock. Naruto could feel all eyes on him and the glare from the Hokage and his advisors as he scratched his chin and thought. Oh well, best end the fun before the old man shits his diaper. Stuffing his hands into his pockets and trademark a smile on his face, he was quick to backtrack. Just kidding, those kiddies passed. Chapter 5, The Test Part 1. Twack. The incoming fist was nothing but a blur to his Sharingan before he felt the impact against his forehead protector, launching him through the air. He hit the ground harshly, coughing as air was knocked out of his lungs, before he rolled to a sudden stop. His world-spinning Sasuke felt himself drifting in and out of unconsciousness from the blow he just received. Not too far from him, lying in the grass, was Sakura, knocked out cold from the receiving end of Naruto's punches. It would seem he wasn't joking when he said he wasn't taking them serious from their first test. After the humiliating destruction of his shadow clone, any test after that was him coming at them with no mercy. The results were as expected. The first time they lasted only 10 seconds. The second time a full 20. Slowly but surely their times of keeping conscious increased seconds by seconds. At present they were averaging 2 minutes. But only just. It was always Sakura going down first. He suspected he was still sore from her fluke win. Then it was himself. Try as he may, his eyes couldn't keep up with the Jounin's speed. It was always Konohamaru who would last the longest, being the most durable out of the three. Though not as fast as himself, the young Genin had more stamina and ninjutsu at his disposal. Not to mention he sure could take a punch. Sasuke winced as he witnessed Konohamaru take a brutal blow to the face, the young Sarutobi stunned from the blow. Showing no mercy, Naruto wrapped a hand around the Genin's throat and hauled him into the air, letting his feet dangle from the ground. With actions moving in slow motion to his Sharingan, Sasuke witnessed the young Sarutobi slam to the earth with a shattering force that shook the ground. Ouch! A mini crater had formed in the earth from the force of impact. Konohamaru's form was unresponsive as Naruto hauled him over his shoulder and casually walked over towards him, whistling a jaunty tune. Konohamaru was dropped to the ground like a sack of potatoes before Naruto pulled out his familiar book. Not bad, kiddies. You lasted 2 minutes and 15 seconds this time. Having no energy left to fight the blissful feeling of sleep, Sasuke weakly gave Naruto the finger before his head dropped back into unconsciousness. Naruto smirked down at his reaction before he put his book away and quietly observed the trio. They were improving, slightly. Not to say he knocked out a few of their brain cells on purpose. No. He was slowly testing them, gathering statistics of their overall prowess. Be it on D ranks or either on his personal conditioning test, he was always observing. It had only been a month of them being the official Team 7, and so far he was quite impressed with their drive. For each of his students he kept evaluation cards of their overall skill levels. They were ranked from the 3 divisions of jutsu to their intelligence, strength, speed, stamina, and finally hand seals. Pulling out a pen and piece of paper from his vest pocket, he jotted down a few notes for each. Sakura, somewhat improvement in taijutsu. Still suffers from low reserves. Needs ninjutsu and genjutsu to compensate. Gene Jester recommended. More physical conditioning needed. Perfect chakra control can be experimented with, awaiting future testing. Some instances show hidden personality of rage. He drew inner Sakura. Sasuke, improvement in taijutsu. Somewhat adaptation to movements. Overall weapon skills improved. Prone to heavy reliance on eyes. Arrogance disappearing, he added a small smiley face. High fire elemental nature skill. Suggest more overall training. Konohamaru, surprising taijutsu and ninjutsu. 2 elemental nature types consisting of fire and earth. Extremely durable and high stamina. Only weakness is genjutsu. Large chakra reserves, very large chakra reserves. He drew a crude drawing of a tank. The young Sarutobi was a bit of a conundrum. It would seem there was more to the young Sarutobi behind that goofy grin of his. Naruto wasn't fooled by his smile. He had seen more sincere grins on the faces of Iwanin that tried to kill him than on that boy. Well, there was no problem he couldn't solve. Unless it was those kami-forsaken Rubik's Cubes. But so far it had been smooth sailing, being an official team sensei. He glanced up to sky, rubbing his chin. Is it that? Naruto sensei. He liked the sound of that. Peering down at the unconscious Genin, he chuckled to himself. This was his team now. It wasn't like those Onbu days where his squad mates could take care of themselves. These were children. 3 lives depended on him when outside the safe walls of Konoha. Gazing from one face to another, he nodded to himself before he pulled his mask down and bit his thumb on his sharp canine, drawing blood. Securing the cloth back into place, he quickly went through a set of hand seals, slamming his hands on the ground. Summoning jutsu. In a puff of smoke, a very large bulldog appeared with a small pub sitting atop of his head. Sup, boss? What's good? Though the smallest and to his hidden displeasure, the cutest of his ninja hounds, Pakun had a deep voice. It was comical to hear such a voice come from a tiny dog. Naruto would bug the pug just to hear him talk sometimes. Naruto raised his hand in greeting. Hey boys. I actually need a little service from Bull here. The large bulldog barked at the sound of this name and obediently trudged toward his master. Naruto patted his head, getting the palm of his hand licked, and lowered himself, allowing Pakun to jump on his shoulder. Naruto stooped to bullseye level, scratching the large dog under the side of his neck, and was rewarded with pants of appreciation. I need you to carry those 3 little kitties over there on your back. Without question, Bull couldn't speak. The large dog gently scooped up the 3 unconscious Genin securely on his back and began to follow Naruto as he slowly walked back to the village, pulling out make-out temptation for Pakun's reading pleasure. So these are the kitties. Yep. At first I wanted to kill them and hide the bodies. I smiled. But after a while they're not so bad. Flip the page, wow boss. So what makes them so special? I mean, out of all those other these teams you failed, what makes this team so unique? The answer was simple. Jinchuriki and Uchiha. Seriously. Politics as usual, eh? Page. Same as always. By the way, how come you never offered if I can touch your paws yet? They were really soft. Did you bring me jerky? If I said no, would you still let me squeeze them? No jerky. No paws, Paige. BFF fine. Here I was going to give you a tummy scratch. I guess only Bull is going to get my special treatment. Fine, I'll let you touch my paws. Geez. That's my boy. I bet Riha-chan will be happy to see you guys. Riha-chan is home? She's out shopping but should be home soon. She had moved in with him. Not that he would complain. Ever. Have I ever mentioned I love you, boss? Naruto rolled his eye. Please, you dumped me for Riha-chan, you traitor. Can you blame me? Who can stand against her feminine charms? I can. Bull. Woof. No, not you, moron, shut up. Bull ducked his head in shame. Akun. Be nice, you know how sensitive Bull is. Don't defend him. As big as he is, he's got the guts of a fawn. It's not his fault. He has self-esteem issues. Plus you guys always bully him, no pun intended. Whatever. As I was saying, bullshit. Dear Kami Bull, I'm not talking to you. The large dog smiled sheepishly. Sighing, he shook his head. Dumbass. Anyways, remember that time you nearly cried because she wouldn't s-dash? Naruto clamped a hand over the pub's mouth, silencing him. He was ignoring the stares he got from villagers at the sight of a jounin and his talking dog. Not to mention the 7-foot-length, 300-pound bulldog carrying 3 unconscious Genin. You promised to never speak of that again. He spoke dryly, removing his hand from the pub's face. Well, you promised you'll take us to see all dogs go to heaven. But did you keep your promise? No. I didn't, oh my bad. I have that on DVD anyway. Lies. I'm serious. I got that in this new TV imported from Moon Country. 70 inches of pure entertainment. So out of the blue, you just randomly got a dog movie? Well, yeah, I was thinking about you guys. What about those stupid amphibians? Oh, someone was jealous. They're okay. Just okay? What happened to Gamma, whatever his face? Gamabunta, Naruto corrected. Plus you guys are way more awesome than frogs. Lies. I have no reason to lie. The pug leapt off his head, landing in front of the street, blocking his path. Look at me in my eyes and tell me you love us more than you love the frogs. Tell me you love me. The sound of his voice caused onlookers to stop and stare in shock. Putting his book away slowly into his pouch, Naruto calmly went down on one knee and held a hand over his heart. Akun. I love my ninja hounds more than any talking amphibian, no matter how big and strong there could ever be. I love you. Sweetening the deal, Naruto magically made a piece of jerky appear in his gloved hand. Akun. He began slowly. Will you accept this jerky? Oh, Naruto, you shouldn't have. He immediately took the tasty treat from his hands and with a small leap nestled himself at the top of Blonde's head. One for you to Bull. With a wave of his hand, another piece of jerky appeared before he tossed it to the large dog. It was snatched into his awaiting mouth and eaten in one large gulp. Naruto slowly raised himself to his feet, dusting of his pants. Feeling eyes on him, he glanced to see the entire street of traffic halted to stare at the scene. The hell you all gawking at? Can a man tell his talking dogs he loves them? People began to move at the sound of his voice, only pausing momentarily to stare as if they couldn't believe what they had just seen. Geez, people these days. Bull barked in agreement. Akun was too busy munching on his jerky to reply. When the trio of Genin awoke, they found themselves resting in a comfortable leather couch. Dazed and confused, they glanced around, finding themselves in an expensive-looking apartment. It was wide and open, and to their shock, directly in front of them was a huge flat-screen TV. Behind it all was elaborate windows showcasing a sunny view of the village. What caused their shock wasn't the television but the dog who was watching the TV, seated on a small coffee table, lazily flipping through channels with its remote. Feeling eyes on him, Akun fixed the trio with a boring gaze before he returned his attention back to his show. Boss, they're awake. The sound of the voice caused the Genin to stare in shock at the small pug. Had a dog just talked? Their moment of wonder was interrupted by the voice of their sensei coming from behind them. Oh. Welcome to my home, children. Three heads turned to look at Naruto, who was seated on a large oak kitchen table with his face stuck in his book. Behind him they could see an elaborate kitchen with the smell of something delicious coming from the oven. It was Sasuke who voiced his confusion. "Why are we here?" He jabbed a thumb at the pub. "And what's up with that dog? I never knew dogs could talk." Naruto lowered his book and fixed him a lazy stare. "Well, to answer your first question, I brought the three of you here because frankly, I didn't want to carry three unconscious Genin around Konoha to your homes. That would have taken a substantive amount of time and effort." He ignored their glare. "And that dog is one of my ninja hounds. His name is Pakun. You'd be surprised how animals can talk." At the mention of his name, the pug waved a paw lazily over his shoulder without diverting his attention from his TV show. "Yo!" They trio dumbly waved back. Not that the pug noticed. Before any of them could question their sanity, a loud bark nearly made them jump from their seats, and down a nearby hallway they heard the sound of heavy thumps before a very large bulldog appeared out of the hallway. "This is Bull. My largest and strongest ninja hound. He can't talk though." Being ever friendly with humans, not counting those he was sent to kill, Bull marched up to the startled Genin and eagerly began to sniff and lick their palms. Naruto chuckled at their reactions. "No worries kiddies, he's friendly, most of the time." Relaxing at his words, they began to lightly pat the huge dog and got rewarded with pants of approval. Rubbing the underside of his chin, Sakura frowned in thought. Sensei. Why can't Bull speak like Pakun?" Underneath his mask, Naruto frowned. Poor guy had his voice box crushed when he was just a puppy. He leaned his elbow against the table, resting a fist under his chin. Over the top of his book his lone eye fixed a sad glance at Bull, all the while panting happily at the attention of the young students. He wasn't treated very well by his breeder. During the era of the clan wars, ninja hounds, were renowned throughout the shinobi world, useful for their heightened senses and abilities, and as such were able to work with ninja. Solely owned by the Inuzuka clan, they quickly became tools held in high demand and were sold to clans and ninja alike for a high price. Down through the centuries the tradition continued each day, even in present times, with many ninja of the shinobi world purchasing ninja hounds from the Inuzuka clan. One long-standing tradition consisted of the Hatake clan being a mutual buyer. Pakun was the first dog that Kakashi owned shortly after his induction to Anbu. Over the years before his death he built up his team of hounds, raising them since their puppy stages and training them each for his own purposes. Bull was the final dog Kakashi added to his team and also was the youngest. He had been the runt of his many siblings and was abused by his breeder, who had crushed the throat of the young pup before going on the run. Bastard had gotten away. For now anyways. Ippiki Inuzuka. His days were numbered. Bull had barely survived but had pulled through. But his voice box was damaged beyond repair, resulting him not being able to talk like the others. Not that many ninja hounds develop the ability to talk anyway. It already required complex movement of the mouth and tongue to speak human language, and some didn't have the ability to make their mouths form suitable words. Under his tutelage Naruto had signed the summoning contract and with his death became the new master for the group. Kami rest his soul. He has a damaged voice box. He smiled as the big dog marched over to where he was seated and lightly began to pet him. But he doesn't let that stop him. "Don't you, boy?" "Woof. Atta boy." Enjoying the loving care, Bull gave Naruto's hand a lick before he trudged off to a corner of the room, easing himself into a large doggy bed that read Bull's bed in large letters. Pakun's voice lightly rang out. "Pie is burning." Naruto cursed under his breath before he abruptly vanished, appearing in front of the oven in a flicker of movement, and quickly opened it up, finding the pie he had been baking was slowly beginning to burn at the edges. Grabbing his silly-looking doggy oven mitts, he took the hot pie out of the oven and placed it on the table. "Well, who wants pie?" Placing his mitts on the counter, he opened a nearby drawer, taking out a small knife. Waiting till the three Genin seated themselves at the table, he expertly began to cut the pie into pieces, his hand moving in a blur. They were no doubt impressed by his display of speed. He grinned underneath his mask, enjoying the boost to his ego. Really looking to impress, Naruto flashed over to the cupboards, retrieving 3 small plates, and at the same time opening the drawers and pulling out some forks, and finally appeared in front of the table before the Genin could blink. There was the sound of rushing air as his hands set the table, and to their surprise generous pieces of pie appeared on their plates. Smirking all the while at their stares, Naruto slowly eased himself into a chair and intertwined his fingers behind his head, looking cool as a cucumber. "Dig in, children. This is post-training relief." Not waiting to be told twice, and feeling extremely hungry after their short battle, the trio muttered a small itadakimasu before they took experimental bites. Eyes widening at the taste, they began to take his words to heart. "This is the best pie I ever tasted. Konohamaru's words managed to make sense as he stuffed pie into his mouth, his eyes watering from the taste. Swallowing heavily, he took a momentary pause, glancing at his sensei with stars in his eyes. This is so good. His other teammates had to agree. Though not stuffing their faces as he had, they took their time savoring the taste of the baked dish. Sakura let out an audible moan as the warm treat melted in her mouth, feeling her taste buds explode with flavor. The Uchiha of the team had his eyes closed and was slowly taking his time eating, close to bliss by the taste of the treat. Sasuke would admit he wasn't much of sweet tooth, but he could imagine himself living out the rest of his days on nothing but this pie. Speaking of pies, he had to know the name. Sensei, what kind of pie is this anyway? Having been watching their reactions to his pie, Naruto smiled to himself at yet another satisfied customers. Even though that bad boy was burnt at the edges. Who knew that an S-rank killing machine could make such damn good pies? Leaning towards the table, waggling an index finger beckoning them closer, Naruto whispered dramatically to their ears. Gather round, children. Do you really want to know the name of the super awesome pie that you're currently eating, that makes your taste buds just burst at its sweet taste? Receiving nods, he continued. Well, my stupid little Genin, the name of the pie. He waited till they were straining to hear, almost tipping over their chairs. The name of the pie is a secret. A round of sweat drops came from the Genin as their sensei resumed his previous position, the shift of his mask showcasing his big grin. They frowned at being led on but immediately lost their expressions as they continued eating. Stretching an arm forward and grabbing two pieces of pie, Naruto threw one in Bull's direction and the large dog simply opened his mouth to receive the pie before returning to his nap. Naruto tossed the other to Pakun, who jumped in the air to catch it before landing on the coffee table, resuming his watch of Dogs Gone Wild. Sensei, how come you're not eating? Konohamaru questioned, seeing the Jounin just sit there with his eye closed. Ma, I'm not hungry. He replied, shrugging his shoulders. His nose twitched as he caught the scent of flowers. Well, not for food anyway. Confused at his words, any questions were halted as the sound of keys turning drew everyone's attention to the front door and were greeted to the sight of blue flip-flops. What nearly made the boys choke on their food was the long creamy legs that those sandals belonged to that stepped in the house. Smoothing the wrinkles out of her short blue summer dress, Riha shut the door behind her before turning around and pausing at the sight of two red faces and another of barely concealed jealousy. Taking of her yellow sun hat and adjusting the shopping bag she held in one arm, Riha smiled brilliantly before taking off her sandals and walking towards the group standing beside Naruto. Well, what do we have here? Pulling on Naruto's ponytail, she directed a beautiful smile to the trio. Naruto, how come you never told me your Genin were such cuties? Propping an elbow on the table, leaning his cheek on his closed fist, Naruto offered them a dull look. Cuties? I nearly had a heart attack when I first saw them. I mean, how could 3 children look so fugly? Wrapping an arm around her side, Naruto pointed at each of them, ignoring their hostile gazes. See? How do you stand the sight of their faces? They're not just ugly. No. You have to add an F to that. They're fugly. As in frigging ugly. Riha coughed in a fist to conceal her amusement before she slapped a hand to the back of his head. Stop being so rude. Giving a warning look to his glare as he rubbed the back of his head, she offered back the peeved-looking Genin a small smile. Don't mind him. He's just a narcissistic douche. Tucking her sun hat under her arms and ignoring Naruto's shout of hey, she extended a hand in greeting. My name is Riha, and it's nice to finally meet you 3. The 3 shook the hand in greeting, blushing all the while at her beautiful smile. Sasuke Uchiha. The dark-haired boy greeted, blushing at the softness of her hand. I'm Sakura Haruno. Sakura greeted eagerly. Wow, you're really pretty. You look kind of familiar though. Are you related to Yamanaka Ino by any chance? Riha smiled at that. Why, yes, I am. Her father is my cousin. How is little Ino-chan, by the way? Not wanting to call Ino a pig in front of her, Sakura just grinned nervously. She's fine. Turning eyes to the final member of the group, Konohamaru intertwined her hand in his before pressing a gentle kiss to her knuckle, a cool grin forming on his face. I'm Konohamaru Sarutobi. The Konohamaru Sarutobi. It's an honor to meet such a beautiful flower as yourself, Riha-chan. He wiggled his eyebrows suggestively. Adjusting her hand that held her bags to stiffen her giggles, she smiled at the flirtatious Genin. Goodness me, it's an honor to meet the one and only Konohamaru Sarutobi. Winking suggestively, she gave his hand a squeeze. You're even cuter than I thought, she purred. Concealing the flow of blood from his nose with his scarf, Konohamaru quickly withdrew his hand, his face the same color as the liquid flowing from his nose. Glancing at the pie on the table, she pouted. Naruto-kun. How come you made sugar pie without me? Throwing up his hands in exaggeration, the Jounin shook his head. Thanks a lot, Riha-chan, now they know the name of my secret pie. Hush. Why do you always have to so secretive anyway? Giving him an accusing glare, and she pointed a finger to his face. You wouldn't even show me how to make the pie. I had to beg and give you. Trailing off, she blushed, looking at the Genin before she focused back on Naruto, who mistakenly took the opportunity to speak. But you wanted it, and who was I to deny? She silenced him with a look. Mouth snapping shut under his mask, Naruto immediately felt the back of his hair stand up. Uh-oh. Was it that time of the month? The Genin watched in fascination as Naruto paled as a perfectly manicured nail tapped dents into the wood of the table. A scowl marred her beautiful face. It's always that's a secret or I'll never tell. She growled, mocking his cheeky one-liners. The trio had to cover their mouths, concealing their humor at her failed imitations. Naruto dared not show his bubbling grin and simply lowered his gaze. A mistake. Look at me when I'm talking to you. Naruto rose his head, pouting. You, don't give me that face. Look who's fugly now. Naruto kissed his teeth, glancing to the side. Your face, he whispered. Why don't talk loud and clear instead of mumbling? She glared down at him, coming directly in his face. Issuing back a challenging look, Naruto punctuated each word in a churlish tone. I said. Your face. Yes, I know my face is beautiful. That's why you can't keep your lips off of it. No, your face is fug. You're frigging ugly? We all know. That's why you wear that mask. She examined her fingernails. The Genin stated in wonder at their sensei getting owned. Naruto bristled. Woman. Don't test me or I'll. You what? She whispered, face inches from his. Discreetly tracing feather light touches against his head, she leaned towards his ear. Don't forget that time you really got me angry. Wouldn't want your mind in pieces. He shivered at the memory. At the same time, he found himself strangely frightened and turned on at her dangerous threat. Now, Riha-chan. No need to take it that far. Easing to her full height, she smiled sweetly at him, the looming threat dissipating. She gently patted his cheeks before she shoved her shopping bags and hat into his arms and pointed a finger to the hallway that led to the bedroom. Go place my bags inside, please. She waved him away. Shoo. Huffing to himself, Naruto slowly eased himself out of his chair, beginning to walk in the direction of the hallway. Someone has her panties in a knot. He muttered on his breath. I'm sorry? I said I'm kinda hot, Naruto shouted from the hallway, disappearing into the master bedroom. All was quiet before a round of laughter burst from the group. Oh man. That was awesome. Can't believe Sensei got owned. Sakura nodded to the young Sarutobi, giggling all the while. Did you see his face? That was hilarious. Sasuke was grinning to himself, silently thinking of ways of using this as leverage for future moments against their lazy sensei. Who knew that this splendorous woman was so dangerous? Staring at the female in question, he felt his Sharingan activate as he took in her laughing form. That summer dress did little to hide her supple curves and the jiggle of her large. Deactivating his Sharingan with a heated blush on his face, Sasuke mentally disciplined himself. Geez. I can't believe I just did that. Mother would be ashamed. But a growing boy shy of puberty, he couldn't help but admire her lovely form. Clearing his throat, gaining her attention, he nervously adjusted his high collar before he spoke. Excuse me, Riha-san. Are you and Sensei, you know? He gestured with his hands. Riha smiled before she eased herself into the chair recently occupied by Naruto. Crossing her legs and intertwining her fingers under her chin, she raised an eyebrow at him. Sorry, Sasuke-kun, but I don't understand the nature of your question. You're going to have to be more specific. Understanding Sasuke's question, Konohamaru continued. Yeah, are you guys, buddies? You know, yin and yang. In and out. He grinned. Tongue and Lee, Sakura slapped a hand to his mouth, silencing in him. Rolling her eyes at them, she posed the question that the boys were adamantly trying to ask. What my idiot teammates mean is that are you and Sensei a couple? Lightly blushing at Konohamaru's bold words, she nodded before offering a small smile. Yep. He's my boyfriend. She was unprepared for the excited questions. How'd you two meet? Are the two of you in love? Do you have a sister? Konohamaru-kun. What? I want to know. Do you want kids? Have you two done the nasty? Konohamaru-kun. Smack. Ouch. Sakura-chan. Have you? Sasuke-kun. Smack. Don't you dare Sharingan glare me. Is Sensei a good kisser? Better yet, what does he look like? The trio shared a glance. Yeah. Is he ugly? No. Is he fugly? Is he super handsome? What does his teeth look like? I bet he has buck teeth. Riha held up her hands to halt the questions, blushing from all the attention to her love life. Okay, one at a time, guys. What does he look like? Sasuke immediately questioned. The other two Genin nodded their heads in approval. Tapping a finger against her cheek with a thoughtful frown, Riha allowed a smirk to form on her face. I guess I can tease them a bit. Well, despite our little charade of words, he's far from fugly. He's pretty handsome. Sakura let out a shout of I knew it. His features are sharp. Drop dead sexy. Strong jaw with high cheeks. Oh yes, those cheeks of his are adorable. Best features would have to be his gaze. She seemed to have a faraway look in her as a heated blush came to her face. His gaze would drop any woman. Is he a good kisser? Sakura questioned, stars in her eyes. Now that, my dear Sakura-chan, is a secret. She let out a perverted giggle that made the boys blush. You see that, boys? Naruto's voice came from behind her. When I say it, I'm secretive jerk. But when she does it, it's a-okay. Walking to stand beside her, he shoved his hands into his pockets, speaking dryly. You can write books on them. Study them for 100 years and still never understand the way the female mind works. It's just one of life's great mysteries that man will never solve. Absorbing the words of wisdom, the young male saw Riha smile sheepishly before she wrapped her fingers around Naruto's gloved hand and brought it up to her lips. Aw, I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. You know I never meant it. She offered sincerely. Grunting, Naruto pried his hand from hers, beginning to walk to the door. My hands are immune to that now. Slipping on his sandals and adjusting the sword on his back, Naruto regarded the group with his lone eye. I have a meeting to attend. Be back whenever. Closing the door, he offered a wave. Later. Riha pouted before she miserably took a large piece of pie. She began stuffing her face, frowning to herself. Never even gave me a goodbye kiss. She spoke with a mouthful of food. What a jerk. Nah. He's just peeved he has to go to meeting of all times. Riha looked up in surprise at the familiar voice before she smiled up at the pug that had appeared on top of her head. Akun. To the secret jealousy of the boys, the small pug was crushed in between her chest, all the while the small pug relishing in her scent of flowers. You were here this whole time? Yeah, sorry I was too busy watching TV. You wouldn't imagine the dogs out there. Making himself comfortable, Pakun shifted so he could effectively sit in her lap with his direction towards the table. Eyeing the piece of pie in her hand hungrily, Pakun licked his lips before grinning up at her. Riha-chan, you mind sharing? Offering her pie, the Pakun immediately took it between his paws and stuffed his face full. Dropping his head back, he let out a howl of utter satisfaction. Oh, how I love some good sugar pie. Giving a small smile at the pug over the top of his head, she began to scratch under his chin to his enjoyment. How are the rest of the boys? Taking time to chew his food, he spoke in between gulps. Not bad. Bull over there is a pussycat as always. Glancing to the living room, she saw the large dog in reference fast asleep in his doggy bed with his feet dangling in the air. It was comical to see his legs give the occasional twitch. Feeling 3 set of eyes on him, Pakun glanced up curiously, meeting the eyes of Genin. After a minute of staring, he grunted. What? Still not used to the sight of a talking dog, no less, eating pie, Sasuke was the first one to speak. How are you able to speak anyways? Finishing his pie and licking his lips clean, Pakun grunted again, using Riha as a makeshift pillow. Well, how are human babies able to speak? They learn to communicate by listening and watching the humans around them. Scratching behind his ear, he continued. In the first few months you hear babbles and sounds. Well, for us in 2 months we're usually able to form and articulate words. But you're a dog, stated Sakura. It shouldn't be possible. Sighing, he cupped a paw to his face. Look it this way, we're bred to be able to fit certain functions and tasks. Some of us trained to speak since birth, others trained in elemental nature types, and so on. We're. Wait, there's more of you. Konohamaru's interrupted. Sharing a glance with Riha that caused her to giggle, Pakun sighed. Yes, there's 8 of us in total that are partners with Naruto. Bull, myself, Urashi, Shiba, Baisuke, Akino, Uhei, and Guroku. We're all been raised and trained by Kakashi first before dash. He trailed off, lowering his head. A sad look came over his face. Before what? Sasuke questioned. Pakun raised his head, a frown marring his face. Before he died. He finished, his voice blank. Sakura's eyes softened. It must have been hard on your pack. Pakun nodded grimly. Kakashi handpicked all of us during his Anbu years. I was the first one of the pack. The pug suddenly began to rub his eyes, grunting. Damn, who left onions around the place? An awkward silence enveloped the apartment room. The only sound was Bull's loud snores. Hating the silence, Konohamaru cleared his throat. So Pakun-san, mind explaining the talking in more detail? I mean, knowing that most animals don't have mouths suitable for forming words and not to mention the complexity of human speech, it's kinda hard to believe. Pakun stared at him for a moment before he chuckled. You're smarter than you look. Konohamaru took it as a compliment. Yes, usually human speech requires complex movements of the tongue that animals simply can't do. But as I mentioned before, we're trained from birth. Like you humans are trained to read and write and whatever else you do, we're trained to access chakra and speak and do whatever is needed to develop abilities useful to shinobi. Tired of all the talking, the pug stretched before he let out a loud yawn. Well children, Riha-chan, I'd love to stay and explain the wonders of summons, but we really must be going. Riha had stayed quiet through the questioning, pouted, gaining their attention. You're leaving already? Don't you want to stay longer? Pakun glanced up to her baby blues and smirked to himself. Nah, I'm good. Leaping off of her, his little feet carried him to the sleeping bull before he jumped on the large dog's stomach. Giving a small wave, he bid goodbye. Ciao. Both dogs disappeared in a puff of smoke. Glancing to the disappearing smoke, the members of Team 7 brainstormed over the benefits of having their own summons. I want my own set of talking dogs, Sasuke stated. Sakura agreed, nodding enthusiastically. Hell yeah, I would want my own chihuahua. She finished cupping her face. Konohamaru meanwhile was deep in thought. Eyes widening, he cursed out loud, gaining everyone's attention. Those damn monkeys. They're such liars. Naruto slowly made his way up to the conference room, already suspicious of the incoming talk. This was supposed to be a meeting for the Jounin sensei. Years of experience taught him that if it was in the conference room, whatever it was nothing good. Arriving at the door, the Onbu guard saluted to him before allowing him access. Opening the door for him, he walked in to see all the assembled Jounin sensei and some military police. The room was packed. What caught his attention was that they circled the room in a half circle surrounding the assembled Jounin. All eyes turned toward him as he walked in the room. Ma, sorry if I'm late. Got attacked by a group of kids and had to run from the little buggers. Rolling his eyes, the Hokage drummed his fingers against the desk he was seated in, flanked by Dansu to his right and Homura to his left. Your tardiness surpasses Kakashi's. Now if you please, Naruto, come in so we can get this meeting started. Smiling sheepishly, he made his way to the front, passing groups of Jounin. What caught his attention was that pillows were laid out on the floor. It would seem that this was going to be a long talk. Kurenai flashed him a small smile as he stood beside her, and he nodded to Asuma and Guy, who returned the nod in greeting. Nothing else was said as they all turned their full attention to the table. Please sit. As one, they all seated themselves on the pillows. The sound of the door locking was heard and security seals briefly glowed across the room. All sound to the outside world was cut off as the room fell into complete silence. No one would be able to leave or enter. Lighting his pipe, the Hokage shifted in his seat before holding out his hand to Homura. Immediately an envelope was put into his hands and was swiftly opened. Glancing at the documents in front of him, the Hokage blew out a puff of smoke before frowning. It has been a little over a month since the new teams were set in rotation. You have all already sent me your statistics of each Genin on your teams. Blank eyes focused on the group of ninja. What I say not only regards the new teams, but the entire rotation of teams. These stats are beyond pathetic. The Jounin shifted in their seats, mumbles erupting in volume. Guy immediately spoke out. Excuse me, Hokage-sama. Receiving a nod, he continued. I don't speak for my fellow comrades, but I can say without a doubt, not questioning your judgment, there must be a mistake. I've had my team for 1 year now and I have steadily improved them since day one. Surely you dash. Your team was one of the most embarrassing cases. Dansu's voice cut him off. 1 year and not even one of your students have at least one elemental jutsu. I beg your pardon, honored elder. But I train my students to be a team specializing in close combat. Taijutsu. I have not taught them any elemental jutsu because frankly they don't need them. They already dash. Regardless of specialization, a Genin needs to be well-rounded in all aspects of a soldier of Konoha. What good is taijutsu against a strong ninjutsu user? He made a fair point, but seeing someone like Guy, who was an unrivaled taijutsu master, had defeated plenty of shinobi regardless of their ninjutsu. Forgive me, honored elder, but that is a rather insulting question. Both taijutsu and ninja soldiers need focus on all aspects of the shinobi. He rudely cut him off. Focusing his single eye on him, he frowned. Perhaps your team wouldn't be so pathetic if you weren't so focused on that worthless excuse of a shinobi Rock Lee. The assembled Jounin wearily looked at Guy. Knowing the special case of Lee and the love Guy had for his mini-clone, insulting him was the equivalent of insulting the man himself. Beg your pardon. Guy seethed. There is no need to insult one of my students, Dansu-sama. The boy was born with an underdeveloped chakra network. I have trained him to dash. Enough. The room became silent as the Hokage's voice rang out. Guy frowned at being cut off yet again but respectfully kept it to himself. After careful deliberation between myself and my colleagues, we have come to a conclusion that a test must be held. Meeting every single eye in the room, his voice was cold. This generation has been babied for far too long. In times of peace they were allowed their childhood. But now they are soldiers and as such needed to be reminded that the life of the shinobi is no game. He folded his arms across his chest, closing his eyes. Kunoichi in training, more obsessed with boys and their looks than their already pathetic ninja skills. Clan children receiving special treatment. Boys taking the life of a shinobi as a competition. Utterly disgusting. Opening his eyes, he fixed the amassed ninja with a cold look. These children are our future. They are Konoha's future. As the Hokage of Konoha, I cannot allow our future to be jeopardized. As such, I, the third Hokage of Konoha, granted by the powers of the Fire Daimyo himself, hereby authorize the SD for this Genin rotation. The room erupted into pandemonium. Hokage-sama. They're just kids. You can't be serious. I, as a Jounin sensei, have the rights to refuse. You will destroy them. The military police surrounding the amassed ninja went into action, trying to control the Jounin that were now all standing on their feet. Please calm down. Order. Order. Stay seated. The silent dispatch was something used after Third World War. Devised by the Dark Shinobi himself and finalized by the fourth Hokage under pressure from council, it was Konoha's effective license to kill in the name of national security. In the recent years there had been many uprisings against Konoha and the Fire Daimyo across the country. Mobs of civilians rioting over mentions of a one true king and threats against Konoha. Seeing the danger of having his own citizens rise up against the country, the Fire Lord granted the powers to kill citizens that were deemed traitors. With such powers, Konoha became immune to international law if the killings were ever leaked. The targets were usually small villages around the country where a strong presence of uprising was dealt with permanently. It wasn't all-out genocide. It was about sending a message. It was treason for citizens of the country to go against the village. Konoha was the law. It was effective method true to its name. All those accused were silently dispatched. The message was clear. Obey or simply die. It was Konoha showing its dark side. Its hidden roots that were twisted in darkness. No mercy was ever shown. Be it men, women or even children, they would be made an example out of. Survivors would be issued strict gag orders and monitored so the dark deeds would never be exposed to the light. True to the name. Anbu were the ones that usually dealt with the threat. At times the occasional group of Jounin would be sent. Rarely were the chances of a Chunin sent for the job. Never in the village history had that order been issued to Genin. The Hokage was serious. Try as they may, the military police were outnumbered and couldn't calm the angry Jounin. A full riot was about to break out before an overbearing presence filled the room. The ceiling cracked, the doors began to creak, the very wood of the desk the officials were seated split in half under the overbearing weight of powerful chakra. The amassed ninja froze stiff as a massive chakra spike filled the room. Slowly they turned to the seated Hokage, who had a faint glow around him. The god of shinobi lowered his hat over his eyes and slowly the overbearing weight disappeared. The group of shinobi let out a breath they had been holding and slowly seated themselves back on their pillows. Since the very beginning Naruto had stayed still, not reacting in the slightest to the news. All was quiet as the Hokage moved his pipe to his lips. Blowing out another puff of smoke, his cold eyes drifted over the group. Have you all calmed yourselves? When no one answered he repeated, his eyes growing hard. I said, have you all calmed yourselves? A chorus of yes. Hokage-sama answered his question. Good. With a snap of his fingers the lights in the room darkened, and on the far right of the room, to the left of the Hokage, and the right of the seated Jounin, a projector turned on and began to show a large map of Fire Country. Showcasing the country's vast geography, the entire area was highlighted, showing all the cities and small villages of Fire Country. One point in particular was highlighted in red. To the far east laid the Black River. A large importer of salmon coming from river country. To the south, the Black River had a small village that specialized in importing and delivering salmon to the large population of the country. As you can see, Black River has become an upriser to the Fire Lord and Konohagakure. Spies have shown that they have purposely been poisoning fish they import into the country and selling it to Konoha at alluring cheap prices. They have become a threat to national security and therefore must be dealt with. Homura, who had been quiet through this whole ordeal, finally spoke. As much power that we're granted, we are still limited to a certain number of deaths. Regardless, it would be more than sufficient in sending a message. Genin will be tasked with specific targets. The Jounin sensei felt the feeling of dread begin to rise in their stomachs. Leaders and organizers will be priority targets. Dansu began. His voice turned to stone. Their families must also share the same fate. The projector turned off and the lights in the room flickered on. The room was enveloped into dead silence. Faces lost their color. Some stared wide-eyed in shock with disbelief at what they were just told. Kurenai stood up abruptly, shocking those around her. Mentally preparing in thought, her red eyes locked gazes with the Hokage. Hokage-sama. I, Kurenai Yuhi, under Article S711 of Konoha Law, issue my right as a Jounin sensei to refuse the subjugation of my Genin to the SD. Article S711 of Konoha Law. Jounin sensei have the right to take all feasible measures to ensure that Genin who have not attained the equivalent mental capacity and or skill set do not take a direct path in hostilities deemed harsh. Disregard to S711 is a direct violation to the Convention of Rights of Genin under Sector 6 Paragraph 11. Note, all laws are momentarily suspended during times of war or conflict under Sector 1 of the War Act. The Charter of Konoha. The amassed Jounin let out mumbles and whispers. It was gutsy move using the law against the Hokage. Dansu was quick to silence them. Yuhi, I thought you of all people would understand the failure that this generation of shinobi are. Show some spine. Kurenai was about to fire back a reply before Naruto interrupted her. You're right, he started. This generation is the weakest that Konoha has had in years. I mean much, no, all of what Hokage-sama was saying is true. But, I will admit they have a lot of potential. And I do mean a lot of potential. I dare say we have some select few that can even put you to shame, Danzo-sama. He hid his grin at the elder's frown. Issuing this test will utterly destroy them. In their eyes they would be killing innocents. Maybe they're too young to fully understand what it means to be a shinobi, or they're simply not cut out for the job, but as for right now they're not ready. The least you can do is give us more time. Dansu scoffed before fixing him a penetrating glare. You would only be delaying the inevitable. Your compassion is a weakness that will lead to downfall. Your father is prime example. The room went deathly silent. Naruto slowly tilted his head, his lone eye narrowed to slits. His Sharingan burned. On instinct his chakra spiked, causing those around him to flinch. Exhaling through his nose he fixed Dansu with a glare of his own. Don't talk about my father like you know him, old man. I know your diapers are soiled from missing the Hokage seat yet again, but no need to be jealous. Dansu shook with barely concealed rage before he expertly concealed his emotions. Yes, Minato was a great Hokage, wasn't he? Said to be the greatest Konoha ever had. His voice was smug. Funny how his reign was the shortest. At least he became the Hokage. How old was Dad? Ah yes, he did in 20 years what you're, hold up. A pause. How old are you, Hokage-sama? 73. Naruto gasped dramatically. Oh shit. In 20 years he accomplished what your 73-year-old ass could not. Hot damn. And the funniest thing is you're still trying. Don't worry though, by the time you're 100 I'm sure they would be willing to give you the hat. Silence. Despite the situation a snicker rang out. A few more laughs echoed before full giggles were heard. Dansu sat rigid still. That boy had just embarrassed in front of all the Jounin and Hiruzen. He itched to wipe the smirk the brat was hiding under that mask of his, but for now he showed restraint. Patience, he echoed in his mind. I must have patience. His exposed eye regarded Naruto seriously before his lips curved into a cruel smirk. If there was thing Dansu made sure of, was that he would always have the last laugh. Yes, what a laugh it would be. His agent was in deep. The Hokage had watched the tassel between the two and slowly smirked. Well then, if that's out of the way, Naruto. At his name the Jounin glanced to the Hokage. Sir. What do you think of the will of fire? Out of curiosity. The will of fire? Naruto echoed with a lazy look in his eye. Isn't that the belief that peace is the way or some shit like that? The Hokage nodded. Fuck that shit. Ignoring shocked gasps around he continued. I'm a soldier, first and foremost. I murder, steal, lie and do whatever it is that Konoha requires of me. But at the end of the day I have my own ideals and beliefs. And the will of fire sure as hell isn't one of them, Hokage-sama. The Hokage smiled to himself and strange glint appeared in his eye. Nodding, he puffed on his pipe. Now what is you were saying about more time? Feel free to add your opinion. He added. Gladly. Though these rising protesters are a problem, I believe that this is nothing more than a way of ensuring control through death and fear. In the eyes of Genin fresh out the academy, this would go against everything they were taught in their time training to graduate. Naruto shrugged. Doesn't this village spend billions on academy budgets? It would be a huge waste to me to have your very own Genin hate their own village. Just saying. He finished pulling out his familiar orange book. He cast a wink to Kurenai, who smiled at him before sitting down. It was interesting to see Homura's face turn purple. Standing hard enough to knock his chair over, he bellowed at the bored-looking blonde, shouting obscenities. Hokage-sama. Do you not hear this treason? The will of fire is fundamental philosophy of this village. Officers, arrest him. Send him to be dash. Quiet. Homaru snapped his eyes to the Hokage. Hiruzen. Surely you cannot allow this boy to. His jaw snapped shut at the look he received. Setting his chair straight, he smoothed out the creases on his robe and sat as if he hadn't just looked like he would pop a blood vessel. Ideology and beliefs are different to each ninja, my friend. To each his own. The third added more tobacco to his pipe before he placed it against his lips. He waited before cutting sharp eyes to Homura on his left. Looking like he tasted something sour, Homura produced a match from his sleeve and lit the Hokage's pipe. Taking a deep puff of the pipe, the third exhaled loudly. In the air-tight room, the scent of tobacco was strong, but the amassed shinobi had smelled worse. Much worse. Well said, Naruto. I see that silver tongue of yours is always carefully concealed by that mass of tardiness. I try, Hokage-sama. I try. Amused glances turned his way. But I regrettably inform you that the will of the fire daimyo is above the law. You cannot refuse, he said, locking gazes with Kurenai. Rubbing his chin, he glanced down at the document he had wanted to read since the beginning of this wait-a-long meeting. He was about to get cranky. Now, as I was about to say before your interruptions. If your team is not called, then your Genin will not be inducted. If you are, you will have 1 week to prepare them. Be it mentally or physically. I hope that is sufficient, Naruto? Naruto flipped a page in his book. Beggars can't be choosers, Hokage-sama. Laughing, the third chuckled to himself before taking another puff of his pipe. Indeed. Hiruzen fired back. Now as for the teams. Jounin sensei, please listen for your numbers. Sitting upright, they all listened closely. Team 7, he began first, purposely cutting eyes to the Jounin. Naruto, who had his face stuck in his book, directed a lazy gaze over the cover. Sorry, you say something? His eyes narrowed at him, but Naruto returned the gaze with lazy indifference. Shaking his head, he continued. Team 8. The female Jounin's only response was the tightening of her jaw. Team 8. Kurenai glared. Team 10. Asuma sat stone-faced, smoking a cigarette. Team 12. There was the sound of knuckles cracking and Aobai Yamashiro cursed under his breath. Team Guy. It was unnerving to see Guy so quiet. The man hadn't moved an inch since his debate with Dansu. Team 13. Someone let out a helpless sigh. Team 14. A resounding fuck was heard. And finally Team 15. This bandana-wearing Jounin had a good poker face. That is all the teams that are issued SD. As for teams that were not called, I hope you use this as opportunity to improve your Genin to sufficient standards. Without a doubt you all need it. Rising swiftly from his seat, flanked by Homura and Dansu, his voice echoed through the quiet room. This meeting is adjourned. At the sound of his voice, the seals across the room glowed and the sound of the outside world filtered back in. The wide doors at the back opened as the Hokage and officials left the room. The military police soon followed, marching out, leaving the Jounin to themselves. And like a switch, the Jounin jumped to their feet, beginning to argue. Our kids can't handle this. We should protest. Better yet, we should go on strike. What is Hokage-sama thinking? Taking time to slowly rise himself to his feet, Naruto stretched languidly before trying to make an exit amid the chaos. But before he could think of taking a step, his gloved hand was held fast. Looking at perfectly manicured nails holding his wrist, his gaze traveled upwards to the exotic red eyes of Kurenai. And where do you think you're going? Home. No, you're not. And why, Ms. Yuhi, can I not go to my own home? Because we're debriefing. Can't that wait till tomorrow? Kurenai didn't answer him. Sighing to himself, Naruto allowed himself to be led to the makeshift circle. They consisted of Guy, Asuma, Aoba, and a few other Jounin sensei of the teams that had been called. Being the only female team leader there, Kurenai took the initiative to speak. We need to plan when and where to have our kids go accordingly. She crossed her arms under her bountiful bust. Who has the names of the targets? Alba retrieved a document from his utility pouch. Here are the names. We have 8 different targets. The largest being a family of 5. Next there is the village leader by the name of Furito Tsuyoshi. Adjusting his dark glasses atop of his nose, he frowned. He's said to be the key organizer of these uprisings. Asuma shifted his cigarette around his mouth. What's his background? Any shinobi history, or is he just a plain civilian? Flipping through the document's papers, Alba nodded. Where is it? Ah, here he is. Furito Tsuyoshi. Born August 30, 1975 AS after Sage, he is a 35-year-old engineer who had graduated from Fire Country University and moved to Black River in 1990. There he became a village advisor and soon rose to the village leader in 1996. Physical stats? Kurenai questioned. Alba flipped another page. It says here he's 5 feet 9 inches, around 160 pounds. Strong build. Any family? A dark-haired Jounin asked. Shaking his head, he frowned. Says here he had a wife and son, but both died during the Third Shinobi War. Guy finally took the time to speak. This situation is most unyouthful. Naruto nodded in silent agreement. They still had to go over the other families and plan accordingly. This was going to be a long night. Glancing around, he saw that the other Jounin who hadn't had their teams called surrounded them, listening quietly. Asuma crossed his arms. One team should take him out first and the rest pick off the others. Kurenai turned her red eyes to him. And if our kids can't take the lives of a civilian? Then they fail and are debarred from ever entering the shinobi forces. Naruto replied. Sighing, he turned a tired eye to Kurenai. I know how you feel, Kurenai-chan. Trust me. But this is nothing new. I've been sent to do jobs like this so much in the past I lost count. Kurenai's fingers tightened to fist. Well, my kids are nothing like you. They have their own problems and you know nothing about them. I have this one student that would absolutely be destroyed by this. Failure for her would mean her enslavement. Then she's not cut out for the life of a shinobi. Naruto's voice was cold. This is what SD is all about. Whether or not you can go against everything you believe in. Can you obey without question? Kill innocents for the sake of Konoha? If not, then that Hyuga of yours is going to become another branch servant. Kurenai snarled and looked like she about to attack before Naruto laid a calming hand on her shoulder. Kurenai. Naruto began. I know that you've just recently became a Jounin sensei, so your reaction to this is understandable. But most of what the Hokage was saying is true. These kids have been babied. And it's time to show them world. She slowly lost her angry gaze before she nodded in resignation. Giving her shoulder a friendly pat, Naruto gave her an eye smile before turning to the faces around him. Now people, we have a long night of planning ahead. Any doubts on your team will only make this long night that much more unbearable. If any of you don't think your team is cut out for this, then leave. No one moved. Good. Then let's get this over with so we can use our already limited time to go prepare our teams. Like a knife going through butter, Naruto's calm voice cut the thick tension in the room. Shoulders lost their tense posture and some even let out breaths they didn't know they had been holding. Seeing the opportunity, Guy wrapped his arms around Naruto, crying tears. Oh, my eternal rival. Your flames of youth burn ever bright, lighting the way like a beacon through this dark time. Rolling his single eye at the man's eccentric nature, he sighed. All right, Guy, you can let me go now. Grinning, Asuma cast a smug glance to the two. You know, Naruto, you'd make a fine Hokage someday. Why not get the old man to retire? Before he had a chance to reply, Kurenai echoed her approval. Yeah, Naruto, doesn't the third want you to be his successor? Rather serve you than him. Ha ha, that's what she said. Who said that? Kurenai shouted, her face glowing red. Her fiery red eyes searched the crowd, but no one dared to meet her gaze. Still in Guy's man hug, Naruto had to be cheeky. Oh, my dear sweet Kurenai-chan. I would make it a law for you to be my personal assistant. Face red with embarrassment, she glared at him. Don't you have a girlfriend, Naruto? Yes, but a man can dream, can't he? Pig. She accused. Takes one to know one. He shifted his gaze to Asuma. Right, Sarutobi? Asuma smirked before attempting to put an arm around her, but let out a hiss at the elbow he received. A quiet set of chuckles was heard. Naruto grinned at Kurenai's blushing face before he stopped and turned his single eye to Guy. Seriously, Guy. Put me down now. So Naruto-sensei, he was still getting used to that. What are we doing at Black River? Sasuke questioned, turning his curious gaze to him. Don't tell me we have to watch another execution. Konohamaru shivered. That snake lady was apeshit crazy. Sakura nodded, looking a little pale. Yeah, sensei, I mean that was brutal. And she had the nerve to offer us if we wanted to try. She mocked, failing to copy Anko's voice. Naruto frowned. There were severe punishments in telling Genin about SD. They would have to go in blind, seeing how they would react or go against orders. In the week that they had, Naruto tried all he could to get them some experience. His first move had been bringing them to the underground of the Konoha's interrogation department to witness live executions and interrogations. Just his luck, Anko had been busy at work. He had made them watch, telling them it was a test and if they looked away they would fail. Anko had even offered them to participate. He was hoping they would, but they all refused. Going for more hands-on experience, he took them on a few C-class missions that purposely encountered bandits. They were ordered to not leave any survivors. They had killed, but did so reluctantly. Sasuke and Konohamaru did as they were ordered, but Sakura was the one who had struggled. Coming from a civilian family, she was entirely new to the life of a shinobi. The boys came from major shinobi clans and were accustomed to the harsh life. They had their own experiences with death. Sasuke witnessed the slaughter of his clan, and from what he had read from Konohamaru's file, the boy was only 2 years old and witnessed his mother killed in the Kyubi attack. He had a father, but the last time anyone heard of him was when he ventured to the land of his monkey summons. But just because they had witnessed death didn't mean they could willfully take a life. Sakura was worse, struggling to make a kill. Sasuke had done it for her. He just hoped that they would pull through. This was the first team he had ever passed, and though he would never admit it, he cared for the little buggers. They were officially past the 2-month mark, and to have them just taken away from him made his heart ache. He cared more for his comrades than the village itself. Not that he would stand by and let Konoha be destroyed if meant none of his friends were in it. No, he just didn't believe in the ideals of the will of fire. His harshest truth was dash. Sensei. Sasuke's voice halted his thoughts. You didn't answer my question. Glancing around, he could see that they were at their destination. A large sign read, Black River. Population, 300. It was a relatively small-size village, about 5 kilometers in circumference. True to its name, Black River ran through the village center in a straight line. From the rushing waters of river country, the village used water power to their advantage for clean hydroelectricity. Surrounding the village was tall pine trees on each side. There were no walls to guard the village and no threat of danger, as it was relatively close to Konoha. Glancing up to the trees around the village, he could sense the carefully hidden chakra signatures. A heavy Anbu presence watching and waiting to run crowd control. Clearing his throat, he gained their attention from their sightseeing. He was about to speak but trailed off as his mouth seemed to have locked. Gazing from one curious eye to the next that still held faces of innocence, something inside of him screamed to just call this off. If they succeeded after today, things would be different. Forever. His sense of morality wanted for him to so badly say they were walking into a trap. But his rationality kicked in and his face became blank. He was a shinobi. Morality was something for a samurai. Konohamaru Sarutobi. Sasuke Uchiha. Sakura Haruno. You are now officially under Konoha Silent Dispatch. Under the will of the Fire Daimyo and authorization from the third Hokage, you are given the momentary powers of a license to kill. You are instructed to find and terminate specific targets to the uprising of the One King protesters. Their faces were confused at the beginning of his statement and slowly paled at the end. That's why their sensei was so quiet. That whole week of witnessing tortures and killing bandits all made sense now. Before they could voice their questions, Naruto continued, you are instructed to kill. Here are your individual targets. He handed each a paper with a picture of a face. Failure to do so will result in an immediate failure and debarment from Konoha's shinobi forces. You have 2 hours to find and kill your targets. I'm instructed to not answer any questions. The Genin stared. Sakura's face was snow white. This must be a joke. Why you must be joking, sensei. Please tell me this is all one big joke? Naruto's face didn't change. You have 2 minutes to step inside the village or you fail automatically. Konohamaru held the papers in his shaking hands. But, this is a civilian village. Are you asking us to kill innocents? You have 1 minute and 50 seconds. Sensei, please. Konohamaru begged. At least tell us what we're walking into. He finished with a whisper. I can't.